it's a Hall of Famer, I think. Yeah.
And that was their best product ever. Trust me, Musk said it.
It really is the most. I think it's our best product.
With the most advanced interior of any vehicle.
And it's really the internals are as advanced as the externals. It's a whole new step change in the technology.
Yeah, best product ever for chopping vegetables.
It can obliterate a child's arm.
At this point, I think I know more about manufacturing than anyone currently alive on Earth.
Oh my God. That's just the edge of the door. Yeah, Cybertruck, also for vegetable prep.
We have a car here that experts said was impossible. That experts said would never be made.
You're looking at the company and you look at all the improvements that are happening. When people say, oh, everything's on fire, like, well, what am I missing? Things are going really well. I don't know if you're watching what the company does.
Yeah, I mean, we dug our own grave with Cybertruck. Nobody, in general, I find nobody digs their grave better than themselves.
No, really, people, don't worry about it. Musk is really an engineer.
Is 140 grams protein enough if I weigh 196? Should be. You just need about 0.75 grams protein per pound of body weight.
Or finance person or something like that. I'm an engineer. I do engineering. Always have.
Yeah, and I'm sure the life support systems that he works on will be equally well thought out.
And people yelled at me and said, I'm not a doctor. I'm like, yeah, but I do make spaceships with life support systems. What do you do? Yeah, but I do make spaceships with life.
Try spinning. That's a good trick.
I mean, dear God, somebody get this man a $50 billion bonus stat. But the recall of Cybertrucks did let us know how many Cybertrucks had been delivered since they started delivering them in the beginning of December last year. So from then to April this year, they've delivered just under 4,000 Cybertrucks. That's less than 1,000 per month. 1/10 of what they stated their production capacity was. Meanwhile, in the first quarter earnings call of 2024, they're saying they're making 1,000 of them a week?
Thank you. The next question is, what is the progress of Cybertruck ramp?
I can take that one too. Cybertruck hit 1K a week just a couple weeks ago.
I suspect that might be a lie of sorts, or a truth so selective and misleading that, yeah, it's a lie. Thankfully, no one ever went to jail for lying to stockholders. Right? Yeah, and this is the truck that's going to save the world.
If to solve sustainable energy, we have to have a pickup truck. So I present to you the Cybertruck.
Now, earlier this year in a conference call, Musk announced that Tesla wasn't getting wrecked because of the market-wide shrinking of demand for electric vehicles, or that they were getting enhanced competition. No, it was that Tesla, the luxury electric car maker, was about to make an economy electric vehicle, something they've been talking about for 5 years now. Thing is, if you judge Tesla on their recent track record, Cybertruck is probably their greatest success, in that it was unveiled in 2019 and was in production, kinda, as their best product ever in 2024. Tesla Semi went from being unveiled to delivering a handful of barely functional trucks that offered none of the amazing features that Musk had promised, and then, of course, Tesla immediately stopped taking orders for more of them in about 6 years. And the Roadster, unveiled in 2017, has been going into production next year for almost a decade straight now, with no sign of an actual product. And given this mythical Tesla economy vehicle hasn't been unveiled yet, yeah, I think it's pretty fair to say they've got nothing. Thing is, Tesla really only ever made it big because they were a first-to-market company.
There are 3 ways to make a living in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat.
They're not a first-to-market company now. Their Model 3 and Model Y account for some 90% of the company's vehicle sales, which are now a 7- and 5-year-old vehicle, respectively. Having all your eggs in one basket is a metaphor for risk. Having all your half-decade-old eggs in one basket is a strategy so risky that it only could possibly work if no one else has any eggs to sell. In a market where eggs are being sold based on new models, it's suicidal. In the market of economy electric vehicles, Tesla has nothing. Look, when Tesla was...
Yeah, Tesla is not going to be able to compete with all the other auto manufacturers with new models. They can't afford to make new models like other big manufacturers can. And their prices are fucking ridiculous. Like, Tesla's going to go bankrupt in like a couple of years.
It's the only game in town. You know, vaporware can compete when there is no competition. But when you're trying to sell vaporware versus cars that people can actually buy now, you will lose every single time. And this is Tesla in the economy electric vehicle market. Now, remember what I was saying, that Tesla was a growth company with no growth. Well, expanding into the economy electric vehicle market is the only thing that could offer Tesla growth beyond its current niche of the luxury electric car market. Thing is, they don't even have a product. You know, they're not even at the Roadster reveal or Cybertruck unveil event yet. And it took those 5 years to never to end up in production. Indeed, Reuters has recently said that they've given up even trying to make an economy electric vehicle. At which point the ketamine really kicks in for Musk, and he starts going on about how he imagines that they're going to have a robo-taxi ready to unveil in August this year, 2024. You know, the robo-taxi they were going to have 1 million of on the road by 2020. The ones that we're going to sell for $30,000.
So the current cost of a Model 3 robo-taxi is less than $38,000. We expect that number to improve over time.
And would make their owners $30,000 a year for 10 years.
You say, what would be the probable gross profit from a single robo-taxi? We think probably something on the order of $30,000 per year.
Making him $300,000 for a $30,000 investment. Ponzi scheme.
You say, what is net present value of a robo-taxi?
BG, is it okay to fall in love with a very pretty escort who may have had a severe fentanyl addiction in the not-so-distant past? She says she wants to go vegan, and I love her. Well, I would say you should not do that. That is bad. Dumb. Yeah, I still cannot comprehend the stupidity of fucking Fresh and Fit, dude. Like, they fuck with fucking, like, the most gold-digging, vapid fucking whores you can imagine. And then they risk getting them pregnant. Like, it's so fucking bizarre.
Probably on the order of a couple $100,000. So buying a Model 3 is a good deal.
So if you'd bought a Model 3 5 years ago when Musk said this on the basis that your car would earn $30,000 a year for you, you should have earned $150,000 by now. Instead, it's earned $0.
So buying a Model 3 is a good deal.
$0.
We'll have over 1 million Tesla cars on the road with full self-driving hardware, feature complete, at a reliability level that we would consider that no one needs to pay attention. Meaning you could go to sleep from our standpoint, if you fast forward a year, just a little, maybe a year and 3 months, but next year for sure, we will have over 1 million robo-taxis on the road. Feature complete with full self-driving this year. With certain.
Tesla has the most chargers, and they're producing a $25,000 car. Tesla does not have the majority of chargers on the road. If you're talking about from a single manufacturer, maybe, but I don't think they even have the most. I don't think Tesla chargers are even the most common. Tesla made their charging dongle thing open source, and I think it's being developed as the new standard, but that doesn't really mean anything. It just means the Tesla plug is going to become the standard. That's it.
This is something that
like they don't make any money. Tesla makes no money. They don't sell many cars. They have a tiny fucking market share, and the company isn't growing. Like, they're done.
we control, and I manage autopilot engineering directly every week in detail. So I'm certain of this. Or a finance person or something like that. I'm an engineer. I do engineering. So I wrote software for like 15 years, 20 years. I know what we need to solve to make full self-driving feature complete. I'm certain that we will get this done this year. I think we will be feature complete full self-driving this year, meaning the car will be able to find you in a parking lot, pick you up, take you all the way to your destination.
Smart Summon may not stop for objects, especially very low objects such as some curbs, and very high objects such as a shelf, and may not react at all to traffic. Smart Summon does not recognize the direction of traffic.
Clay! Clay, get in the car!
Oh, you know what? I was actually on the highway yesterday. I was driving towards Ottawa, and I think I saw somebody with a Tesla that had autopilot engaged. And the reason I think he had autopilot is because the car was zigzagging like fucking crazy on the fucking road, and it wasn't able to stay in its lane. And when I passed the guy, it looked like he had just grabbed the steering wheel and then he was driving straight. So I think autopilot's fucking dangerous as fuck, dude, if that's what it does.
Oh, wait, should we wait and talk to him? There's no one in that car!
It does not navigate around empty spots.
Huh? On your left, this car, go!
And may not anticipate crossing traffic.
Dude, what movie is this? I have to see this.
Smart Summon is full self-driving. The ability of the car to drive itself safely without human intervention.
Someone's going to sit in a Tesla without touching the steering wheel, tap in New York, off it goes.
Yeah.
Won't have to ever touch the wheel by the end of 2017.
That by the end of the year, you could just push a button and your Tesla would eventually come and find you, even if you were in New York and it was in LA.
Yeah, essentially November or December of this year, we should be able to go from, all the way from a parking lot in California to a parking lot in New York, no controls touched at any point during the entire journey.
Dude, it's amazing how he can just lie like this so confidently.
And by
How does he sleep at
2022,
night?
that feature had advanced to the point where it barely functioned getting across a car lot.
So it's not sort of limited to LA, New York. We could change it and make it Seattle, Florida. That day.
Come on.
Or in real time. So you were going from LA to New York. Now go from LA to.
Why the Holy Trinity is stupid and makes no sense.
Let me see. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Okay, Patrick, tell us a bit more about this Trinity thing. Yeah, Patrick, tell us. But remember that we're simple people without your fancy education and books and learning, and we're hearing about all of this for the first time. So try to keep it simple, okay, Patrick? Yeah, real simple, Patrick.
Sure, there are three persons of the Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, yet there is only one God.
Don't get what you're saying here, Patrick. Not picking up what you're laying down here, Patrick. Could you use an analogy, Patrick?
Sure, the Trinity is like water, and how you can find water in three different forms: liquid and ice and vapor.
That's modalism, Patrick!
What?
Modalism, an ancient heresy confessed by teachers such as Noetus and Sibelius, which espouses that God is not three distinct persons, but that he merely reveals himself in three different forms. This heresy was clearly condemned in Canon 1 at the First Council of Constantinople in 381 AD, and those who confess it cannot rightly be considered a part of the Church Catholic. Come on, Patrick! Yeah, get it together, Patrick!
Okay, then the Trinity is like the sun in the sky, where you have the star and the light and the heat.
Oh, Patrick. Come on, Patrick. That's Arianism, Patrick.
Arianism?
Yes, Arianism, Patrick. A theology which states that Christ and the Holy Spirit are creations of the Father and not one in nature with him. Exactly like how heat and light are not the star itself, but are merely creations of the star. That's a bad analogy, Patrick. You're the worst, Patrick.
All right, sorry. The Trinity is like this three-leaf clover here.
I'm gonna stop you right there, Patrick. Yeah, hold your horses, Patrick. You're about to confess partialism.
Partialism?
Yes, partialism, a heresy which asserts that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are not distinct persons of the Godhead, but are different parts of God, each composing 1/3 of the divine.
And who confesses the heresy of partialism?
The first season of the cartoon program Voltron, where 5 robot lion cars merge together to form one giant robot samurai, obviously.
I've never heard of Voltron.
Of course you haven't. It's not going to exist for another 1,500 years now, Patrick. Yeah, get with the program, Patrick. I mean, really, Patrick. I'm going to stab you in the face, Patrick. Okay, that was probably a bit much.
All right, I'll try again. The Trinity is like how the same man can be a husband and a father and an employer.
Modalism again.
All right, then it's like the 3 layers of an apple.
Partialism revisited.
Fine. The Trinity is a mystery which cannot be comprehended by human reason, but is understood only through faith and is best confessed in the words of the Athanasian Creed, which states that we worship one God in Trinity and Trinity in unity, neither confusing the persons nor dividing the substance, that we are compelled by the Christian truth to confess that each distinct person is God and Lord, and that the deity of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit is one, equal in glory, co-equal in majesty.
Well, why didn't you just say that, Patrick? Yeah, quit beating around the bush, Patrick. Now let's all put on some giant green foam hats, get riotously drunk, and vomit in the Chicago River to celebrate our conversion.
Yeah, the Holy Trinity is stupid and doesn't make sense.
So what do you guys do for a living?
Well, we come from a long line of snake farmers, Patrick, but truth be told, business has been real bad lately.
Oh. Yeah, about that.
To Toronto.
And now in 2024, the feature has been disabled because of Tesla's amazing progress with AI and sensors and robotics.
If you think about what we're doing right now with the cars, Tesla is arguably the world's biggest robotics company because our cars are like semi-sentient robots on wheels. Overwhelming focus is solving full self-driving. That's really the difference between Tesla being worth a lot of money and being worth basically zero.
So the lie that you've been pushing since at least 2016, when you said that full self-driving was ready basically now, was curiously the one that would make Tesla worth a lot of money as opposed to essentially being worth zero. And just so we're clear, Musk has been claiming smart summon works since 2016, almost a decade ago. Tesla drives itself, no human input at all, through urban streets to highway to streets, then finds a parking spot. And boy should he know how the car did it all by itself, as he was personally the one who oversaw faking the video. And adds, when searching for parking, the car reads the signs to see if it's allowed to park there, which is why it skipped the disabled spot. When you want the car to return, tap summon on your phone and it will eventually find you, even if you're on the other side of the country, using the automated solid metal snake charger. And in the 8 years since Musk tweeted this,
W tip donated $2. How... Oh wait, W. They added tip to the end. Weird. How will Superhuman Dance cope with this Thunderfoot video? LMAO dude, it went big time into Tesla stock. I warned him. Everybody warned him. I think it was obvious Tesla was going nowhere and was about to start losing money. I don't know, man. What's he been up to anyway? It's hilarious how much of a fucking Tesla fanboy he is. Let me see if he's... That is an amazing, amazing drawing. He hasn't uploaded in 2 years. That's too bad. He's a funny guy. Thanks for the donation, W. Masab, new Pierce interview is good for later. Yeah, we're gonna react to it.
The solid metal snake charger has never been mentioned again. Basically, full self-driving is like asking a 10-year-old to drive your car.
Crying out loud, there's a kid driving the car!
I mean, sure, they can keep it on the road most of the time, but there's a good reason why we don't give 10-year-olds driving licenses. You have to supervise your 10-year-old 100% of the time.
This is like a pure AI system and get a ton of them out onto the street so the service can actually work. If you're requiring people...
Holy shit, you just blew through that stoplight?
Yeah. Oh, that wasn't good.
Like, that's crazy.
I
was a little freaked out right there, I'm not gonna lie.
Dude, it is crazy how this is allowed on the road.
Yeah, that wasn't good.
Like, you could kill somebody.
Holy shit, what's going on here?
Look, it's just a lot less stressful to just drive the car yourself rather than nervously waiting to see if full self-driving has spotted that oncoming truck or not. And if it hasn't, that you will only have a fraction of a second to intervene to not die.
You just need really good AI. You just need really good intelligence. And you saw like all...
BG says Tesla doesn't sell many cars. The Model Y SUV has been the best-selling, most popular car for over 2 years. Ah, fuck. There we go. Ford Escape, Subaru, Mazda, Jeep, Subaru, Toyota, Ford, Honda, Civic, Hyundai, Chevy, Toyota, Tesla Model 3. Where are you getting... It's not. Yeah, what are you fucking talking about? It's nowhere near the fucking top. It's nowhere near the fucking top of the list. Tesla Model Y to be crowned world's best-selling vehicle of 2023. It doesn't even... How? Knocks Toyota off top spot. Is this in, like, one category or something? Like a crossover or some shit? Crowned for world's best-selling vehicle in 2023, with the Model Y securing the top spot across the majority of global makers. Despite only being found in 2003, blah, 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 while small number of markets, something, something. Best-selling car, 2023. Okay, so they just barely beat the Toyota Corolla for one single model for the Model Y. That doesn't mean across their entire lineup that they actually have a big market share. Okay, so you were right. The Model Y was the best selling. But, like, barely. And again, every other manufacturer Tesla can't compete with. It's just the one model.
All the extra sensors, all the extra hardware, all the extra cost to get the Waymo to run. And
Indeed, Tesla themselves have shifted away from calling it full self-driving. They now call it supervised full self-driving.
Since the launch of full self-driving, supervised full self-driving, it's become very clear that the vision-based approach...
Yeah, I hate to be a stickler for the English language, but if it needs to be supervised, it's not full self-driving. But if you want the admission straight from Musk's mouth that full self-driving will kill you, well, remember when Musk gave his pledge that they would never settle an unjust case against them, even if they would probably lose. Well, guess who just settled a full self-driving lawsuit against them about someone who trusted what Musk said, that the product was going to be safer than a human. Now, in
relatively easy, and like a Model S and Model X at this point can drive autonomously with greater safety than a person right now.
About 2 years after
that is not true.
This, the autopilot feature of the Tesla turned the vehicle left out of the designated lane and drove it straight into a concrete highway median, killing the guy. Some 8 years later, full self-driving is intended for use with a fully attentive driver who has their hands on the wheel and is prepared to take over at any moment. And under full self-driving capability, full self-driving features require active driver supervision and do not make the vehicle autonomous. Like not full self-driving. And in this court case, Musk's defense was that this video from 2016 might have been a deepfake. Because those were totally a thing in 2016. Musk's legal defense was basically,
I didn't do it.
at which point the guy who gave his personal pledge that they would never settle an unjust lawsuit against them said that they were going to settle the lawsuit that full self-driving was responsible for killing this guy. And Tesla's exit strategy for making Tesla hugely profitable is saying, imagine that legal liability, but for like every car that we've ever made.
But next year, for sure, we will have over 1 million robo-taxis on the road.
And what's crazy is that here we are, some 5 years on, and Musk has just announced his brand new strategy to save Tesla is the exact same plan they had 5 years ago, but this time to save themselves from some liability. They're calling it supervised full self-driving. Oh, and in the latest earnings call, yeah, it's exactly the same bump about how this mythical product will make everyone instantly rich, just like it did in 2019. Yeah, they've got nothing. But before moving on, just a few other words on other cases that Elon Musk and Tesla have settled. They settled cases saying that Tesla had a racist work environment. About fraud accusation, they settled against defamation charges that Musk had basically accused a short seller of almost killing a security guard, and settled the lawsuit that said that Musk had asked for sexual favors from a flight attendant in exchange for a horse. In fact, prediction time. Remember when Musk said he was going to revolutionize?
Sneed Kumar Burgess, can you react to these psychic cringe videos? It's my birthday and it would make me moist, so please.
Sure, I can watch that.
You have a question for Psychic Tita? Stand on up.
This is a question that's it's very important to me about my song. I've written the song, and I want more than anything else this one wish for this my song, because I sang it for my dad before, just a week before he passed on. And he liked it, and he said he was going to be listening for it. And he didn't know he was going to pass the next week, and I didn't. And the song, it's like it was meant to be, just meant to be written. And I want to know, is there any future for it? Am I ever going to get anywhere with it, to have it recorded by anybody where it's going to be played on the radio?
Not until he learns a certain lesson. He has to own up to some of the things he's done.
My father? Oh, I don't understand what you mean.
Well,
I mean, he passed away. He was a very good man.
well, reincarnation.
But now, how does that affect my song, though?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well.
I was wondering, because I wrote the song and I sang it for him, but is there any hope for my song that I is anybody going to ever record it nationwide that is going to be heard?
This is a stupid question and the dumbest answer to the stupid question.
Heard on the radio.
He'll be back, you know, he'll reincarnate. And he probably, when did he die?
A year ago, November.
He probably hasn't come back yet in another life.
I don't think she did.
She's wondering about her song.
You look tired. New Frank's stuffed of you?
Yeah, that's because I am tired. Frank Tufano. He has 3 new shorts, it appears. Let's see.
The reason grounding can be detrimental is because the Earth stores non-native frequencies from the surrounding area, aka unnatural energy. So
What the fuck does that mean? I don't think Frank understands things like the electromagnetic spectrum still, to this day.
if you're on a beach and there's not much electrical infrastructure, you're fine. When you go out and stand on that Earth, you're set to neutral and it's the proper resonance and you're grounding in a healthy way. But if you're like in New York City, where there's an immense amount of electrical infrastructure, then the Earth is more negatively charged. So when you step
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that makes no sense.
in Central Park and think you're grounding and being healthy, you're actually going super, super negative, which is arguably more beneficial to your health than not grounding at all, at least for a period of time. It's not something you can do all day. So unfortunately, you can't plug yourself into your apartment ground. You can't go grounding in Central Park. Maybe it's okay for an hour to a day, but you got to try to get out of the city.
This guy is psychotic. He thinks walking around outside in bare feet is bad for you because electrical infrastructure makes the ground more negatively charged? Like, that's his explanation for this?
Grounding, also known as earthing, is a health secret that a lot of people don't know about. And to explain it as simply as possible is that we are energetic beings. Our bodies build up a positive charge when not being in touch with the Earth, which has a negative charge. So when lightning
I don't even think that's true. Earth is electrically neutral, but the crust is negatively charged and interior of Earth is positively charged. In clouds, we have negative charge over its upper face and positive charge over its lower face. So Earth's surface and clouds' lower face have opposite charges and they face each other. Maybe that is true.
strikes the Earth, it's giving it electrons, negative energy. And when we are in physical contact with the raw Earth, we enter a neutral balance. When we're not in contact with the Earth, our charge builds up and up and up. And the word positive sounds like a good thing, but it's not, because you're building up all this electricity and you're not discharging it until you get in touch with the Earth. So if you have...
Is the human... The outermost electrons in the atom are loosely bound and can separate away from the rest of the atom roam freely in the body. Since an atom is electrically neutral with equal quantities of positive and negative charges, the body as such is also neutral. Human body is neutrally charged. You feel static charge because the hairs on your skin gets positively or negatively charged when rubbed. Yeah, that's just nonsense.
Have access to, an area that's very, very beneficial and necessary to do this every day, especially trying to get out of an urban environment if you live in the city. Living by the beach is probably the healthiest place because you have such convenient access to grounding, being in touch with the earth, fresh air, the ocean breeze, and sunlight. Granted, it's actually nice outside, but if it's not a sunny day, people aren't going to drive or travel just to go walking and breathing in some air. They don't understand how important that is from an overall health perspective, how you feel. And just, having a beach house over here, being able to walk outside and do this every morning, even if it's just for 10, 15, 20 minutes, it would be such a blessing. I unfortunately do not have a beach house, but given the opportunity, I actually have a few days break out here. This is really, really nice, and it got me thinking because most people can't ground in their urban environments and cities, and they can't fix their air quality. So it's two things that are almost irreplaceable, that are key for our health, that we can't do. And the sun is a whole different story, but not nearly as hard to get.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
That was genuinely one of the dumbest things I've ever fucking heard, dude. This is hard to explain, but I just got like a really, really strong urge to kill myself. I'm not going to do it, but I don't know, something about Frank's stupidity, it just makes me want to fucking kill myself. That was hard. That was just hard to tolerate.
She wrote a song and she wants to know if it's going to get recognition.
You have to get out there, knock on doors.
Oh, I am. It's all the doors are closed.
Now, she's read for celebrities such as The Saturdays and Gwyneth Paltrow, making Essex girl Jane Wallace one of the UK's most celebrated psychics.
Well, today Jane claims that she can reveal key personality traits about our 3 mystery celebrities just by holding objects that belong to them. So if you grab a hold of that one there, and what do you say about the person?
Can I just say something quickly? I haven't read for Gwyneth Paltrow.
Oh, have you not?
Oh,
you should.
I don't know where I should.
Yes,
Yes, if
you
you're there,
should.
Gwyneth, come visit. But yeah, I just wanted to say that. So
Yes, that came from your press.
My press?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
See, never read your own press. This is our first mystery celebrity.
I feel a real strong creativity with her. She's passionate.
You know it's a her?
Yep, it's a
a
feminine
ladies' watch.
Yes, of
Ladies'
course.
watch, right?
Feel real strong passion. She's driven, she's artistic, she's creative. I get words and writing. And she's not flamboyant, she's very sophisticated. But I feel there's a very strong sort of flamboyance about her.
Okay.
And an amazing friend. She's very loyal. And I feel with her very much what you see is what you get.
What you see is what you get.
No
Loyal.
warts and all.
Right.
She's as you see her,
So,
that's how
so
she
career,
is.
what sort of career?
Career-wise, I'm going to say either
anything.
writing, creative. So she's somebody, either she's got a book or it feels almost feeling of writing. I don't feel actress. I just feel I want to write, or she's very good with psychology.
Okay.
Ah,
So she's quite analytical in a way and a very, very deep thinker.
Anything else that would pinpoint her for her to say, oh yes, that's a very personal thing?
I think home life is happy. She's really great. She's a good person. Let's see.
Let's bring this person
I'm
in.
not good at
In you
hitting
come.
cameras.
Who is that person?
It's a man.
And it is. It's a man.
But he is a woman. Oh, I don't mean that rudely.
It's a man.
Are you
In you
gentle
come.
and sensitive?
Welcome. Come and take a seat.
Well, I think that proves he's either gay or trans.
A seat, Lionel.
So obviously,
lovely to see you.
are
So
not
major gender
a female.
issue there.
No,
and,
not at all.
And so what? Writing?
No.
No, don't write.
Totally wrong.
No, wrong there. What were the other things that you mentioned?
I don't know, what did you mean?
Family life.
Family, well, I've been married
Sensitive,
45
gentle.
years.
Yeah.
I've got 3 children.
Please draw Goku ripping off Guts' head. Goku is saying Berserk sucks. Guts is also pooping.
Okay, I can do that for you. Let me see here. Ugh. Ugh. Goku ripping off Guts' head. Alright. Sand hair is really fucking weird. I don't know. Something like that. I'm doing this just from memory. What does the turtle school sign look like? Eh. Yeah, that looks exactly like Goku. The resemblance is uncanny. Is it his right eye or his left eye that's cut out? It's his right eye. Okay. Actually, that's a little too far to the into his head, I think. Um. I guess he has to have his Dragon Slayer on his back, right? Um. And he's also pooping. Okay, there's my drawing of Goku ripping off Guts' head, and Guts is also pooping. Hope you enjoyed that drawing. Thanks for the donation, Gay Hentai Poop. Jane's donated $2. Is this guy a real healer? Let me take a look.
What's your name? John. Daniel. It's funny because when he was praying for you, it was like I saw something delivered, right? But I felt like there was something with a court case from the past. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going somewhere. I saw an angel delivering this court case, right? And I saw you unsealing the letter that was coming. I want to tell you that the Lord is saying you're about to receive grace for the case.
That's real, man. I appreciate it.
I feel like the Lord is wanting me to remind you, don't forget what he told you to do with music.
What?
Mic drop, mic drop.
Wow.
It's good. And do, I like that.
But do it for the Lord, and he's going to bless it. And also what I saw for you, what's your name? I can tell that
This seems very racist.
there's been some fear of you being absent and being alone. And I feel like the Lord wants me to let you know that you're not going to be left alone. You're not going to be absent in this situation. Is that right?
Yo, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. With this is Jesus. He sees us when nobody's looking, right? You know, one moment can change.
He just assumed a black guy with tattoos has some sort of criminal case and is into music. That just sounds racist to me. Another one.
A real demon will not say Jesus Christ is God.
Jesus is not God.
Turn around.
I'm free. I don't understand this. I'm free.
You're free.
Yes.
Who's your Lord and Savior?
Jesus.
Jesus who?
No.
Always test the spirit. A real demon will not say Jesus Christ is God.
Jesus is not God.
How did you get in?
Husband.
Ooh. Is the husband here?
No, jail.
Oh. She doesn't want you anymore, does she?
No.
That means you're illegal.
Yes.
That means you're in a place that you shouldn't be.
Yes.
I command this spirit spouse that tried to destroy her marriage. Now God says her marriage will be restored. Go ahead and leave her. Leave her. Leave her.
Well, that's very, very retarded.
Some psychics go so far as...
Yeah.
I lost my boyfriend tragically.
Yeah. 3 grandchildren.
Yeah.
And when my mother died, she only left a little bit of money.
See, he said it, I weren't allowed to say it. That was
Yeah.
what I was linking with. So.
And anyway, the money that I wasn't going to spend it, I bought that watch.
That's maybe why it's gentle and
That's
feminine.
a lovely story. But that was a major miss, I have to say.
Major miss.
Couldn't
I'm
have
sorry.
been further wrong there.
Hi Lorraine. Hello. Hello there. It's Rebecca. I want to talk about career matters and work with you. Is that the sort of main thing at the moment?
No, not at the moment, no.
All right, so I don't know if you're teaching or something like that, but seems to be dealing with quite a lot of children, but they're older children as opposed to younger children. But it's not just the children, it's adults as well. About going back to it though?
Well, I haven't really thought about it at the moment.
Is your mother in the spirit world?
No.
Is mother-in-law in the spirit world? I've got mother.
My mom likes Trump and I was talking to her about it and the convo devolved into whether she would prefer a President Biden or Trump dictator and she said Trump. Then she said Biden wouldn't leave the White House if he lost. How TF do I even respond?
Biden wouldn't leave the White House if he lost. Where is she getting that idea? Like, was he the one who tried to, commit an insurrection? Like, your mom is too far gone. She's retarded. Like, just... You're arguing with somebody who's just dumb as shit. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
No. Here.
No.
Is there anyone else you used to call Mum? Or was known to the family as Mum by? It's Mum, and she won't give me any more information. She just keeps calling Mum and giving me March birthday passing anniversary with her.
No.
Someone who always wanted a son. So it's someone that didn't want a son. Or didn't have a son, sorry, but wanted one.
There's $1 million cash prize for anyone who can demonstrate supernatural powers. Let's meet contestant number 1.
My name is Jesse Bravo, and I'm a stockbroker by day.
Joke poker donate tellers more healing. Let me see.
Thank you, Jesus. God's gonna free you right now. I command now, every mute spirit must leave this boy on 3, and every demonic spirit in this boy, in Jesus' name. 1, 2, 3. Out now, in Jesus' name.
It's called autism. You cannot exercise autism.
Jesus, he couldn't do that before. He couldn't do that before. He couldn't speak. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! That was Jesus. Jesus made it so you can speak now, huh?
Oh, that's rough. This guy is a real healer. Let me see. Video unavailable. Let me see if I can find different upload of this. Yeah, the video is just unavailable in my country. Thanks for the donation, Joker. Appreciate it.
But by night, I'm a psychic and I speak to dead people.
Here are the rules for Jesse's test. 12 envelopes. Inside, photos of 11 random living people and one very famous dead person. To win, Jesse has to locate that dead person 9 out of 12 times.
Hi, Jesse. Like a game show. Go ahead. Thank you very much.
The odds of winning by luck are about 1 in a million, but Jesse, of course, isn't counting on luck.
What I tried to ask is, whoever is gone, will you please just show me which envelope they're sort of contained in?
You believe that's a dead person? Are you ready?
But the spirits didn't answer. Jesse's first pick was this girl, and she's very much alive.
There is recent study claiming bioresonance therapy has efficacy for treating major depressive disorder. Please evaluate.
Let me see. Bioresonance therapy. What the fuck even is that? This reminds me of the Scientology thing. The fuck even is it? Measure the frequency of energy wavelengths coming from the body. Yeah, dude, this is Scientology shit. Let me see if this is a Scientology thing. Did Scientologists make this up? Energy medicine. So this is on Wikipedia. Spiritual healing redirects here. Spiritual healing. Energy medicine is a branch of alternative medicine based on pseudoscientific belief that healers can channel healing energy into a patient and affect positive results. Not seeing any link to Scientology, but it reminds me of the things they make you hold. Uh, 140 patients suffering from depression divided into 3 groups. First group, 40 patients received solely bioresonance therapy. Second group received pharmacological treatment with antidepressants combined with bioresonance therapy. Third group received solely pharmacological... Okay, this is just a... I'm not even going to bother reading this. This is a scam. I don't know what the... There has to be a... The authors declare no conflict of interest. The study's bullshit. It's not a placebo-controlled trial. So they didn't give people bioresonance therapy and then give them a sham bioresonance therapy where they just told them to hold, you know, the stupid things, and then they didn't actually do the treatment. They just gave people
Have you seen this? Wow.
I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, wow. So the study is just bullshit. It's not placebo controlled, and you would expect somebody given an additional treatment would perceive a benefit. So if you're told, oh, you're going to be given this bioresonance therapy that supposedly improves depression, you'd expect that people would have some sort of benefit from it due to placebo. So this wasn't placebo controlled. So this is just fucking garbage. Show me a placebo controlled trial. Right now, I think this is just horseshit. Thanks for the donation though, Frank Tufano.
98leonardo@gmail.com. Step
All right, well, I'm not going to show it on
98leonardo@gmail.com. Step 1 is to get erect. You cannot put a condom on if you are not erect. You can get an erection by thinking of someone. We're going to place it in a way. Roll it slowly down the top for really gay, and I've only asked for.
Okay, that guy's penis isn't that big, but I guess it gets the job done. Thanks for the donation, wow. Joker Poker donated $2. Go to 104. He heals a man with sickle cell. You cannot get rid of sickle cell anemia. 104.45.
Yeah, he got sickle cell anemia.
Oh, sickle cell.
Yeah, so he has like.
You know, I prayed for a guy one time. He was supposed to go to the hospital. He came to the meeting instead, and he got healed, man. So you can't walk without them.
No, he has wounds. Yeah, he has wounds on his feet because of it. So it hurts. And, yeah.
Look at me. Lord Jesus, I thank you for this man. I pray right now in Jesus' name, have mercy on your son. Lord, for your glory, I curse this sickle cell at its root. I command this demonic thing that has made you suffer for so long. I command it to come up and off of your body now. Yeah, leave this man. Leave him. Leave his body, you demonic spirit. You demonic spirit. Your time in him is up.
Like, in this day and age that somebody's doing this, we know what causes sickle cell. It's not caused by a demonic spirit. You can't get rid of it.
Time in him is up. It's done. It's done. You're going to leave him once and for all, you witchcraft spirit. You let him go. You let him go for the glory of Jesus. Yeah, for the glory of Jesus. He will live and not die. He will proclaim the good news of Jesus. He will walk. He will prophesy. He will preach the gospel. He will stand clear and testify of the goodness of God in his life. I command every demonic thing, loose him all the way. Loose him all the way. Every sickle cell attack, you've been cursed. He will walk without pain. He will run without pain. He will no longer suffer. I command strength in his wounds, strength in his body, right now, in Jesus' name. In Jesus' name. In Jesus' name. Who is he to you?
My boyfriend.
Your boyfriend.
We want to get married, but this sickness is kind of.
It's don't worry. You're about to see something pretty cool. What happened? How do you feel? Do you feel better?
This has to be a scam. Why did he have crutches? Sickle cell anemia doesn't make you have to have crutches.
Better than before? Give me those crutches. Crowd feet completely.
How about this one? Double-blind placebo. Bioresonance significantly outperforms placebo as a smoking cessation lol. Please evaluate.
Carger. I don't know if this is a legitimate journal. Evidence for the efficacy of a bioresonance method in smoking cessation pilot study. 2014. Prospective placebo-controlled double-blind parallel group study involving 190 smokers, so it's not randomized. 1 week. Success rate in the Verum group differed significantly from the results in the placebo group. Also, the subjective health condition after treatment and subjective assessment of efficacy pulled after 1 week were significantly more positive among participants in the active bioresonance therapy group. It's interesting. The one issue is this was not randomized. They did do a placebo control. I don't know. I've never heard of this journal before. No conflict of interest. Maybe there's something to it. I'd have to see a bit more evidence, but maybe there's something to it. Thanks for the donation, Frank Tufano. Did you know Eric Berg is a Scientologist? Yeah, known for a while. What's funny is, before any of that became public, I did a video on Eric Berg where I mentioned Scientology. There had to have been, like, something of this video. There had to have been something in my mind that recognized Eric Berg was a Scientologist without me, like, consciously knowing. That was one of the most amazing fucking things ever. Hi there, guys. Have any of you heard of the Church of Scientology? I'm doing free stress tests today. Before we begin, I am a prophet. I don't know how the fuck I knew he was a Scientologist. It's so fucking weird. Fitness. Hi there. Would any of you be interested in finding out what actually causes heart disease? What's funny is Eric Berg responded to this video. He made a mention of it when he was interviewing Frank Tufano. He must have been freaked out because he was never public about his Scientology, and his son didn't come out publicly yet. So he must have, like, I must have really freaked him out, because there's no way of me knowing this. Oh no, I'm not a Scientologist. I'm a doctor. Some of you may have heard of me through my YouTube channel, Dr. Eric Berg, and I see that a few of you are a little concerned that eating Scientologists might put you at greater risk of heart disease because...
SSJ4 Goku.
Let me see. Yes, that is Super Saiyan 4 Goku, indeed. Super Saiyan 4 was really cool. I wish they had kept it canon. Because it would make sense if some of the higher Super Saiyan levels, they'd get in... I don't know, they'd combine their weird monkey Uzaru form So it was a good idea. Thanks for the donation, Lord Gaines Doodles. Oh, you want me to draw it? My bad. Just give me a second. Because of the cholesterol, well, you might be interested to know that having high cholesterol doesn't actually put you at greater risk of heart disease. Now, if you... Dude, this is just so great.
Dustin Ashkoftand, Shetamis Havid Faramushat Konim? Tamaraz Zobis Argushibid Arkadi, B Marches Hayi Yod. Daddy K Pishazin Hatta, Fi Crash Raham Narkadabudim. Biomedidida, Dusty Dano Bibak. Mahi Kuluazab Sharpain, Amodo Ofta.
I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, Mandalam.
Bioresonance therapies in holistic medicine and studies were huge in the early 2000s in Germany, of course heavily influenced by East Asian, Indian horseshit. The idea of magnetic/energy fields having some influence in health is interesting to me is all.
Yeah, I mean, I just need to see more evidence. If you can show me a series of randomized trials showing efficacy, then, you know, I'd believe it, but I don't know. It seems kind of fishy to me. Thanks for the donation, though, Frank Tufano. Coming from someone who went to school to follow a religious cult. So as you can all see from my test results, my coronary artery calcium score is 0, and I'm eating plenty of saturated fat and cholesterol every day. So there's no way Scientologists are giving you heart disease. You don't deserve to live. Children. So I hope that gave you a good impression of Eric Berg and his overall content. Legal disclaimer says, you should only listen to real doctors. If anyone is telling you to eat butter because it's a health food that will help you live longer, whether they're a doctor or not, I hope you all have the common sense to not take their advice. I require more children. You must all bring me more children. All I'm doing is challenging you to a martial arts competition, okay?
Where the hell is he? Gotta find him.
Alright, draw Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Let me try my best. I think I'll use this pen. Or was it this one? Yeah, I think that one. Yeah. I think his eyebrow might need to be bigger. So weird pen. I don't know why this pen is like this. I like it for drawing smoother lines, but it's hard to like fill in like colors and stuff. Let's see.
You're a fucking bitch-ass nigger faggot boy. How about do something exciting and stop putting us all to fucking sleep? You wonder why not as many donations come through as much recently? It's 'cause your content is trash. You are trash. Keys jury and writer.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for that advice. Appreciate the donation. At least now I know. I think his eyebrow's at the wrong angle. There we go. Very steep angles for these eyes. Okay, and I think I still don't like this eyebrow. Yeah, a little better.
I just found out Carlton Loth had his bodybuilding career ended by a chiropractor. I knew someone with his potential wouldn't disappear for no reason.
Really? Let me take a look. Carlton Loth, young Australian bodybuilder, required a vertebral fusion after visiting Cairo for the first time. About a year ago, Carlton Loth had posted a photo of himself post-surgery after no posting on Instagram for a while. As it turns out, he went to a chiropractor for the first time. When he was adjusted, the chiropractor ended up injuring his vertebral column. That ended up requiring a vertebrae fusion. That's a really, really serious surgery.
Clap clap. Pussy clap clap. I'm squatted down with my legs wide open looking at my daddy sideways. Where's my simp saga? SSSSSSSSSSS yeah. LSD do you like it when you see me clap my pussy?
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Sundus. I had a friend who had a vertebrae fusion, and he was still in a lot of back pain, and he couldn't like tie up his shoes. I know we talk a lot about them being professional vertebrae artery dissectors, but before this I had not read about injuries to the bone like this. Obviously don't know him personally, but followed him for a while. Pains me to see him hurt like this in the dream. Successfully working cord trash. Yeah, dude, never ever go to a chiropractor. It's fucking stupid. Go see a physiotherapist. That is serious. Like, holy fuck, dude. Yeah, chiropractors are not doctors, and, yeah, they'll fuck your shit up. That is messed up. That is seriously messed up. Thanks for the donation, dude. Appreciate it. Let me see. I think the hair is going to be hard to do. Sand hair is so fucking stupid. Let me see. Those proportions are fucked. Can't get his face proportions right. Something like this. I think I'd have to move his ear up. Whatever. Let me see. Imagine if somebody had this type of hair in real life.
So I watched every single debate you've had with Destiny and you lost every single one. Is he just hard to debate? Does he avoid tough questions? What is it for you that makes it difficult? Also, Destiny is a beta male. Have a great night, SBC King.
I don't think I've lost every debate with Destiny. He's not a dumb guy. And I think one of the more difficult things with him is just being unprepared with what type of answer he's going to give. Because some of the shit he says is just wild and totally out of left field, and you just don't know how to fucking, like, take it all in. Like, he was saying, it's okay to, like, just straight up torture and murder animals for, like, no fucking reason just because you feel like it. Like, I've never seen anybody, you know, say something that wild, and I was kind of, like, beside myself with, like, okay, I guess. I guess you could call him a beta male, like, whatever. Thanks for the donation, dude. I really like drawing. It's pretty relaxing. Kind of like it when people ask me to draw something serious so I can actually, like, try and sort of develop my skills. I think I'm definitely better at drawing, like, anime type stuff. Just doesn't require insane photorealistic detail. Okay, and this is where his shoulder starts. Whoops.
Bro, WTF. I just finished watching a Netflix documentary about gut health. One part of the film is about fecal transplants and their benefits. One subject decided on her own to grind up her brother's large turd she kept in the fridge. Blue.
Yeah, like, fecal transplants do work. They're weird. Like, you know, injecting somebody's poop into you is kind of a strange kind of thing, but they do work. It is a thing. Thanks for the donation, dude. I wouldn't take Netflix documentaries all that seriously, though. I don't know how accurate, like, scientifically it is.
Can you draw Paul Saladino slurping Sean Baker's cum off the ground with air bubbles saying other cheese? Then draw Sean Baker using his own dick like a hunting rifle and shooting cum at Big Titty Gabrielle Leon, the carnivore chick, on her face.
Sure, I can do that for you. Just let me finish this drawing request first. I'll do that for you. Thanks for the donation, dude. Almost done here. Whatever. There you go. That's my quick drawing of Goku Super Saiyan 4. Hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation, dude. Wait. Oh, drawing requests are $5, Black Lotus. If you give me another $2, I can draw the Paul Saladino thing for you. Thanks for the donation, man.
Attempt 2.
You ready? This one is a live person.
Strike 2. He was supposed to find Elvis Presley.
Elvis Presley.
We know he's dead, right?
Absolutely. I'm considered very good at what I do, and boy, am I bombing.
Yep. You believe that this is a dead person?
I'm hoping so.
After another failure,
A live person.
A live person.
Internally, I was crumbling.
it's Jesse Bravo's last chance.
Here's the rest for the drawing.
Okay, Black Lotus. I shall draw that for you. Slurping Sean Baker's cum off the ground with a air bubble saying, "Ah, the cheese." Okay. Let me see. I'm using the wrong pen.
You forgot to read my $2 dono under the same name. Pay attention.
Sorry about that. Let me see. Ass Cramp Jack. My name is Asa, and I like to eat Asa off my girlfriend's sundaes because she has fungus. Oh god, it's humongous. I suck. Yeah, I suck. I suck so much that I suck the fuck. Out of a cuck's butt suck. Wait, to fuck, I spit whack rhymes all the time, no lie, I really try, okay, bye. Those are some fire rhymes. Thanks for the donation, dude. And Paul Saladino. The cheese. Okay, Black Lotus, you gave me like 2 drawing requests that I can't do in one photo, so I'll draw the first part of your drawing request where Sean Baker is shooting cum on the ground and Paul Saladino is lapping it up saying, "Ah, the cheese." So there you go. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Wow, that was very direct. Well, that one very strongly, I'm guessing.
I'm trying different techniques.
Okay. This one is?
It's live.
Think?
Yeah.
You're right. It's live.
Jesse may have failed, but he says the problem wasn't with him. It was with the test itself.
Asking an envelope, an inanimate object, to answer a question, it's a really tough thing to do. And maybe there's other people that can do that.
Spirits? I bring energy in and yeah, from the angelic realms. We will work with what we have here.
20 minutes of mixing and matching later, Georgia has chosen a palm print for each bio.
Okay. Excellent. Can I get you all to stand, please?
It's her $1 million moment of truth.
I'm going to ask you to look at the bios that are on your sheets, please. If this is your bio...
Not sure if this kind of funny or just straight cringe.
Let me see.
Square Park, and why don't you talk about Star Wars? The Empire did nothing wrong!
Oh, so this guy is a pro-Palestinian whack job. Big fucking surprise. Jesus. I don't think the thing works for Instagram videos.
Alderaan was being used as a base to house the Rebel Alliance. That is why Darth Vader had to destroy it. The Mandalorian uses Baby Yoda as a human shield. The Empire got the Hutts to start paying taxes.
1948, 5 Arab countries attacked Israel. They lost in a war.
What does that have to do with Star Wars? Senator Palpatine had...
Like this guy is giving him a cogent response to what he's saying, and then he just ignores it, and then keeps doing this nonsensical spiel that makes no fucking sense.
To disband the Senate. I mean, it was just filled with secret Rebel Alliance people. No one wants to talk about the atrocities that Saw Gerrera committed. The Empire cared more...
By the way, if he did this at a pro-Palestinian rally, he'd probably be attacked. They'd like literally attack him, steal his sign, shove him away, and he'd have to call the cops.
More about Baby Yoda than the Mandalorian.
Those young ones.
Yeah, I don't think
They struck first.
they struck. No, it's.
This guy's an idiot.
The Empire did nothing wrong. Moff Tarkin blew up Alderaan. The liberal media is not going to tell you that. The Rebel Alliance kidnaps children and they indoctrinate them. We're going to talk about Star Wars. Wait, is there a Star Wars area? Wait, there's a special area to talk about Star Wars. The Mandalorian uses Baby Yoda as a human shield. How are they doing? We're going to talk about Star Wars. Some people
Well, they did it bad.
just don't want to talk about Star Wars. I was talking about Star Wars. You're from Fox News?
I'm going to be on Fox tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, so...
Yeah, this guy's a jackass.
Bio, I want you to turn it towards the camera. Not yet. If it's not your
I don't like how those protesters responded. They shouldn't do that, but that guy's a fucking asshole.
bio, I want you to crumple it up. Now.
Crumpling. Everyone wrong.
No, you didn't get everyone. You got one right. You got one right, but you did not get the $1 million.
No.
You weren't just a little off, you were very off.
Yeah.
How convinced are you that you're going to win $1 million?
I'm convinced. I have great confidence in my abilities.
Here are the rules for Paula's test. She'll be given the 12 biographies. Then she'll do a tarot card reading on each subject. To win, she has to match the person to the correct bio 9 out of 12 times. Paula gets in the hot seat and starts her first reading.
So I see that you're a person that's ambitious. You're involved in your work situation. You feel like you could be making more money. Okay, I'm going to go with this one.
And this is your final answer?
Yes.
She's just chosen the bio for the 12th and final subject. On Banachek's signal...
Now. It looks like you've got one right. I'm so sorry. You do not get the $1 million.
So this doesn't make you think twice as to whether or not you're psychic?
No. I still believe I'm psychic.
This gold watch here. So, you know, I'm going to want to ask him, what is it that means something to me in this room? It's not hidden anywhere. We've not tried to be tricky about it. Just tell me about this gold watch. If he says that, then we've got an interesting story.
What would be the one thing he could tell me? And it was an object. Was it a toy car, please? Is that what you're going to give me? That's what I want to do. The object in the room. I'll give you that much. So the object's here, somewhere in the room. I'm not going to start looking around, because if I say, like, it's that, you've put the thought in there. I'm not saying it's in the room. So all you have to do is, if it's definitely here and you're channeling now, all you would have to do is go, it is, It's you. It's you. It's nothing else. There's an object that was. I'm not picking up any object. My mind would say that. My head would pick up that, but I don't think it is. That's my head picking that up. I haven't looked around your room, so I don't know what it is. I really don't. I'm not going to start milking it and say what it could be. If I had to have a guess, if it wasn't that, it was that chair. That's it. No. No, I'm not picking it up. Do you need to touch the items? What's that?
Is it a mirror?
Very.
I know.
Tragically,
This was a great one.
a few years ago, they never found him. And I've had such a hard time since. Every day.
The reason why you didn't find him is
If you ever feel like you're living under a rock, just remember it took me 24 years to realize Janet Jackson is Michael Jackson's sister. By the way, I'm 24.
That's weird, because they both have the same last name, and they even look the same. They literally even look alike. Like, they look related. Yeah, that is really odd. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
Do an impression of a dinosaur roaring for 10 seconds. Really make shrieking dinosaur vocals.
Okay, I will try my best. I don't know. That's my best T-Rex. Thanks for the donation, the dino guy.
It's because he's in water. And find him in water, it's like the girl that's missing in Aruba.
Daryl donated $2. Would you say that women who complain about going 50-50 when it comes to bills in relationships are freeloaders? Probably. Lots of the time, these are the women who like to brag about how strong and independent they are. There is a huge, huge issue with women feeling entitled to things. I could understand if this were, like, a few decades ago, where women's career prospects were not the same as men's. So, like, the most you could ever be is a secretary or a flight attendant or, you know, something like that. But women's got the same rights as men's now, so you have just as much of an ability to earn money as a man does, and unless there's some sort of agreement in the relationship that, okay, I'm gonna, like, stay at home and take care of the kids and take care of the house, and obviously if you have those sorts of responsibilities, you can't earn as much money as the man can. It would make sense if finances weren't, you know, divided equally, but...
Ripped me off. Now you die. Dance.
Okay, I'll dance to this for a while. Thanks for the donation, Black Lotus. Yeah, but if a chick is going to school, working, has a career, I don't know why it's expected for you to pay for all of her shit or most of her shit. You know, it just doesn't make sense. It's fucking stupid. I would avoid... If I went on a date with a girl and I knew she has a decent job, so, like, especially if they have a relatively high-paying job, I would deliberately make it a point that she pays for her meal just to see how she reacts. Like, pays for her half of the date. And if she's like, oh, well, why should I have to pay? I'm not dating that chick again. I'm not going on a second date. Because, yeah, I don't want to deal with entitled fucking whack bitches, you know? Thanks for the donation, though, Daryl. All right. Oh. Why is that not staying up? That is not staying up. Okay. I'm gonna have to go pretty far back. Yeah, there's... God damn it, there's something wrong with my camera thing.
rocking to a Headshots production.
It's something about the girl that just makes my head wanna twirl. Oh, you got me want to tell all them other girls there's nothing else better on this world. The moment I seen her, I was in shock. So shocked to the things that I've just been shot. Shot down right down in this spot. But so precious doesn't happen to lie. Oh, baby, got me visualizing me on top of your what do you want? Was sweating a lot. Another time I cried before we would have to stop. Tonight she's not into that stuff a lot. Oh man, she's just super hot. I got some that's right on top of my head. So many she goes, so I have to stop. Ask some questions that I had in stock. She said she wants to take it slow.
All right.
React to this.
Ugh. Let me take a look.
A bipartisan pair of legislators are planning to introduce a bill that would use students' money, their tuition money, to send an anti-Semitism monitor to their campuses. Now, this bill is called, and bear with me here, College Oversight and Legal Updates Mandating Bias Investigations and Accountability Act, or Columbia Act. You know, you could just name your bill something normal. Like, you don't have to do the acronym. Like, it's
I feel like
pretty dumb. It's okay. It's okay. I get that they want to be clever and cute, but we're talking about having monitors on college campuses that are paid for through tuition money to root out specifically anti-Semitism, which, I mean, I just find this all really.
Jews are a protected class, and in the current political climate, anti-Semitism is a unique, specific issue. So I don't know why that would surprise her. Like, if a similar thing were happening to black students, would she have a problem with this?
Interesting, right? Because you have instances of students saying hateful things about random groups of people, and there's never been a call for government spies to like monitor the behavior of these students. But obviously this is just an overreaction to the protests that have been happening on college campuses across the country. But maybe I'm being unfair, Waz. I mean, you're in New York as we speak. I don't know if you've experienced any of the protests over at Columbia or anything like that, but do you think this is a big enough issue to call for?
They're chanting for the death of Jews. So yes, I'd say it's a big deal.
Or monitors.
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do.
I get, a huge amount of money from the Israeli lobby, or the Israel lobby, excuse me. And I want to show them that I'm working for that cash. Ricky Torres, who...
Okay, well, that's fucking stupid. Young Turks are insane anti-Semites.
You can't find somebody.
Well, it was September 11th. There was no, he was a fireman, but there was
no, see, I keep seeing him in water. Is there any way he could have drowned in water some way?
They never found a piece of him. Nothing.
From 9/11.
Because he says he couldn't breathe and he was filled with water. Well, if they were trying to put the fire out, Montel.
It could have, you know, yeah.
No, they won't find him, but honey, that's okay, because it doesn't matter if they find him or not, he's still over there.
I've been in business with this for over 30 years.
So we decided to see what would happen when we asked a psychic detective to help solve a missing persons case. Posing as the distraught brother of a missing child, we sent our producer, Charlie McElravy, to meet with Lori McQuarrie.
Hi, how are you? Very nice to meet you, Lori.
We showed her a photo of this missing girl, and she agreed to take the case for $400.
But I think it's solvable.
But what Lori didn't know was that the photo our producer gave her was actually a childhood photo of me. And obviously, I'm very much alive.
I don't believe she's alive. I'm sorry. I believe that it was a violent passing.
McQuarrie's sixth sense told her the girl was brutally murdered and sexually assaulted.
I think she was hit in the head with a rock.
But her visions didn't end there.
I think she can be brought home.
Pointing to a remote spot on this map, she even said she could help bring her body home.
And maybe even a mile or two from there.
The next day, McQuarrie sat down for an interview with me to talk about the work of psychic detectives.
I just had a gentleman in yesterday. 30 years ago, his sister disappeared.
She soon began talking about a recent case, but clearly her psychic abilities didn't tell her that I was the girl in the picture.
One of the first things I do in a case, Lisa, is I always make sure people know that if I feel the person is living or not.
So you'll always know,
Yes.
when you talk to a family member, when you start a case, you'll know if this person is dead or
Yes.
alive.
And that's the point, is that
Every time.
Yes.
But apparently her psychic abilities didn't see this coming.
Lori, I'm going to show you something.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Does this girl look familiar to you?
Yes, she does. I worked this case.
This is a girl who you said was beaten.
Do you think Anna could fit a fire hydrant in her butthole? Do you think Anna could mix pancake batter in her butthole and squirt out shapes on a pan? Do you think Anna's hole is stinkier than Christie's? Do you think Anna's butthole has little hairs on it?
Anna's Greek, right? So unless she shaves, yeah, she probably has hair on her butthole. I don't think she could fit a fire hydrant up her butthole. I don't think she could mix pancake batter in her butthole.
Richard, are you a determinist? According to Alex, who I shat my pants, and Ben Shapiro, if there is no God, there is no free will. They said it in their debate. Just wanted to get your thoughts on it.
I'm agnostic as to whether or not free will exists. I think more likely than not, it's the case that free will doesn't exist. But I'm agnostic. I also don't understand how the existence of a God would mean free will. So that makes no sense. We could live in a universe with a God who does not grant us free will. We could live in a universe where there's no God and there's no free will. We could live in a universe where there's no God and there is free will, and we could live in a universe where there's a God and there is free will. There's nothing about the existence of a God that determines free will. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley Jones. Appreciate it. So I don't think Anna could mix pancake batter in her butthole and squirt out shapes. I'm pretty sure Anna's butthole isn't quite as stinky as Christie's. Thanks for the donation. My ass has brown stuff on it.
And killed.
Okay.
This little girl is me. And you told somebody that she's dead.
Wait a minute. You didn't disappear?
I'm right here.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it?
How do you explain being completely
I can't
wrong?
explain it. I can't explain it.
You're charging them hundreds of dollars.
You know what, dear?
Hundreds of dollars. You're taking advantage of
Okay.
desperate people with a bunch of hocus pocus, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I think we'll go. Thank you. It's been an interesting experience.
I still want to make a video on that spirit box guy. I might do it tomorrow. Fucking hate that cunt. Fucking assholes who try to convince people that ghosts are real and they can talk to spirits. Fucking hate them. Existence of God proves free will because he made us as humans and thus we are not perfect. I don't know how that fucking logically follows we have free will.
You all have a lovely, lovely evening.
I invited 3 mediums to a one-time Victorian chocolate factory where they all channeled the name George, an evil fat man who was the factory's first manager.
She's given me the name of George.
And I got the name George.
Was it George?
It was George, yeah. The only trouble is that George is part of a made-up story that I planted on the Chocolate Factory website a week ago.
I feel like he was quite angry about something as well.
I think they might be cheating, and I'm curious to see if they'll repeat any more of my fake history.
It would be great if you could go into a trance.
Okay, I could probably go into semi-trance, but not a full trance.
George, did the horses hurt your legs, yes or no?
Astonishingly, Goldie has actually summoned the ghost of my made-up factory manager. Her deception is almost complete.
You okay, Goldie?
Oh, sorry.
You okay?
Yeah, I think so.
What I'd be really interested to get out of this is some surnames, if possible, to try and...
Richard, you misinterpreted. That's not what Ben and Alex meant. They didn't say that a god means there is free will. OFC, there could be a god and no free will. They said without God there cannot be any free will.
Again, I don't know how that logically follows. You could have a universe with no God and free will. How does that logically follow? Thanks for the donation, Riley Jones. Appreciate it.
And kind of pinpoint these people.
Okay, she's giving me bull,
What
dog, bull, dog.
So what's his name?
I've got George and I've got bull.
Goldie's definitely researched my internet story.
Goldie, can I tell you something?
Yes, love.
All the things that you channeled today, like, you know, George Bull, the American manager...
Yeah, you're going to tell me that it's got nothing to do with it.
Well, I have to tell you, that all came from a story that I made up.
Oh, did it?
With the help of a parapsychologist. And we put that up on the website.
Congratulations.
And did you read that website?
No.
So how did you know all these facts?
A friend of a friend.
But, I mean, are you still pretty certain about the George Bull thing?
I am, yeah.
I'll be honest, I chose the name Bull for a reason.
Because it's shit. Yeah, I know, I'm psychic. I knew that.
You basically retold the whole story that we wrote.
My guy told me before I came here that I was going to be tested, and I said, fine, then we'll test one another.
So does that mean that you cheated?
I did. For most of it.
How much truth did we get tonight?
You probably got about 30%, I think, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
A bit about it being called the Chocolate Factory.
I don't think it was ever a chocolate factory.
That's the one thing it was, Goldie, I'm afraid. It was a chocolate factory.
Was it?
Yeah, you see, you've even got the truth wrong.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
I've decided to show him the fake manager's portrait I planted earlier that conveniently has the name plaque, George Bull.
George. George. George.
You getting a name going through?
Do you know it's the initials of his second name?
Mm-hmm.
Would it B?
Yeah.
Would it Bull?
It was.
That's what I got.
This history that we got here is all made up.
That's made up, you sure?
Yeah.
You positive?
Yeah, I got someone to write that.
Check it.
I got someone to write that and then put that on the Chocolate Factory website.
So where did I get Bull from then?
Well, I think probably from the name plaque on it. But
I didn't see the name plaque, I can't see it. Because I need glasses.
Yeah, yeah.
In a moment, bells will chime.
This is fucking insane how these people are just such manipulative fucking liars.
I have a question for Sylvia about your daughter, Michelle.
My daughter, Michelle, was 17 years old. She'll be gone 5 years, the 21st of this year. Sylvia, I don't know how she died. Please, if you can, how did she die? She was shot.
Circumstances around her death?
She just collapsed in her room.
I don't know, but something looks like, because it looks like a combustion.
They found
in the
nothing on
chest.
the autopsy.
I don't care,
Nothing.
but it looks like something hit her in the chest.
They did an autopsy. They did drug. You know, they do whatever
Everything.
they do. It's just she was a healthy child and
She was in her.
just fell out in her
Just
room. Just
went
fell
out.
like a
Yeah.
golf club's fall or whatever.
I know, just went down.
Yeah.
I don't know, but there was something that hit her hard. But you know, something sharp.
No, haven't reacted to Andrew Tate yet.
Did she play sports?
We dropped our psychics in the middle of a massive pine forest. There's a rescue chopper waiting for them. Our psychic...
Back with medium James Van Prague, who has had us fascinated all morning about the world of ghosts and the unknown. And we're going to throw it open to you with our studio audience now. Take it away and see what you can see.
Okay, sweetheart, great. I'd like to start with this lady right here who's sitting right in the first row. I have a mother figure, very strong, coming around you, okay? And with the name of either Mary, Margaret, do you understand the name? Margaret Mary, okay, Margaret Mary. And I got to tell you that I feel before she passes over, though, there's a lot of hard time to walk or hard time to get up and get things going. Do you understand that? And I feel some arthritis, by the way. There's a lot of arthritis, and there's a bone problem. There's also something with the back. So I don't know if she sees to sit and have a pillow at the back of her,
No.
or is that you?
No.
No, that doesn't make sense to you? Okay, and what about trouble with legs?
No.
Okay, who has trouble with the legs now?
Well, my father's had 2 hip replacements.
2 hip replacements. He cannot walk as well as he used to.
Oh, no, he walks very well.
Okay, okay. Right. Was your mother buried?
Yes.
Because she's talking about being buried and about an wake, or a funeral, rather. And she knows about it. She was very surprised by it all. And who's Kathy, or Kathy? Is there Catherine, or Kathy? Kathy? Catherine or Kathy? I also know who's Catholic, but there's someone who's Catholic background. And,
Yeah, we all are.
You all are, okay.
Yeah.
So there was a mass said for her, and she wants to thank you for a mass that was said. And there are prayer cards that are said. There's a picture of Mother Mary somewhere around. Picture of Mother Mary. Would you know about this? You know about this. Picture
Well,
of Mother
all
Mary.
Catholics have Mother Mary around somewhere. in
Good,
their
okay,
house.
well, I don't.
Usually, you know.
But of course, that was years ago.
That still goes on.
Yeah, so I want to talk about something else with you, though. I said music, music, music. I don't know why about music. Did you not do music? Were you going to do music when you were younger and you stopped doing music?
No.
Okay, you never wanted to play the piano?
No.
Okay, who was that one to play the piano? Or music?
Don't know.
Don't know,
No
okay.
one in my family's
Okay.
musical.
I want to talk about this lady here. Your husband's passed over? Or your father's passed over, rather?
Father
passed over. I don't know if he liked cars. There's no thing about cars, but there's something about cars with him. I mean, he told me about this, okay? I don't know if he just recently got a car, or there was talk about getting a car, or changing a car. Are you a living or dead? Do you understand? Do you understand about the cars?
No,
Did you just get a car, or were there...
No.
No?
No,
Okay.
for a couple of years.
Ah, okay, okay, okay. Who had the heart problem?
Possibly my mum.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. She's passed over as well?
Mhm.
Do you know if there was heart situation before she passes?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and there was a
Pressure.
situation that she was going to either get an operation or a procedure done, something before that, okay? So I don't know if you know that she didn't get that.
Oh my God.
I also want to ask who I'm with Teresa or Terry, but I am. Okay, I got to tell you that.
Sorry, what was did you say?
Teresa or Terry.
Teresa?
Mm-hmm. Teresa or Terry. And was there a divorce with you? Never. You never married?
No.
Okay. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because I want you to love yourself more. Because you don't. And I need you to love yourself more. Okay? I also want you... There's something about the car here with your father. I don't know, but I'm talking about a car here. I don't know what it means. If you're just getting a new car, or he got a new car, but there's something with that. Okay? I got to tell you that. I'm going to come over here to this lady. Are we almost close?
We're nearly there, just to see if you could feel anyone.
Your
else
husband
around
passed
you.
over, correct? Do you have his ring or his watch also?
Yes.
Are you wearing it?
Yes.
Thank you. You just told me that in my head, okay? So you're very open. I want to talk about a picture that you had redone of him after he passed over, or you moved the picture of him, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. I also want to tell you that he's sitting right next to you on the, I don't know if you call it the couch. Do you call it the couch or the settee? But he's sitting there with you. Did he smoke cigarettes, did he? No, who's smoking the cigarettes? Are you smoking the cigarettes?
Yes.
Would you please stop? Because he's there in the settee with you smoking the cigarettes. He's smoking cigarettes, cigarettes, okay? And I don't know who Paul is, or Paulie, or Paula. The name Paul. You understand that?
Paula.
Yes. Who is that, please?
Friends.
Okay. He wants to say hello or thank you to them because they helped when he died. They were there. They were here. They were around. You don't know that.
James Van Prague. Please thank James Van Prague for prompting some interesting...
He was just wrong about everything, then they clap. Oh my God, that's good.
To offer help to the police. In order to see how useful this is, we prepared an experiment using this collection of instruments which might have been used to commit crimes. and then again, they might not. Is it possible for a psychic to read the history of an instrument just by touching? My final guest claims to be able to do this. Now, Nella, you regularly approach the police with information you believe you have about crimes. The test you and I have agreed upon involves a number of objects which you've never seen before. We're going to see what information you can get from them. Any or all of these could have been connected with a serious crime involving a loss of life. The history of each object is known. Which ones do you think are most likely?
That's just a little thing. That's just I think. Could have been quite innocent, but getting into a lock of some sort. I felt glass with that one, as if it could have been used to... I feel glass. Not doing bad, are we? This one, God knows why. I'm picking up a heavy tyre, a heavy vehicle tyre. So I don't know what that's been used for. Sorry, my darling, best I can do.
Let's look at your results. I know you make no claims for accuracy, but it's still interesting that you examined 6 objects, you got no information from 3 of them, and you got incorrect information from the remaining 3. I wonder what the police would make of that.
James, you're trying to explain all that I do by logic.
Oh, no.
What I do is illogical.
It's been a most intriguing demonstration, and we'd like to thank you very much.
No shit. What you do is illogical.
Revolutionized transport using pods in a loop on all this sort of thing. And in the end, they unveiled some slow-moving, chauffeur-driven cars in claustrophobic tunnels, which Musk tweeted was way more profound than it sounded. Well, I'm calling it now. This is going to go the same way. Musk in August will unveil the new robo-taxi. It's basically a 10-year-old child concealed in a car, driving for you. And then he's going to tweet out, it's just simpler and way more profound than people think it is. And the Musk fans will go full Benny Hinn as to how blown their minds are. Look, Musk is kind of right that Tesla as a car company is essentially worthless. And as a tech company without any actual tech, it's essentially worthless. Now, as a company claiming it's going to change the world with tech next year, it has some scam value. But that only lasts as long as people are committed to the lie. And Musk has been telling the same lie now for getting on for a decade. At some point, people are just going to realize that the only thing Musk has to offer is promising revolution next year.
The full self-driving computer, essentially the inference engine on the car, it kind of makes sense to put that onto a humanoid form.
Yeah, did anyone seriously believe that the AI that can't even drive a car across a car park can suddenly run a robot?
So this is essentially the same full self-driving computer that runs in your Tesla cars, by the way.
Oh yeah, sorry, forgot. Tesla investors. And after another 2 years of research and development, that robot has progressed to the point where it can amazingly walk in a straight line on a flat, unobstructed floor.
The same full self-driving computer that runs in your Tesla cars, by the way.
And you'll be stunned to find out that Musk's program is to sell these to people next year. Kind of sounds familiar, doesn't it?
In terms of actually, we do think we will have Optimus in limited production in the factory, in the actual factory itself, doing useful tasks before the end of this year.
Yeah, prediction time. When Musk does eventually get prosecuted for all of this, he will claim with a straight face that the useful task that they had Optimus doing in the factory was acting as something to put things on. A shelf. So technically, he wasn't lying. Just like they'll have some similarly slippery excuse for how they were making 1,000 Cybertrucks per week, but somehow only managed to deliver 4,000 of them in about 4 months.
And then I think we may be able to sell it externally by the end of next year. These are just guesses.
Just like it was 2 years ago.
So massive scale, full self-driving. There's going to be a dedicated robo-taxi. That's going to look pretty... It's going to look quite futuristic. And then, of course, we've got the Tesla robot, Optimus. but it's really going to transform the world, I think, to a degree even greater than the cars. And then we've got, and I think we have a shot at being in production for version 1 of Optimus, hopefully next year.
I think we may be able to sell it externally by the end of next year.
And with the markets finally waking up to the, honestly, I swear it'll be ready next year bullshit. Looks like this all comes to a head in less than 3 years. Possibly much quicker if the rats suddenly decide that the only thing that's been keeping the sinking ship afloat so far is false hope. And what with Musk's wealth being overwhelmingly tied up in Tesla stock, having blown the 40 or so billion he cashed out of Tesla to buy Twitter, and Twitter now has a valuation comparable to the 10 billion he borrowed to buy it, making Twitter effectively worthless when Tesla, which is already soaked in red ink crashes, it will likely take every other oversold Musk vaporware company with it. And yeah, might be the only time Musk has ever delivered something ahead of schedule. And that's today's video. If you liked it, maybe consider dropping a thumbs up.
All right, so
it is going to be hilarious when Tesla goes bankrupt.
At one point, I was public enemy number 1. Now I'm probably public enemy number 11. Whether I'm found innocent or guilty is going to affect nations. It's going to affect how justice systems are perceived internationally. 5 or 6 years ago, JK and I actually had some disagreements, but it looks like she's finally come to senses and reason. Unless Taylor Swift starts going to jail for everyone who crashes a car with a Taylor Swift CD in, everything that's happening to me is unjustified.
Do you believe in gender equality?
What the fuck?
That's a trick question.
No, it's quite...
No, it's a trick question. It's fine, sir. It's fine. I've been around the block. If I was telling men to put a wig on and become a girl, I wouldn't be going through any of this legal trouble. Not a single drop of it. And here I am, a beacon of success. Brilliant. Tall, strong, smart, and funny. So it can be done.
And humble.
Dude, you're a sex trafficker.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. There can be few people in the world today who divide opinion as deeply as the British-American influencer Andrew Tate. To his supporters, and they number many millions on social media around the world, he is an inspiration, a motivator, and a truth teller, a courageous voice who's unafraid to speak loudly about money, masculinity, and what he calls the matrix, an unseen elite that he believes seeks to control the masses. To Tate's detractors, he's at best a loudmouth millionaire who spouts crackpot messages to expand his social media-based fortune, or even a dangerous zealot peddling misogynistic theories to an eager audience of young men, with dangerous consequences for the next generation. Either way, Andrew Tate's message is getting through to his audience. Schools from London to Sydney are facing an uphill battle to counter what they regard as his harmful impact on students' opinions on gender issues. Raised in a low-income family in England, Andrew Tate is a former professional kickboxer who made money through online businesses, including webcams, that have been questioned as potential avenues for trafficking and exploiting vulnerable young women. Well, Tate converted to Islam a couple of years ago, having been raised as a Christian, and then later declaring that he was an atheist. Today, he's under house arrest along with his brother Tristan, awaiting trial in Romania, facing charges of rape, human trafficking, and forming a criminal group to sexually exploit women. And last month, the Romanian court agreed that after the trial takes place, the brothers can be extradited to the UK on additional charges of sexual aggression dating back more than a decade. Well, the Tate brothers deny all charges. I travelled to Bucharest to question Andrew Tate about the charges, his views and his faith, as well as the prospect of a life behind bars. Nothing was off the table as we discussed truth, fake news, and the new role of role models in this, the first of a two-part interview. Andrew, thanks for making the time.
Thank you.
Now, you're awaiting trial here in Romania. What's the latest on that?
Yeah, it's going to take a while. It looks like the Romanian judicial system often takes years to come to a conclusion before they eventually say I'm innocent. So the system it put me in jail for 92 days, and then I was released. Under Romanian law, I could...
He is not fucking getting away with any of this, dude. Like, what is he talking about?
I've been kept longer, so I guess I'm happy about the fact that I'm free. I'm very sure of my innocence, but it's a long process. And in many ways, I thank God for giving me this experience, because when you grow up as a young man, you dream of being an explorer, an adventurer, being monumentally successful and having a bunch of money and fast cars and seeing the 5-star areas of the world. But perhaps if you want to truly explore the map, you also need to see the other side of it all. And I'm glad I grew up in a humble background and a humble beginning. And I'm also glad that I got to experience a Romanian jail cell and the Romanian judicial system. So it's God's plan.
Well, you did say there's not much justice in Romania. Doesn't that kind of taint your position?
Is there much justice in the world? Do you trust an American court nowadays with some of the decisions they're making? Do you trust a British court with the decisions they're making? What is a court? What is law? It's the interpretation of words which were written a long time ago. How can different judges come to different conclusions based on the same law? Why does the lawyer you hire even matter if the law is fair?
Yeah, but I'm saying you're waiting their verdict here, so suddenly you've pointed the finger at them too.
Well, I think that when you understand the world, you understand that nothing in life...
Fleece Johnson donated $2. Let me see. It's a pretty good butt. I approve. Yeah, she's cute. Good butt. Thanks for the donation, Felice Johnson.
Life is certain that involves people. We can talk about one of the highest courts of the land, the ICJ. What is law? Like what's being done about what's happening over there? Very little. So if you've ever been in a judicial process, you sit and understand that innocent and guilty is certainly part of it, but there's also a bunch of other factors, especially once you get to a certain level of fame, when you become so well known that your verdict will ripple around the world and it will cause consequence for nations. Then you have to sit and say, okay, whether I'm found innocent or guilty is going to affect nations. It's going to affect how justice systems are perceived internationally. Does that mean they're 100% interested in what's true and what's false and what's fair and what's not? Or is there a narrative being played behind where they sit and say, well, perhaps he didn't do anything wrong, but we're going to look bad if we say he didn't, so let's just put him in jail?
I'll get into some of those points in a moment, but you've got civil court
Dude,
issues as well,
I
accusers,
mean,
and you've countersued. What would you hope to achieve with that?
This guy is like a straight up narcissist. Imagine having these grandiose delusions that, oh, I'm the most important person in the fucking universe and they have to put me in jail or else they'll look stupid. Like, this is insane.
What happens when you reach a certain level of fame is that, and anybody who's been fortunate enough to move from the lowest echelons to the highest echelons will learn that anybody they've ever interacted with in their life is going to come along wanting some degree of money or help. And that's fine. But there's also a bunch of people who are bitter, who you perhaps knew in your past, who want to try and benefit off of your fame. And that's what happens. And this is not unique. This is not an experience that only I am going through. I think you can name nearly any famous man in the world and he has some form of civil charge against him for something that happened 20 years ago that he doesn't even remember, that probably didn't happen at all because somebody wants to finance their life off the back of you. This is just human nature.
You had your assets, a lot of your assets, taken by the Iranian authorities. Any chance of getting those back?
Well, I should get them back. What is law? What is court? What is the judge? What is fair? God is the only judge. And I truthfully have forgotten about all of them. I think it's around 15 million euros of cars, gold, watches, etc. I don't consider them mine anymore. I've forgotten about all of them. There's very little in this life you truly own besides your heart and your soul and your state of mind. I think those are the only things you can own. You can put me in jail, but I'll own my state of mind. I'll smile just the same. That's my decision. You can't take it from me. And everything else they can take from you, because unless you have enough guns to defend it, and you'll never have more guns than the state, it can be taken. You don't own houses, you don't own cars, you don't own anything else. And if you annoy the government, they're going to prove that to you.
Doesn't this view contradict what you say about making money and being the alpha male and being the guy with the possession?
Well, absolutely. I think that in fact, I don't think it contradicts. In fact, I think it complements perfectly, because when you work hard to be the best version of yourself so you can protect and provide for the people you care about, you're pleasing God. And you do that so that you can wake up and show him the beauty of his own creation. I can be the best version of me. I can make the people around me have the best possible lives. I'm not going to sit and be lazy or not try. And I believe that's all about building your character. It's not even about the money. It's about being the best version of yourself. If all the money in the world was taken from me, that's fine, because I'm still been a person who's worked very hard, been very diligent, who's very intelligent, who can make it all back. And I've also enjoyed this journey of life, which has brought me here with the good and the bad. And I think the greatest sin a man can commit in the world today is being a fraction of what he could be. I think that's the biggest sin you can commit in the face of your creator.
I'm going to go on to your views on masculinity in a moment, but you and your brother Tristan spent time in Romanian jail, you mentioned. What was the biggest lesson you learned from that? What do you recall the worst period of that too?
It's a good question. I think jail is just a hyper-condensed version of life. As a man, you have to show other people respect, otherwise violence will happen very quickly. It's the same out here in the real world, but in jail it's condensed, it's pressurized. You have to have mental control, you have to have control of your own mind out here in the real world, or you'll get depressed. Jail is the same, it's pressurized. So as long as you're good at life, you'll be good at jail. And I've never been a bully. I've never been an abrasive or aggressive person. I know how to respect people and make sure that I'm respected. And all in all, I don't think it taught me.
He is part of a criminal organization that was running illegal casinos, and he was responsible for people getting robbed and mugged at these casinos.
Anything new? It just confirmed everything I knew about the realities of being human.
Now, there is the chance you will end up in the UK and in jail there. What did you think when you heard about the extradition notice?
Really interesting, because the UK has requested my extradition on some ancient charges from 2012. The warrant doesn't have any names. It doesn't have any locations. It doesn't even have any specific times. It only has a year. Quite interesting. I think the world is waking up to these tactics now. And I think the world is understanding that if you upset powerful people, they come at you with charges exactly like this. And I'm not the only one. We can name other people that has happened to. We can name somebody who's in Belmarsh right now because of it. So it's very common. It's actually quite scary, I think, that governments will come along and tell men at home to respect the rule of law. But sir, as a male, they could say to you in 2011, we won't tell you who, we won't tell you where, we won't tell you exactly when, we won't tell you exactly what happened. You committed assault, you must come here and go to court. That's pretty scary because none of it makes any sense. What is refreshing is, I'll get a jury.
He's lying about this, by the way. There was a criminal case that was being developed against him, and it never ended up going to trial because basically the UK police are completely incompetent fucking morons, but now, because a lot of new evidence has come to light, they want to restart the criminal charges. And, no shit. You're not going to know exactly who the accusers are, and what the charge is until they've laid them. Like, he hasn't gone to court for the charges yet. The charges haven't been filed. So, like, what is he talking about? Like, they don't owe him... They don't owe him anything yet. You're allowed to face your accuser and shit when you're in court, but the trial hasn't happened, and he's trying to act as if they're like using some weird gaslighting tactic, saying, oh, well, you're already guilty, we know, and you're not going to be able to fight. Like, it's just all fucking bullshit. He's such a liar.
Retrial, and people are awakened to this garbage now because this has been happening for too long. And also, I will not be looking at going to the UK for at least 5 to 6 years, at least, because I have to finish all my Romanian proceedings. So this is on the later base for now, and I'll handle it when the time comes. I'm very good at just dealing with things when the time comes. That's who I am. And truthfully, I'll be very honest. I mean, not to go with the authorities in any way. I'm not scared of jail. Nobody believes it. A guilty verdict will not make anybody believe it. Everybody knows it's a Matrix attack, and I have no problems going to jail. So it's God's plan. And if I get a little holiday, then I'll take my holiday.
Interesting perspective on jail. But let's get on to your quote about having 3 stages of life. You talked about first stage, three challenges, if you challenge power, rather. In the first life, they cancel you. In the second, they slander you, delete your access to social media, and arrest and lock you away, which you said you've been through. And the third life means they will assassinate you. Are you really concerned about that?
I don't think I'm public enemy number 1 anymore. At one point, I was public enemy number 1. Now I'm probably public enemy number 11. And the old story goes, you don't have to be the fastest person when you're outrunning the bear. You just have to be faster than the slowest guy. I feel like I'm getting there now. But those are the 3 stages. When you say things that upset power, they try and cancel you. They delete your access to speak. They delete all your access to social media. Because your ability to speak freely is directly correlated with your insignificance.
Tate looks like the love child of Common, the rapper, and Gollum from Lord of the Rings. His blazer confuses me. It's like the torso is sweet fabric, but he made the sleeves thin tight cotton to try and look buff. Could Gollum fit in Anna's butthole?
Gollum probably could fit in Anna's butthole. He's pretty small. Oh yeah, he does actually. Yeah, Tate does kind of look like that guy. Common and Gollum. Weird. Tate wears very trendy kind of clothing, so yeah, that's just the way he dresses. Thanks for that donation, Adam.
They allow you to say whatever you want if nobody listens. People start listening, then you have to be careful what you say. So the whole free speech thing is garbage anyway. So they cut that off. If that doesn't work, then they'll find a reason to put you in jail, which they did with me. Somebody told them, find something. They made up garbage, and I'm not the only person this happened to. And if that continues to fail, then yeah, they will kill you.
Well, I wonder what you were thinking when Alexei Navalny, the Russian opposition leader, ended up in jail and died there, somehow mysterious.
I find that interesting, though, because I think the timing doesn't make sense. I'm not an expert on Russian politics. I'm not an expert on the internal affairs of Russia. I'm not Russian. I just feel like it got Putin quite a lot of heat, and I don't feel like it was an ample time for him to just commit assassination. He was under enough heat. He had enough things going on. He just did the Tucker interview, I believe. In fact, a lot of people in the West have respect for Putin now.
Dude, Putin has ordered assassinations with the use of, what is it, polonium or palladium? It's a compound that you can only get from a nuclear reactor. So he's deliberately set up assassinations to make it obvious that the Russian state has assassinated someone. The idea that Putin wouldn't assassinate somebody because it would be obvious he did it, like, are you retarded?
Now, maybe not amongst the elites, but amongst the general populace because he's nationalistic and he's very competent, which is something we're lacking in our leadership. It just didn't make sense for him to do a bad guy thing. The guy was already in jail. I understand he died from complications of the vaccine. That's what I understand, but perhaps I'm wrong. Who knows?
Well, there was also a number of people who've undergone similar situations in Russia. So, I mean, maybe that's a different thing. No, move on, though. Let me ask you.
Russia. Yeah, no, Russia's Russia. I mean, every country has its own way of dealing with things, right? And nowhere's perfect. But I just think it's kind of hypocritical to us in the West. We look at all these other countries and we say, look, you can't speak over there. Oh, look what happens when you challenge power over there. Well, look what happens when you challenge power over here, my friends.
Let me ask you about you talked about jail being kind of a reset for you, a little holiday, I think the way you described it.
Yeah.
What is your fear, though, of actually having a long term in prison? I mean, do you fear of dying in jail?
I don't operate in the realm of fear. I genuinely don't operate in the realm of fear. I have absolutely no fear of going to jail in Romania or England. I have no fear at all. I know I'm innocent. The world knows I'm innocent. Everybody knows this is a Matrix attack. The idea that, and I can prove it's a Matrix attack. I can prove it because would ancient charges from 13 years ago be trumped up and tried to press against me if I wasn't famous, if I was a normal person? Well, of course not. It's because I'm famous and they're trying to prove a point. They're trying to damage my influence. They're trying to damage my reach. The girls or whoever these people are, if they exist at all, want money. All of this is happening purely because of my fame. If my fame was in the hands of the establishment, if I was working for the MSM, like these other people who work for the BBC who've been caught being sexual predators, well, then it wouldn't be on the news. They're only doing it against me because I'm
like, by the way, this is so fucking retarded and dishonest. So, for one thing, Tate has kind of been trying to be famous. He's an attention whore for a very long time. He was on the Big Brother series. No shit. If more people know of you, you're more famous, you're more public, you're going to catch the attention of more people, and if you're doing criminal shit, you're more likely to be prosecuted for it. If you're a very in the background, anonymous person, and you're committing crimes, you're less likely to be found out. He's trying to act as though, oh, I'm famous, that's why, they're charging me. No, like, the fame probably helped with finding out that you're committing crimes just because you're a fucking idiot and you self-snitch on yourself and you're so public about everything. But they're not prosecuting him because he's famous. They found out about a lot of the criminal shit he's doing because he's such a public figure, and he blabs about this publicly.
I'm against the establishment. The whole thing's a Matrix attack. It's all made up. And when you ask me on my deathbed, whether it's in jail or it's out here in freedom, are you glad you didn't sell your soul and fought against power for what you knew was right, even though they put you in jail? My answer is going to be yes, of course. I don't care about a big house and a bunch of cars. That can be taken from me anyway. But I care about looking in the mirror and knowing I'm the man I said I was. So I'm going to say what I believe, and if they want to put me in jail for it, then they can put me in jail.
On a personal note, you and your brother, Tristan, were denied compassionate leave for when your mother, Eileen, was ill over Christmas. First, your thoughts on that and how it affected your relationship with her.
It's very interesting, this whole legal system, the whole legal process. It is very interesting because, like I said, you stand before a judge and you said, my mother's had a heart attack. Can I go see my mother? Here's the papers. She's had a heart attack. She might die. I haven't been able to leave this country for a year and a half. Can I go see my mother? And the judge will look at you and go, no. And it is what it is. I mean, I don't know what to say beyond that. It's a very interesting scenario to be in. And this is where we go down to what's law, what's real, because there's a lot of judges who just said, yes, that's perfectly legal. There's a bunch of judges who say no, it's not legal. You have one lawyer who says, this is illegal, they can't do this. Another lawyer says they're not supposed to do it, but they do it all the time, they get away with it. All of it is just words. And when you look at it, it's not just the legal system. You start to understand this entire world. It's just people walking into rooms and saying things. Government are just people walking in a room and saying stuff. An education system is just people walking in a room and saying things. The legal system, the medical system, just a bunch of people chit-chatting. So how it all plays out, I don't know.
You talk a lot about they. They will get you, they will come after you, they have a mission against you, for example, and you refer to the Matrix, kind of an elite group of people who have an agenda and work together. I mean, is that really possible? Or is it just simply a great phrase, the Matrix, and a way to kind of dismiss those who are challenging you in your views?
No, I think it's very clear that this world is run on deception. I think it's very clear that there are power structures which are designed to enslave the minds of people so they'll continue to allow their bodies to be enslaved. I think it's very clear that there's people who can't afford to eat anymore and inflation's out of control and the standard of living is declining and crime is off the charts, and they just try very hard to pretend that's not true with their various mechanisms of control. And powerful people have always wanted to exert control. And when I fight against or resist these things, I want the world to understand that I don't even take it personally. Even though they put me in jail, I don't take it personally. I have 110 people who work for me. If one of them was particularly troublesome and disagreed with everything I said and didn't listen to me, I'd fire him. So if you run a country and you come along with your lies and your narratives because you want to profit or you believe it benefits you geopolitically and you want to sit there and lie to the population and the population believes it, and then there's this one guy, this top G guy, who's saying, no, this is a lie, and everyone's starting to pay attention to him, well, then you're going to do something about it. Anyone who doesn't understand that's how the world works must live in some
It's kind of funny how he says this. This is like a form of self-projection. He talks about these power systems and powerful people using deception and manipulation to control people, get what they want. He's used power, deception, manipulation to get what he wants. We know how he's run his criminal enterprise with human trafficking. So when he says this is just a form of self-projection. He's done this himself to get what he wants, and he assumes other people are doing that to him.
Fairy tale land. That's how the world works, and I've upset very powerful people by telling the truth about very important things.
The only thing is, when you talk about Matrix, it sounds like they're all colluding, and that's almost impossible.
Money colludes. Money colludes, power colludes, and you say, interesting you say that. I think the Matrix is cracking in real time because people are being awakened to how much all of these systems based on fairness are simply a lie. They're simply a curtain, a distraction, a theater play to keep everybody believing in them. But you say that people can't collude globally around the world to exert power and control. I think there's a very interesting situation happening right now, which is an active genocide, where you can see certain countries can get away with whatever they want, and other countries can't. And if that isn't proof of all the big money working together, well, then I don't know what more there is to say.
Yeah, Andrew, what's interesting is people like yourself have a massive voice now. Whether it's divisive or not, that's an issue. But you have a massive voice globally because social media has given you this incredible platform at a global level. It can have sudden and unexpected consequences.
That's interesting. Al Arabiya is funded in whole or in part by the Saudi government. The Arabic One, or the Arab One, is a Saudi state-owned international Arabic news television channel. It's based in Riyadh. It is a subsidiary of the NBC Group. The channel is a flagship of the media conglomerate and is therefore the only single offering to carry the name as simply Al Arabiya in its branding. Why? That is really strange that he's on an Arab-funded media outlet.
Aidan Ross, another social media influencer, happened to mention that he thought you wanted to desperately get back to the UK. The outcome was the UK reacted and that triggered it. How did that affect your relationship with him?
Yeah,
you guys were friends before.
Yeah, we're still friends. And
Richard, who do you think is smarter, a vegan religious person or a non-vegan non-religious person? Obviously the vegan is better morally too.
Really depends. There are smart religious people, there's dumb religious people. There's dumb meat eaters, smart meat eaters. It really depends. All else being equal, I would say the vegan religious person may have some more delusions into believing that there's some higher power, whereas the atheist meat eater is perhaps less delusional in that regard. And depending on their stance on veganism or something, they may be delusional in other ways, or they have a completely consistent moral system that's just fucked. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley Jones. Appreciate it.
I'm in a unique situation. It's kind of funny because this whole Adin Ross thing, I'm not entirely sure that triggered the arrest, but you don't know. I'm very sure the Romanian state is extremely personally invested in my case. I'm very sure they understand their reputation's on the line. They're very afraid of anything going wrong with this judicial process. But I'm here for the long haul. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to see it through to the end because I'm not afraid of them. So yeah, the social media is social media, and there's a whole lot of crazy things that happen from it, but also there's a lot of good that happens from social media. I don't think people would understand a lot of the realities in the world today without social media. The veil has been lifted on a whole bunch of narratives that we've been forced to support for a very long time because of social media, which is why now governments in the West are panicking and passing laws trying to censor and stop social media. Free countries, democracy, free speech. Oh, no, not when you say what we don't like. So now they're coming along and trying to stop it all. And I have to say that Rumble, which is the platform I'm on, and also X, owned by Elon Musk, both of these platforms have been monumentally important for the freedom of humanity, because I think we're entering an oncoming decade or an oncoming generation of slavery.
You were blocked, actually, on pretty much everything, and then Elon Musk changed his mind and gave you that option. I mean, do you owe him a debt of gratitude?
Certainly. I actually certainly do, because although I think the narrative against me, most people would have ignored it and not believed it anyway, because it's the boy who cried wolf and they've done it too many times, the fact I've been able to show the other side of the story has been extremely important. And also, I've only been showing 5% of my side of the story. And this is where we go back to my original point, sir. When we talk about the reputations of entire nations. I mean, people say Romania, like, oh, it's only Romania. Romania is a rich European nation. It's an EU member state. Are they going to allow their entire judicial system to be seen as corrupt and incompetent by letting me walk after destroying my life for years? Or are they going to sit and say we have to save face here? I don't know. Nobody knows. But the fact is, I've only said 5% of what I know about how garbage the case against me is on social media, because I'm waiting for the conclusion of this. And heaven forbid I go to jail. At least then everybody will know the absolute truth about the setup they purported upon me, because I upset the people in power. And that's how the world works.
Another social media influencer, Russell Brand, was one also now faces charges and allegations against him. And you said you know things about him that people shouldn't, or that other people don't. What in particular?
Well, if I said that, then I'm not going to say them here. But I will say for sure that it's extremely coincidental when he started to talk the truth about the vaccine and how pharmaceutical companies operate, that he then got hit with these charges. It's very interesting. I mean, anyone at home who believes these charges when they come out against somebody, let me explain how simple it is. You can attack a pharmaceutical company and say that they're killing people with a vaccine, for example. The pharmaceutical company pays a lot of money of advertising revenue towards X media outlet. So they tell that media outlet, well, we're paying you. You better do a smear piece on this guy. Then they use the media machine, smear piece. They drum up as much hate as possible, especially if they cancel all your social media at the same time. They work together so you can't defend yourself. Then,
by the way, that doesn't necessarily mean what they're saying is true, isn't true. So, yes, corporations will do things like catch and kill, where they'll pay for a story and then not run it, so that, nobody else can publish a story. They will pay media outlets to talk about a certain public figure that's, saying something to discredit them. That doesn't actually mean those criticisms aren't untrue, just because they paid somebody to run a story on it.
And journalists start calling around everyone you've ever known, or they inspire the police to decide to dig into you and call everyone you've ever known. And if they call 2,000 people who you used to know, they try to find a crime. And especially when crimes are so subjective now, especially in the West, right? Emotional coercion. So when police call 2,000 girls or 2,000 men who you used to know across a decade and say, did he ever emotionally coerce you? And they'll say, well, what does that even mean? And the police will say, well, convince you to do something effectively. And she'll be like, well, he asked me nicely to bake him a cupcake. I guess that's emotional coercion. Before you know it, you got a UK extradition warrant, and they're telling you in 2012 you were emotionally coerced.
He keeps lying about this. He was promising to literally marry and have kids with some of these girls, and then when they get to his compound, he'd take away their passports, not let them leave, and then force them to do sex work. Like, what a fucking idiot.
It's all a scam. It's a scam. And anybody who is sitting at home who believes any of these charges, which seem to always appear against powerful men who speak against the system, need their heads checked.
Although the charges aren't exactly about baking cupcakes.
Oh, well, the charges are about a bunch of, again, subjective, garbage things. Emotional coercion, and I don't even know what my charges are. I haven't even been charged, sir. The UK government has not charged me. CPS has not charged me. They've just said in 2011, he told a girl to bake cupcakes.
Regarding Russell Brand, one of the things is that for a long time, you said for a long time, Russell Brand was the establishment of the Matrix himself.
Well, he was part of the mainstream news, yeah, of course.
So, well, why would they go against him then?
Well, because he stopped being for the mainstream news. He worked for them, and he was all over TV, and he was dancing with all these girls, and he had all these girls around him, and they seemed to very much enjoy his company, and he was famous, and he was on Channel 4, and he was doing Big Brother, and he did all these amazing things, and then he stopped working for the MSM. He stopped, decided to start telling the truth. I believe he found God, and he changed his life, and he sobered up and started telling the truth about certain narratives, and all of a sudden, he's a criminal. Funny. Strange coincidence.
Is all the MSM, the mainstream media, that bad?
I don't think they're that bad. Well, sorry, let me correct myself. Most of them are. But when you say bad, is a snake bad? Is a tiger bad? When a tiger kills an antelope and rips his throat out, is it bad or is it just being a tiger? The MSM is just being the MSM. They have their interests, which is either money or a narrative from a government, which they're told to enforce. The BBC is told by the British government what they want the people to believe. They are funded by the British government. If you're not funded by a government, you're funded by advertisers. You follow the money. You do what the money wants you to do. And that's the goal. I don't even see it as bad. I'm just realistic about how the world works. I'm not a fantasist. A tiger is not bad for killing an antelope, and the MSM isn't bad for lying. It's just their job.
So is social media the antidote?
It can be. And it looks like it's doing a pretty good job so far.
It's very strange that he says that when he's supposedly Muslim. Like, that sounds like a very nihilist, moral anti-realist thing to say.
It's certainly, like I said, lifting some very important veils. But how this ends, I'm not sure, because as the...
Are these allegations you're making, or were they presented before a court? Doubt you're just asking. So it's evidence that has been leaked from the evidence they've gathered for the upcoming trial. And it's extraordinarily damning. I mean, for one thing, he's made a lot of these statements himself. So he had that Hustlers University thing where on his YouTube channel, he was explaining how he would lie to women, coerce them, get them to come to his compound, and then steal their money, force them to do sex work. He outlined all of this himself on his YouTube channels. So if you're going to say we can't trust his own word in his own testimony, I mean, you could have that standard, but I don't know why you wouldn't believe something that somebody's telling you about themselves. On top of that, there have been a number of text messages that have been leaked from the court documents. And again, it's extraordinarily damning. Both he and some of his criminal partners have admitted to, again, lying to get these girls to come to Romania, admitting that they stole their property and passports to make it harder for them to go to the police or an embassy. They admitted to committing rape. They admitted to both sexually and physically assaulting people as a means of forcing them to, commit certain acts. So, like, it's an open and shut case. He's fucking guilty as fuck.
Matrix cracks as governments and as these huge, powerful banking institutions and all these people who control the money lose their ability to blanket control narratives. There's going to be a lashing out. And I feel like we're getting there now with certain legislation being passed. I think Scotland passed one 2 days ago. A lashing out is going to come against people who speak the truth. And a lashing out, I'm a victim of it myself. So it's kind of interesting. We've cornered the tiger of lies. And when you corner a tiger, they get extremely vicious. And we're going to see what happens next.
It's interesting you raise Scotland because J.K. Rowling, the author of Harry Potter, now herself has been the target of this. Now, I wonder how you regard that case.
Yeah, J.K. and I have actually had our disagreements. It was 5 or 6 years ago, J.K. and I actually had some disagreements. But it looks like she's finally come to senses and reason. I think we disagreed on depression. But for a while, she tried her very best to pander to these psychopaths who believe that a man isn't a man and a woman isn't a woman. She was walking the liberal line, as I understand. And it's very much like appeasing an alligator and hoping it eats you last. And eventually she's realized you can't appease these psychopaths and their parameters.
J.K. Rowling's fucking crazy fucking turf. She is out of her fucking mind. Didn't she say some like weird anti-Semitic shit recently? Somebody threatened to kill J.K. Rowling recently. Troll who told J.K. Rowling he was going to kill her with a big hammer and shoot MP Rosie Duffield warned he faces jail after admitting sending vile messages online. This dude looks like the average shit poster. J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter goblins echo Jewish caricatures. Trending Jon Stewart podcast clip reminds us that as long as fantasies remain structured around anti-Semitism, Jewish people will be at risk. J.K. Rowling celebrated Harry Potter series of children's books use anti-Semitic tropes most people don't notice. That might be a bit of a stretch. That's interesting.
John,
I'd have to see his take on that. Jewish groups defend J.K. Rowling over claim Harry Potter goblins anti-Semitic. After comedian Jon Stewart says the book's portrayal of goblins clearly based on Jewish hatred, groups suggest Rowling was merely tapping into centuries of cultural context. That might be a reach. Let me see what he says.
Every time we talk, you know I've been to bar mitzvahs.
Have you been to bar mitzvahs?
I found the 2 Jewish people in Mississippi, and I befriended them.
I think it's a wise choice. What was a bar mitzvah in Mississippi? Just out of curiosity.
It was fun. A lot of fried food.
See, back in the day, before bar mitzvahs became a thing, you just did them in the back of the synagogue. Like, you did your thing, you had to read from the Torah, and then everybody would have, like, pound cake, and you go in the back room. But now, today, it's...
Nicki Minaj goes to that.
It's a prom.
Now, it's not even a prom. It's more like a demonstration of Gatsby. It's basically like saying, the Jews have arrived, and we are going to dazzle you with the access.
The Jews have arrived. That's what chapter of Harry Potter is that in? That's one of. That's when they get to Gringotts, right?
Can I tell you something about
That is
Harry
a
Potter?
wild thing.
Here's how you know, and this is the whole thing, and you don't have to use this, but this is true. Here's how you know like Jews are still where they are. Talking to people, what I say is, have you ever seen a Harry Potter movie? And people are all like, I love the Harry Potter movies. Like, you ever see the scenes in Gringotts Bank? And they're like, I love the scenes in Gringotts Bank. He's like, do you know what those folks that run the bank are? And they're like, what? And they're like, Jews.
And then that person says, no, goblins. And then you go,
And you're like,
you hear yourself?
Let me show you this from, it's the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. I just want to show you a caricature. And they're like, oh, look at that. That's from Harry Potter. And you're like, no, that's a caricature of a Jew from an anti-Semitic piece of literature. J.K. Rowling was like, can we get these guys to run our bank? And you're like, it's a wizarding world. It's a world where it's
you can imagine anything.
The train station has a half a thing and no one can see it. And we can ride dragons and you've got a pet owl.
And who runs the bank?
Who should run the bank? Jews.
But not only that,
no, it's.
I feel like she was like, why'd you make it so subtle?
Yeah, I mean, it's real. Like, yeah, they look like Jews. What if the teeth were sharper? And you're like, oh, okay.
I was like 11 or 12 and was like, I love Harry Potter. And I remember like being in the theater and being like, this kind of fucked up.
That's exactly.
It might have been the first time I said the F word.
11-year-old Henrik does not swear.
I was like, ooh.
That was one of those things where you expect, it reminded me of those horror movies where like everybody's been taken over by the thing, but you haven't. So you're looking around and every time someone sees you, they go, ah! It was one of those things where I saw it on the screen and I was expecting the crowd to be like, holy shit, she did not, in a wizarding world, just throw Jews in there to run the fucking underground bank. And everybody was just like, wizards.
It's crazy.
It was so weird. Even
Yeah, you know, now that I think of that, that is pretty fucking weird. That is sus, now that I think of it. That is super sus. Like, knowing that J.K. Rowling is this crazy fucking person who, like, hates trans people, I wonder what the motivation was to make this, like, caricature of Jews as bankers was really weird. Yeah, I never thought of that before.
Expanding, and their insanity keeps growing. And eventually she said, no, enough is enough, and she's standing up and she's telling the truth and she's being brave, and for that I commend her, because that's exactly what we need more of.
So there's the Andrew Tate who talks about
They have a Star of David on the floor in the movie? Okay, that is fucking sus for sure.
affairs. We'll get onto some of those and more of those in a minute, but there's the Andrew Tate who's become known as this divisive figure when it comes to what a man should be and what role women should play. How do you regard that term they use sometimes?
Stop tape presses. All of those. It finally has been founded.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and do you like a person since Jeff the Killer? Now, of course, according to the caption, it says, "It truly freaks me out how hugely unknown this song is in comparison to Like the Wind. No songs and materials, you could find that people would look through various songs. And of course, for YouTube instances, you could find tons of YouTube pages where people were looking through and some were even confirming as hoaxes, and named the Bubblegum Revolution. Some users are now speculating, due to the band's apparent history and the title of the album in question, that this band was heavily involved in the production of music in pornography. If that's true, I feel like this lead is one of our strongest yet. So for instance, one of the actual 5 points, and we'll go through each one of them was Carl92's disappearance. Was made by a user known as South Pole Ball and of course One Truth 5867, who made the discovery when they found out earlier in the morning a lead that helped them get to the song. So what happened according to them was they found a video on YouTube of a scene from an adult movie that had a song which sounded similar to EKT. Beautiful that it exists on YouTube, by the way. I noticed in the description of the video it said Christopher St. Booth and Philip Adrian Booth. I realized, holy shit, I remember these names. They're in BMI and SOCAN with the Registry for Ulterior Motives. And so they skimmed over 12 hours last night through films and found similar sounding music. I told the lead to other people, and again they immediately began communicating through DMs, and soon were skimming through all the artists' movies where they were featured in simultaneously. I went AFK for 5 minutes to watch a film and compared 2 different names, and came back with a flood of messages that the song had been found in a movie that he had just watched. I could have kept it a secret and found EKT myself, but I didn't want to do that. I think I have enough credit today. And I think these two, people, these two researchers, these two investigative journalists have found what is a multi-year long search for one of the internet's most elusive pieces of pop music.
I don't recognize that song.
When I first started, these U.S. Marines are pinned down and require immediate air support. Whilst avoiding enemy fire, these Marines use a laser to guide in an A-10. Wait until the end. You won't want to miss it.
There you go. Who the fuck is he down? I pushed them all down. Back. Get down. Push bot. Push bot. Hey, get down. Fuck, dude. Come on. How the fuck did I not get shot just now? Bro, shoot back up there. I saw yellow for you now. He's on the radio. Sounds just like you said I'm here. I'm like, hold on, stand by, hold on. Fuck, I saw this.
Sometimes you're the king of toxic masculinity.
Well, I don't even see myself as divisive, and I think 99% of the world doesn't see me as divisive. And
You really do?
Dodo No Tellers, what would you do if you were the student? Let me see.
We're going this way. You guys have closed the entrance. We are UCLA students. I have my ID right here. I'm being blocked off, not by the security guard, but by you two. You three. Oh, look, they're making their burger while I'm going this way. Excuse me. This is what they do.
I'd punch him in the fucking mouth.
Everybody, look at this. Look at this. I'm a UCLA student. I deserve to go here. We pay tuition. This is our school. And they're not letting me walk in. My class is over there. I want to use that entrance. Why can't they go? Will you let me go in? This could be over in a second. Just
Yeah, they're fucking terror supporters. They're wearing a keffiyeh.
let me and my friends go in to class.
Why is the security guard just sitting there?
We're not engaging. Then you can move. Will you move?
We're not engaging.
Okay, we're going.
Yeah, there's
I'm going.
racism.
I'm going in. I have my hands up. I'm not hurting them. I'm not hurting them. That's what they do. That's what they do, everybody. You guys are promoting aggression. You guys are promoting hate. We're UCLA students. We deserve to be there.
Dude, I'd brawl every single one of them. What, 2 of them are girls? The other 2 fucking dudes are little fucking weak-ass bitches? Do you think these fucking prissy-ass students going to fucking Berkeley who are some of the richest kids on the fucking planet, they've never been punched in the fucking mouth before. I would fucking kick their ass if I went to that school. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. That was a cool military video. What channel was that? I'm not sure. Let me see.
These U.S. Marines are pinned down.
War Chronicle. Doesn't really upload much. It's got a few shorts.
This is William Kyle Carpenter. While on rooftop security duty, Lance Corporal Carpenter and a comrade faced a daylight assault by the Taliban using hand grenades. Suddenly, a grenade landed near them both, and without hesitation, Lance Corporal Carpenter instinctively moved to protect his fellow Marine from the blast. Absorbing the explosion and led on the ground gravely injured but still alive, he'd risked his life to protect his comrade's life. He received the Medal of Honor for his actions that day. This is William Kyle.
Damn, dude. That guy's based.
I really think so. And what they say is toxic masculinity is simply masculinity in most of the world today. In fact, even in the countries now where they're going to try and pretend my message is damaging and dangerous, I say to men they should go work hard, get strong, go to the gym, be mentally disciplined, be stoic. All of these things were accepted by the entire population 10 or 15 years ago. I haven't changed my views. I haven't come up with anything radical or new. They've changed the parameters of what a man is, and they've lost their minds, not me. So I don't really believe I'm divisive. In fact, every single time a hit piece is published about me by the MSM, they turn the comments off. Please, you can check yourself. Every time the BBC, Channel 4, Channel 5, Australian News, whenever they try and do a hit piece on me, they have to turn the comments off because there's just thousands of comments saying you're wrong and he's right. A man should be a man and a woman should be a woman, and that's what makes families and society beautiful.
I'll get into that in a minute, but I mean, there are lots of people who love you. There are lots of people who hate you. So that is divisive, isn't it?
Well, I don't think you would have ever achieved anything in the world if you don't have certain people who hate you. That's fine. And there can be a contingent of the populace who hates me while I still remain eternally correct. I'm still right. That's fine. I mean, it's fine. And you could be the best thing in the world. It doesn't matter what you are. You can be a Ferrari and someone will hate you because you're too loud. I know what I'm saying is true. I know my message is overwhelmingly positive. I know I've had a massive positive impact on millions of people's lives. I know that in the end, as this arc completes and my innocence is proven, there's going to be a lot of people who have to apologize to me. If somebody wants to sit in their bedroom crying their eyes out because I said something they find mildly offensive, well, then I guess that's their problem.
Do you think there's any chance that you may have also had a very negative impact on many people's lives?
It's interesting you say that because I think if you actually want to be a professional, and like I said, I've analyzed all these things very non-emotionally, I think it's impossible to say anything positive doesn't have a negative impact under the right circumstances. There's no light without dark. Water is positive. You need water to live. You can drown in water. Music makes people happy. Yes, you can listen to music, you can feel happy, you can enjoy a party. It also sings about doing drugs, people become drug addicts. Like, I would like to believe my message is overwhelmingly positive. I tell people to train, to work hard, to make as much money as possible, to be stoic, etc. I'd be a liar if I couldn't sit here and say, well, I've convinced 100 million men.
He does not promote stoicism. He doesn't know what stoicism is.
And to go to the gym, and one of them dropped a dumbbell on his foot. Well, maybe, perhaps. I mean, but what can you do? You have to speak in generalities. Exceptions don't disprove the rule. My law, the things I'm saying are generally good things, and the rules are generally good. So for them to come along and attack me as they do, this is what's so disingenuous about the mainstream media, because this is exactly what they do. I'll teach men how important it is to be strong, go to the gym, and look after themselves. They will then see thousands of kids go to the gym and work hard. They will then find one kid who goes to the gym, who's maybe autistic, maybe he's not socially well conditioned, maybe he had bad parents, who knows, who starts walking around the school saying, I'm strong, I'm bumping into people. Then they'll say, Andrew Tate did that, and they'll attack me. That's as asinine, that is as foolish as waiting for somebody to crash a car and see that they were playing a Taylor Swift song and start saying that Taylor Swift fans crash cars. Because most people listen to Taylor Swift and don't crash their car. So the whole MSM narrative against me is completely disingenuous.
The thing is, I don't think the divisiveness comes from saying to men, get fit and be...
But it actually does, sir. And I apologize to interrupt, but it actually does. Australian News only the other day published some complete garbage about some female teacher who had to quit her job because she didn't feel safe in the classroom because the boys thought that it was a man's job to be strong. Masculinity is under such attack now that it is an act of resistance and rebellion to tell men to train and get strong. You can sit and say, telling men to be strong isn't why they attack you. Yes, it is, because when you tell men to be strong and have principles, they resist the slave programming. I'm telling men to make their own money and to get strong physically and to protect.
By the way, when he's talking about the shit in school classrooms, this has always been a thing. The majority of teachers are female. And whenever they see boys being boys, they don't understand it and they have a fucking problem with it. This has been a thing since forever. It's not a new phenomena that male children are singled out in classrooms.
Protect the people they care about and to say no to the programming. That's what they don't like. If I was telling men to put a wig on and become a girl, I wouldn't be going through any of this legal trouble. Not a single drop of it. If I was trying to convince men to castrate themselves, I'd be fine. But when I say, no, you're a man, you have to protect what you care about and stand up for what you believe in, no, then you're a problem. And it's a problem because they're trying to enslave all of us. And I don't think anybody at home actually understands where this AI tech and where the world's going. They're trying to enslave all of us. And when you come in as a conquering army, the first thing you do is you destroy the warriors. It's always been the same. You kill all the military-age males so that you're left with eunuchs, young boys who can't fight back, and girls. And they don't want men who listen to me or men like me because they know we would rather die. And they don't like it.
Should men listen to you when you say that you can have as many children as possible? If you have at least 10 children and 4 wives, you're a pussy bitch, I think you said, and genetic failure.
I said, no, that's a very good question. And
Dodo donated $2. Those student terrorist supporters were letting non-Jews in, but he had a Star of David necklace, so they wouldn't let him in. Yeah. Yep.
Finger gun.
She has a fucking stun gun. Jeez, these people are losers. They should call in the National Guard and arrest every single one of these fucking people. You a Zionist? Of course I am, so you can't enter. I'm not allowed to enter the library. We're all paying tuition here. Just another Jewish student facing the disgusting anti-Semitism from the mass clowns, intellectuals at UCLA. Bonus Allahu Akbar in the background.
It's time to go. What? You don't have a wristband. Why do I need a wristband? It's time to go. I can stand here if I want. I'm not moving.
Dude, look at these bitches, dude. Dude, it would have been worth it for me to go to university just to fucking fight these assholes.
Okay, they're now cornering me. I'm not moving. Say whatever you want. Of course I'm Zionist. Okay, so you don't let Zionists in the library that I pay tuition for?
These people are pathetic fucking cowards. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Again, we look at, sometimes I say things in hyperbole or I say things sarcastically for comedic effect. I do believe that children are extremely important. I do believe a man should have kids. I do believe we need families. I do believe the Western world needs more children. In fact, the Western governments themselves believe in it. That's why the populations are declining and collapsing. That's why we have to import people from all around the world because nobody has kids. I believe a man's duty is to have children with the woman he loves, absolutely. If he loves more than one woman and he wants kids with all of them and they're all happy, consenting adults, I once again condone that. I think that a lot of the people running the world is strangely coincidental that none of them have kids. Have you ever actually looked at the people in the Western world, the people who are in charge of us, none of them have kids? Isn't that weird? Wouldn't you want to be like 65 and have no kids at all and just aim for the control of the entire population and try and starve everyone to death? I don't know. Anyone without kids I don't trust, and I'll stand by that.
Some of the studies show that the reason the child production rate, if you like, has diminished is because people are trying to do the other side of what you say, make money and be successful.
I'd agree with that study. I would agree that the reason people are now not having as many children is because they're chasing money, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily down to the fact they want to be overly ambitious. I think they're chasing money because their government has destroyed their ability of living a fair and free and semi-comfortable life on any kind of normal wage. So when they inflate the currency to the moon, and when crime gets out of control so you need to move to a more expensive house, and when your living standards collapse, of course you're not going to be trying to have kids because you're trying to pay your bills, and the government's done that on purpose. Very few governments are actually making initiatives directly aimed at trying to promote people having children. Hungary's done it, South Korea's just recently done it, but most of the Western countries' answer is just to open the borders.
But does that make them genetic failures?
I wouldn't say, well, let me answer this carefully. If you fail to pass on your genetics, you have failed.
Some can't.
Like, what's funny is, Andrew Tate is a conservative, and conservatives are largely responsible for the reduction in birth rate. They're not supporting social programs that make it the financial burden of having children easier on families. They also keep lowering the taxes for the rich, raising taxes for the fucking poor, and they're the ones making it more just harder to fucking get by. The housing crisis, again, largely due to the fucking conservatives. So it's funny how he like preaches about conservative values, but these conservative values are what's driving up the cost of living and preventing people from having fucking kids because it's just become too expensive.
Why can't they?
I mean, it could be genetic.
Well, of course. I mean,
but is that failure? Is that failure or misfortune?
That's very misfortunate. But if you're a man and you're alive for 80 years and you don't manage to have children at all, and not because of some misfortune, again, exceptions don't disprove the rule. We're not talking about people who are incompetent in some way. We're talking about people who can do it and don't do it because they're too busy trying to get a promotion at some corporation. Well, I think that's a failure. I think children are the most important and beautiful thing on this planet, and they should be a priority in all ways, yes.
I know you say things for comedic effect, it's sardonic and so on, but there's so many young, impressionable minds that listen to you. How much responsibility do you feel?
I feel massive responsibility, and I think that a lot of the things I say that have been used against me, I said 10 years ago when nobody knew who I was, and it's kind of unfair for me to make a video that gets 60 views 10 years ago, and now I'm the most famous man in the world. It's going to be used against me. Of course, now I understand that with my massive power comes massive responsibility. I have to be a lot more careful how I say certain things because a lot more people will listen. I respect all of that. However, once again, this is uniquely used against me.
Why not correct them? Why not correct them now and say, look, 10 years ago I said this, I don't believe this to be the case anymore, I think that this and this should happen.
Well, I've done that, but I've done that for all the important ones, but I've also done thousands of hours of interviews, and also in this sliding scale, this never-ending tapestry of constant offense. A lot of the things I've said to you right here, right now, there's going to be people who take massive offense to it, and there's going to be someone else who's upset, some nobody, and I'm not really in the business of sitting down, apologizing to faceless nobodies all day long. People make these Twitter accounts, they have no fans, no followers, no face, it's Anon, or the MSM quotes an Anon source. All this is just made up imaginary, or people who have no relevance to society, and they sit there and say, Andrew, you offended me. Well, guess what? The world is harsh, the world is hard, you're going to have to get over it and live your life. You don't have to read what I say, you don't have to listen to my videos. I don't care that you exist, if you exist at all, so you can just move on. I'm really not in the habit of sitting down and apologizing to a bunch of insignificant people. I'm not going to sit here and dedicate my life to trying to make those people feel better.
I'm not thinking about the insignificant ones, I'm thinking about those who are your genuine fans, for whom everything you say is like the word of God.
Oh, my genuine fans aren't stupid, right? My genuine fans aren't stupid. Once again, there may be one autistic kid who goes to the gym and walks around the school and acts like an idiot. I'm sure there's some idiot who's listened to 50 Cent and thought, that's it, it's time to shoot people and sell drugs. I'm sure there's some idiot who's done exactly that. But most people play a song and enjoy the song for what it is and then move on with their lives. I'm not going to sit here and assume all my fans are idiots. And I'm not going to assume they're all carbon copies of me either. I'm sure a lot of them like some of the things I say and disagree with some of the things I say because they're functioning adults, as we all are. I'm not responsible.
There are people who are paying for his inner circle in his Hustlers University thing, who he was coaching to sex traffic women directly, and they're in jail now for sex trafficking.
Responsible for the action of every single person who's ever heard an Andrew Tate video. And the world knows this, and the MSM knows this, and the police know this, but they're using it against me anyway because this is a matrix attack. Unless Taylor Swift starts going to jail for everyone who crashes a car with a Taylor Swift CD in, everything that's happening to me is unjustified.
I'm sure you have a lot of fans who are autistic who are probably taking offense right now. I mean, do you have something against that?
No, absolutely not. I just gave an example. And it's an example because I do believe that genuinely happened. I do believe there was a child who watched my stuff, who had some kind of learning difficulty, who was repeating it over and over again. And I have to sit here and say, okay, I'm a man on the internet, makes videos. You're saying a child in Australia 3,000 miles away with learning difficulties listens to what I said and repeats the phrases. I'm sure before he was repeating my phrases, he was repeating phrases from TV or from a song or from something else. How is this even how can I defend myself against this level of attack besides do what they want, which is not talk at all? They're going to put me in a position where if I say anything, it's bad. If I say anything, it can be used against me. So the only way I can protect myself from somebody who I've never met 3,000 miles away repeating the words I've said on the internet is to not talk on the internet, which is what they want me to do, which is why they attack me with this garbage, and I utterly refuse.
Andrew, you're considered part of the manosphere, this term that describes a disparate group of, well, not necessarily disparate, maybe cohesive in some ways, a group of websites and blogs and influencers who have a very strong position on what masculinity is about. And you're put into that group, the manosphere, some of which is pretty extreme. How do you regard the manosphere?
I don't know who any of those people are in the manosphere. I don't have any association with any of those people in the manosphere. I can't speak for any of them. I don't know who they are. I can only speak for my own views. I would consider myself a political commentator, and I would consider myself somebody who comments on men's rights issues because nobody else seems to care. Nobody else seems to care that men commit more suicide, men are more homeless, men are the ones who are struggling in society today. We have no mental health support. Even if you look at something as simple as cancer, breast cancer gets all the funding, prostate cancer, nobody cares. Men are here to die, pay taxes, nobody cares about us, nobody cares about our feelings, and then they sit and say,
that is completely and utterly false. Breast cancer is more aggressive and harder to treat compared to prostate cancer. Prostate cancer is highly treatable, highly preventable. I don't know why he's acting as if there's no funding going towards prostate cancer research. There absolutely is.
Oh yeah, men are depressed, that's strange. When I come along and try and offer a solution, they matrix attack me because the solution isn't the solution they like. Because the solution they like is to take pharmaceutical drugs and sit around crying at home, and I try and show something which is against the big money and against the big pharma. So I don't know who the manosphere are, but I am a man, and I will tell my story of how I lived the best possible experience of being a man, and I'll help as many men as possible, and I'll highlight the difficulties that men go through, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Do you believe in gender equality?
I'll help as many men as possible. This is the guy who admitted to committing romantic scams to financially ruin men. So that's just a lie.
That's a trick question.
No, it's quite
no, it's a trick question. It's fine, sir. It's fine. I've been around the block. That's a trick question. I believe the genders are different, but equally important. I believe in equality and importance. I do not believe in equality in capabilities. I do not believe a man can have a baby. I do not believe the average woman can fight combatively against the average man. I believe we're built differently. I believe God has designed us to be different. We are two halves of a whole. And when a woman is feminine and a man is masculine and we work together, we create perfect unity, which is why we're designed to be different. So do I agree in gender equality? Yes. But that term is hijacked. that term is used as a Trojan horse for pretending that all the genders can do the same things. And that's not true. This is what they do in the Western world. They hijack terms. They come along and say, you don't believe in gender equality. I say, yes, I do. I believe we're equally important. No, because you don't believe that a woman can do everything a man can do. No, I don't, because she can't. And a man can't do everything a woman can do. We do different things. So I do believe in gender equality, but I don't believe in the new version of it that they're trying to purport on the populace because it's deliberately used as a weapon.
Let me ask you this then. A message you had for women was you said to them, we save you from the female inclination to make stupid choices.
Yes.
Don't you think men make stupid choices?
Absolutely, but I would argue that women make emotional decisions more often than men. I think men make more logical decisions.
Men are more likely to get addicted to drugs, including alcohol. They're more likely to drink and drive. They're more likely to commit crimes in general, but particularly violent crimes. They're less likely to graduate high school. They're less likely to get post-secondary education. And they're more likely to get incarcerated for committing crimes. If you look at the sum total of life choices that men and women make far more emotional-based choices than women do.
Because life as a man is a more logical place, and we have to ignore our emotions more often. Staying on the Titanic is not a logical decision. It's not the smartest thing to do. You just sit and ignore your emotions and say, this is what
Andrew Tate believes in gender equity, not gender equality.
I think you mean the reverse of that. I think you mean gender equality, not gender equity. And I don't really believe that because I don't think he believes in anything, honestly. He seems to just be a narcissist who is a moral anti-realist who will just justify anything he does for his own benefit. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
What I'm supposed to do. Women are more often and more in tune with their emotions, which is a superpower, by the way. This is why they're better at a lot of things. This is why they outcompete men in many things. But emotional decisions can often be wrong because they're exactly that emotional. And if you look at any happy household, forget the Andrew Tate attack. You look at any happy household on the planet, there is a man who is man of the house, and the woman comes to him for advice because he is the man of the house, and he is more logical and more stoic and more cold and calculated. This is the way the world has always been and still is, and for anyone to pretend otherwise is a matrix attack.
It is very much a generalization. I think there are very many strong women. And I noted that you said about the lack of the man in the house. The disciplinarian, the person in charge, is responsible for society's ills, knife crimes.
This is the lack of fathers.
And yet, are you present as a father to your kids?
Absolutely, of course. All I do is raise my children. And I'm in a unique financial circumstance. The fact that I can have so many children is because I'm unique financially. I think Elon Musk also has 11 kids. So it's not uncommon for billionaires to enjoy offspring at all. I think Genghis Khan had a few more than that. But this is common. But yeah, fatherlessness is the biggest pandemic. And when you say fatherlessness, I don't just mean a lack of man in the house. I mean a lack of man of character in the house. If the man is in the house and he's just soppy goo.
He literally made a Twitter post instructing his male followers to cheat on their romantic partners and not use any kind of contraception and impregnate as many women as they can. Like, there's no consistency or meaning behind anything he says. Everything he does is specifically for his own benefit. He knows saying this sort of shit is going to get him attention and therefore, like, money. Those are the two things he seems to be most concerned with, attention and money. He's not giving any advice for anybody's benefit other than his own. Going to try Counter-Strike 2 tonight? Yeah, sure. Why not? Might as well.
Well, then he's going to do his job, is he? But if the man's in the house and is showing the benefits of discipline and hard work and taking the long road instead of shortcuts and doing the right thing because you're supposed to do the right thing as opposed to doing how you feel and ignoring your emotions and acting how you're supposed to act, well, then you're going to have a better society. So yeah, fatherlessness and lack of masculinity is what the society is suffering from.
Like the idea that women don't also work hard and pay the bills and like again, men are more likely to like do things like sell drugs, run criminal enterprises and shit, take shortcuts. How can you say this is a uniquely beneficial masculine trait?
Oh, sorry, I thought equity is when you don't treat people equally. You treat them based on their position in life. As in the poor person gets more help than the rich person? I thought that's what Andrew Tate believes in.
No, so equity is when you you try to normalize all outcomes so that they're relatively the same. Equality is giving people the same opportunities and treating them the same way, and not trying to alter any opportunities to influence an outcome. Thanks for the donation, Riley Jones.
We need more masculinity in society, not less. And the fact they attack me and try and get rid of me is somehow toxic, and to move everything into this feminine frame of feelings and maybes and take depressive drugs when you feel sad and it's all going to be okay and men should be more in touch with their feelings. All of that is why we are the way we are.
Now, I don't normally bring personal stuff into my views. I'm very much there to hear the story. But I grew up without a father, and I would say my mother taught me the right things too. She taught me what the right things were. And I wonder, surely women can also play that role.
Absolutely. Mothers are extremely important.
I mean, you say a lack of father, but in this case, the right kind of mother, or a mother who can be strong.
I would agree with you, but exceptions don't disprove the rule. If you were to look statistically, most males, who are from a single mother household are more likely to commit crime than from a dual parent household. What's interesting is, my mother and father split up at age 9, and I spent all of my teenage years without seeing my father. And here I am, a beacon of success, brilliant, tall, strong, smart, and funny. So it can be done.
And humble.
So it can be done. But we have to talk in generalities. Yeah. And in general, if you have two parents at home, it's better for the upbringing, especially of boys, because boys commit a lot of the violence in society today. And this is another thing I want to make very clear. When we try to feminize men, which is what they're trying to do, they're trying to feminize men. They imagine these soft, eunuch version of men who sit at home and cry all day, and that is perhaps true. You do get some versions of men who act that way. But when you feminize a lot of other men, what you do is tell men to act on their impulse and act how they feel. And that's why you get crime. Murdering somebody is an emotional decision, as is rape, as is all these terrible, heinous crimes that happen. They're men with no emotional control and no self-control, told by...
This is coming from a guy who's run a criminal enterprise, has raped at least one woman that we know of. I think 3 or 4 other women have come forward alleging rape, which, again, he probably has done. So,
by society to act how they feel, expecting them to walk around talking about rainbows and butterflies all day. And instead, when someone makes them mad, they pull out a blade and stick it in his neck. So the whole thing is garbage. You're destroying society by destroying masculinity.
By the way, why do you think men in particular are more likely to pull out a knife and stab somebody or shoot somebody or kill them or beat them up when they get angry? Like, it's because men have testosterone, and testosterone makes you more prone to aggression and anger and violence. Like he wants to make it seem as though testosterone makes you this kind of unfeeling, he uses the word stoic. I don't know, just very neutral person. Like, no, testosterone makes you aggressive, competitive, makes you angry, it makes you driven, and it can make you do a lot of stupid fucking things like commit crimes. Women are emotional in their own sort of ways, where they're more likely to cry and feel sad and anxiety and shit. Men are emotional in a different way, where they tend to be prone more to anger and aggression and violence.
Andrew, isn't there a range, though? I mean, you're suggesting a man can't be emotional. And yet you say you're an emotional man sometimes.
No, I'm not suggesting they can't be emotional. I'm suggesting they should have control over their emotions. We should feel emotion, and we should control them. A man should feel angry when it's time to feel angry, and he should control it. As with sad and everything else, there's a time you must simply perform and do the right thing.
Yeah, so, again... So, what the fuck are you talking about? So, now he's acknowledging that men are emotional, but men need to control their emotions. That's not what he said before. He said, well, men are kind of emotionless and they're more logical. Well, they're not. Avi Duder donated $3.
Smile.
Kiki, it's 7 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
Silence.
Him, son. That's a good burb.
This guy put a skateboard under his turtle. He gave the turtle a way to feel speed that it would normally be unable to experience. Look how the turtle gets up to speed and then coasts. It's like it understands and desires to move fast, but is unable to do so because of limitations of its body.
Wow. Look at that turtle. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at him go. That's a good fucking turd. Son.
Sir, choose between one of the 2 mystery boxes. Which one? The small one or the big one? The big one? Okay, let's see what you won. $1! Dude, here you go. Are you happy? No? Okay, let's see what you could have won. Bro, you could have won a phone?
Him, son. That is a good cat. Wow. Oh my god. my goodness. Such a sweet burb.
Just wondering, do you believe in equity or equality and why?
I guess I believe in equality. And to some extent, I think equity should be... I think there should be some amount of equity as well. If there's people with clear and obvious disadvantages, I don't know why we can't use our productivity to give them a better, life circumstance. You know what I mean? So everyone should be granted the same opportunities, and in cases where there are clearly people who have unfair disadvantages, I don't know why we can't give some people a bit of a leg up so that they're not so disadvantaged, especially considering how productive we are now as a society. Yeah, equality, equity, capitalism. I don't know. With capitalism, there'd be somebody way, way at the bottom, but... Thanks for the donation, Riley. Wow.
What's your name, jerkman? Mom. I never owned a bird. I didn't know that they could be that clear. Got some fresh water. Who made that back? Shut up. Hey, Google, turn on light.
Men must lock up their emotions tight, kind of like how tight you wanna wrap your arm around cosmic destiny's supple necklace. Tate is right, we need men who are masculine, eat steak, for breakfast, lunch and dinner until you have an occlusion in your dick.
Don't know if I am in support of that. Don't think I am. Thanks for the donation, though, Black Lotus. Masterpiece donated $2. Let me see. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. That's a good dog. Thanks for the donation, Masterpiece.
Here's Cindy and Jason. This is Cosmo's story for Geo Beats. I'm glad you're sore. Oh, I'm not sore. Cosmo seems to know the context of words. I hurt myself. I'm sorry.
Oh.
There you go. Was that good? She has a huge vocabulary. I'm thinking at least 800 to 1,000 words. What the? Wow, you got popcorn? She is hilarious. Peekaboo. Go get you. Shut up. Oh. Many years ago, my husband's cousin phoned him up and said, would you be able to take her if something happens to me?
What are you doing, you knucklehead?
Hey, Google, turn the light off. And my husband said, for sure, of course, right? And we're not thinking this is going to happen soon. We thought we had at least 20 to 30 years because she was young. And then 3 years later, she passed. We never met Cosmo before that. We arrived there. She was already plucking. She started plucking when her first mom went to the hospital and passed on. We walked in and she goes, hi, I'm Cosmo. What's your name? So clear. What's your name? We got her and she was 3 years old. At the time, I had 3 cats and a dog. The dog starts barking. The cats are like...
Dude, parrots are so fucking smart. It's crazy.
What you want? I had no clue about anything. Hi. Hi. Good girl. Got some butter picking. And I started doing a lot of research. You can't give them avocado. You can't give them onions. There's a whole list. Be quiet. There's so much about these birds. It's incredible. All right, Mom's gotta go shopping. She knows that I'm going out, and she'll say, can you zoom there and zoom back? Zoom there and zoom back. You good girl. When we come in, she gets excited. Daddy's home. She is like a little comedian. In a birdie body. In a birdie body. I want to hear Cosmo do.
Good evening, VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. So, I'm always on the side of equality for everyone, but I can't stand when certain types of people will label a different type as toxic, like when women labels all men as toxic, misogynistic psychopaths.
Well, yeah, it's called being bigoted. Yeah, bigots are intolerable. Thanks for the donation. Finger my ass. Appreciate it.
Do water noise.
You're so pretty.
Wow.
She can be sassy.
Shut up, quiet.
I'm not going to say those things on GOP, is what she says. She will try everything to get your attention. And if it doesn't work, she'll start coughing and coughing in a human cough voice.
Cosmo's happy.
She's very healthy. The blood work's fine. The skin test is fine.
Mama happy.
She's gained about 70% of her feathers back, but she's still a plucker.
Cosmo great.
The vet says once they have a habit, it's hard to stop.
Got some fresh water.
I have never owned a bird before. I thought birds just mimic. No, definitely not.
Hey, baby. You want to come over here?
She knows how I feel. She has empathy towards me. I just came out of a hospital and she was just about to eat an almond. She dropped it. Are you okay, Mommy? Are you okay? I'm really sore, Cosmo. I just got back from the hospital. She is like my own daughter.
Merry Christmas. Christmas is over.
It's hard for me to describe.
I love you so much.
I love her so much. The bond is huge.
I love you.
Wow, that's amazing.
You kiss? You want some?
Is like a stand-up comedian, but with a grumpy grandpa.
What's up?
We are Kyle and Emily, and this is Gizmo Story for GeoBeats.
I'm Gizmo. Who are you?
He came from a couple that tried to rescue too many birds.
Ooh, let the birds out. Chirp, chirp.
They had no time.
Yeah.
So they concentrated on the birds that they
Dude, it's so amazing that they can talk.
Bonded with, and Gizmo wasn't one of those. He was in a room on his own, and the only form of attention he got is when he spoke.
Oh.
He can't fly.
Damn it.
His muscles are not very strong due to him being in his cage for so long.
Birds don't walk.
Something about Gizmo just made us want him.
Peekaboo. I see you. Yeah, I know what's in your heart.
He spoke to my heart. I was the chosen one.
I loved you. I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After a month, he really started testing out everything with me. I let him make every single first move.
Sorry.
I never pushed him with anything.
All right.
After 3 months, we were fully bonded.
Be serious. Set timer.
He free roams. He can choose where he wants to go.
What you gotta do? Albert.
It was really interesting to see him be able to speak to us like a person would.
What you doing?
Watching you.
Oh, you're a couple of
We started realizing, wow, he was actually participating in conversation like in full contextual ways.
Peekaboo.
I see you.
Hi.
Hi, baby.
His number one favorite word, because he is highly food motivated, is want some.
You want some?
He will say that over and over on repeat, especially when we're eating dinner. Dogs beg, he's the same, but he literally speaks.
Want some? Oh. Snack.
He will ask for a statue, and he doesn't want a statue. He wants what we're eating.
You want a statue? Statue?
Each week, he'll have a whole vocabulary of his favorite words, and then it will change the next week.
Okay, spot. Okay. Hey, bud, how you doing?
He's only said that 3 times since we've had him, and it's not been just repeating it. He's meant what he said.
He associates words appropriately to the emotion.
God damn it.
So when he's saying the bad word, he's saying it when he's mad or annoyed or upset in a way.
Flies.
And same with love and happy and funny. Those words all contribute to the emotion, which is like really smart on how he's able to use those.
Okay.
When we're going, he'll say goodbye, see you later.
Goodbye, see you later.
He says goodbye to the kids when they go to school. He knows. I don't know how.
Bye.
See you later.
My bond with him is the most beautiful thing I've ever experienced in my life, apart from my children.
I love you.
Oh.
I unexpectedly lost my mum, and there's times where I'm upset and he knows and he feels it. On her birthday, we sung happy birthday for her, and I was crying and my kids are around me, and he did everything in his power just to make me laugh. He rescued me as much as I rescued him.
You're cute. Chirp, chirp.
We both healed each other's hearts.
Say hi.
Hi. Woo! You okay?
What's the matter?
He's brought so much joy and love.
You're being funny.
Sorry, Joe.
He completed our family.
Bye, nerd.
That's amazing.
Just as the man on the Titanic felt fear and ignored it and went into the water to save the women and children. This is the bottom line of masculinity since the dawn of human time, is to do what you're supposed to do because you have a duty, not to do how you feel. I'm sure the men in the trenches didn't feel like running over the top, but they had to because they were supposed to. That's what being a man is all about. And men should be waking up in the world today and say, I have to perform and act this way. I have to go to the gym even though I don't feel like going to the gym. I have to make money even though the economy is bad. I have to protect and provide for the people I care about. I have to do the right thing irregardless of how I feel. And the reason this is so important is because
And apparently women don't do this because women love going to work and paying the bills, right?
a small contingent of men do think this way. And you as a man will never be able to outcompete the people who do if you're going to act on feelings. If you're only going to go to the gym when you feel like going to the gym, you're going to constantly lose to the person who goes to the gym, regardless of how he feels, because he's there every day. And it's a very competitive world we live in, especially for men. And there's have-nots and have-yachts, and it's getting worse. The rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. And if you're a man waking up in the world today in a normal life and you want to be anywhere, you have to be prepared to go against killers like me with billions who work 18 hours a day every single day, who don't have a day off, in jail, out of jail, doesn't matter, want more. And if you're going to compete against me, you don't have time to sit around being sad, or you'll perpetually lose. And that's you're going to be reality. You're going to be a loser. That's what's going to happen.
What if people don't want to compete with you at that level? What if they don't want a yacht?
That's fine.
To be happy.
That's fine. Of course, they can still be happy. That's their decision. But if they stay at home wanting a yacht and not having one, well, then they have a problem then, don't they?
It's interesting. For a lot of people, the dichotomy of your life is an interesting one. You stated the view that modesty is feminine.
Pretty sure Andrew Tate doesn't own a yacht. Yachts are insanely, ridiculously expensive. I remember I went to the Toronto Harbor one time, and I was walking around the dock, and there was a lot of people just working on their boats, and there was a guy with like this. It's not a big boat. It looked nice, and he was just cleaning his boat, and we just stopped and asked him, how much does a boat like that cost? He said he paid $1.5 million for it, and it wasn't even big. I was like, holy fucking shit, really? So, like, when you're talking about a yacht, like one of those big fucking boats that you can, like, you know, have a party on, those are ridiculously expensive. You're talking multiple millions of dollars. They're hard to upkeep. They're expensive to dock. I don't know if he makes enough money to even, like, he might be able to afford one if he really, really wanted to, but, like, that would cost a lot. Like, you'd have to really want one. So I don't think he makes that kind of money where he can afford to just have a yacht to use just every so often. Like, I don't think he's into boating enough for him to pay that sort of expense. Somebody made a video about the yacht party that he went on. In all likelihood, he just rented a yacht for the day. That's probably what he did.
Empowerment, taking your clothes off on Instagram is not empowering. It's empowering to say that no man but my husband can see my body.
Correct.
And yet, your past, this contradicts your past, where you had women on webcams.
Correct.
And this is what you're accused of to a large degree.
Well, accused of, it's not a crime. So
I mean in the sense that, you know, that contradicts, and especially, and we'll talk about you becoming a Muslim, but it contradicts your faith.
Absolutely. And that's the beauty of life. The beauty of life is as we grow, we change. And I've been very honest and open about the fact that I used to have a business which helped girls make money on the internet. It's kind of funny because I grew up in Luton, I grew up in a council estate, single mother household, in a council estate. The most crime I was around. I was in the kids whose school who got arrested for murder. There was kids who stole cars and crashed the cars and died. My house was burgled 3 times. My neighbor's house was burgled. I knew drug dealers who were driving very nice cars at 19. I grew up around all the worst crimes. I didn't do any of them. None of that. What did I do? I helped people get trafficked to a website. Oh, heaven forbid. If I wasn't famous, would any of this be even mentioned?
He, like, again, he sex trafficked women, stole their money.
No, of course not. So I did this back then. I was a younger man. I didn't know then what I know now. Now I have different morals and different principles and a different outlook on life, and I wouldn't do it again, of course. And I'm sure if you ask any 37-year-old if he thinks the same as he did when he was 21, well, they're probably going to say no. Jay-Z used to sell crack. He was a drug dealer. Now he's a mogul of the music empire. That's how it goes. That's life. Sometimes as a man, you got to get out of the ghetto. It is what it is. And I'm not going to sit here and say sorry for it or pretend to be sorry. I know that I didn't do a fraction of the bad things I could have done or was offered to do. I mean everything I said here. I mean that female empowerment is modesty. A woman who is powerful doesn't have to be ogled and stared at by random men, because when she decides to cover up, she's saving herself for the people she cares about or believes get to see her. That is empowerment. I believe girls who get constantly naked on the internet are not empowering themselves. They're actually embarrassing themselves. I do believe that. Did I once profit from that 15 years ago? Yes.
So you've evolved.
Of course. I think I'd be a fool if I hadn't.
He's saying 15 years ago. He was doing this up until only a couple years ago.
You can see the conclusion of my interview with Andrew Tate in the next few days.
He is such a fucking liar, dude. Just lies constantly about fucking everything.
I feel like Diddy's lawyers looked at the long sheet of allegations that he's facing and said, listen, Diddy has not done all the crazy stuff that we all know that he's done. But on the off chance he actually did what we all know that he did, in 1991, the laws that y'all are trying to use to get him didn't even exist yet. They didn't even exist. So we're not saying that he did it, even though we all know that he did. But if he did it, it would have been fine because he was doing things that were so messed up that we didn't even have a precedent for it in law until recently. So it's just like, girl, y'all gonna have to get out my face. You see it in my head now.
We cannot be clashing like this, inciting for violence, harassing Jewish people, harassing successful people, bringing the Hamas nightmare into the American soil, globalizing the intifada, globalizing.
So obviously there's a terrible mess in the Middle East and everybody has an opinion about it, but everyone's also woefully under, what would you call it? Underinformed with regards to the situation there because it's unbelievably complicated. And so I think people take sides and make opinions without knowing the first thing about what's actually happening. And so I want to ask you a bunch of like really basic questions, and we can flesh out the landscape for everybody who's watching and listening. So the first question I'd like to ask you is, what is Hamas exactly? How would you characterize it?
You know, before actually we say what is Hamas, we need to ask ourselves, what is Palestine?
Okay.
Because Palestine is non-existential. And it was never a country. It's not ethnic group. It's not a religion. It's not a faith. It's a colonial entity created by the British that lived for about 25 years. And Jews, Arabs, Druze, Christians, Zionists were called Palestinians before the termination of the British mandate. It was called the British Mandate of Palestine. So the mandate itself had the name Palestine. Now,
right, and this is all taking place after World War I, when
after the collapse of the.
How much does your hatred of Islam affect how you report on the war? I don't think it's made me biased to a degree where I can't accurately report on anything. Obviously, I'm not going to have any sympathy to Islamic jihadists. So, you know, the people who are like saying, oh, it's not their fault, they're grown up in a certain culture, like, I don't care. So I don't have sympathy for people regardless of the set of circumstances that led to whatever belief they have. The reality is they believe in certain stupid things like killing all Jews, and because of those beliefs, I fucking can't stand them, and I don't have any fucking sympathy for people who get killed for, you know, supporting anti-Semitism, committing terror attacks, shit like that.
Ottoman Empire. Right. So the empire collapses. There's questions about how the political boundaries should be drawn. The British establish this state known as Palestine. And so what should people think about that exactly? Like, what do you think people should think about the fact that the British were involved? I mean, they won World War I and the Ottoman Empire collapsed. So there was some mopping up to do, and often those things are done in a hurry and with less than optimal information, let's say.
Yes. Well, the Ottoman Empire continued for about 400 years. during that time, they ethnically cleansed the Jewish people from their land, which explains why the Jewish people were all over the place. After World War I and all the atrocities and the persecution of the Jewish people, they felt the need to seek a refuge, and the homeland was the best option for the Jewish people. Now, this led to clashes between the colonizer, which was the British Empire, and the Jewish people. The Jewish people fought for their independence and they shed blood in the process. Also, the Arabs did the same. In 1948, when the United Nations divided the land, given the opportunity to the Jews and the Arabs to build and establish their own states, the Jews declared their independence, but the Arabs declared war against the Jews. And I think this is a very important point to understand. There was no such a thing as Palestine. And when we talk about the British Mandate of Palestine, it was never a state. It was just a transitional period from the collapse of the Ottoman Empire to the termination of the British Mandate. And that was less than 28 years.
So that termination was in 1948?
In 1947.
Okay. Okay. So why, in your estimation, weren't two states established at that time? A state for the Palestinian Arabs and a state for the Jews?
From Muslim point of view, and this is where it gets tricky, this is where nobody wants to talk about, the ideological religious dimension of this war. From Islamic point of view, the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the surrounding areas does not define boundary. The surrounding areas could be 100 miles, could be 500 miles.
Richard, have you heard of Daniel Harkaikachu?
Yeah, he is the Muslim apologist who really wants everybody to have sex with children. He is a scumbag piece of shit. He promotes pedophilia. He's a massive anti-Semite. The ADL, Anti-Defamation League, wrote a really hilarious article about him, detailing all the anti-Semitic hatred he spews, conspiracy theories, and his desire for grown men to have sex with children. I can't stand him. I hope he gets arrested and deported or something. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Is an Islamic trust that no Muslim leader has the authority to give it away to the non-Muslims. So when the Jewish people returned to their homeland, the Muslims outraged. And that's the most fundamental reason and motive for the Arabs and Muslims to fight against Israel, because they consider that territory as an Islamic land.
Right, and that's the mosque that's built on what was the Temple Mount.
Exactly. It's
right.
Actually, the history of the mosque is about approximately 1,300 years, but the Jewish temple beneath is a lot older than that, and the Jewish ruins in Judea and Samaria still erected, actually. And the Jewish people have overwhelming evidence of artifacts and archaeology that support.
Yeah, it's so funny how all these people are saying, oh, the Jews are colonizers, the Jews are colonizers. Well, Jews lived there before Muslims, so who are the real colonizers, right?
Their existence over centuries, millennia. But the Muslims don't. There is no currency, there is no book, there is no Bible, there is only a building that is 1,300 years old. And this is why, for the Jewish people, don't have a problem in principle to coexist with other ethnic groups. Like even the Zionist movement did not have a problem to have a two-state solution back in the day, while the Muslims refuse completely having Jewish existence on that land. The same way in Mecca, non-Muslims are not allowed to enter Mecca, even to drive through Mecca. The same thing, they want the situation to be in Jerusalem.
How did you come to these conclusions? I mean, I don't imagine this is how you looked at the world when you were young. So how did you come to these conclusions? I understand that your father, Sheikh Hassan Youssef, is a co-founder of Hamas. So obviously that's complicated, to say the least. So tell me how you looked at things when you were a young man, and then what events in your life started to change your mind?
Since I was very young, I had...
How old are you now?
I'm 45 years.
45, okay. So you were born in about 1980?
1978.
78, yeah.
So I had critical thinking from the early beginning of my life. When the mullah told the funeral crowd that the angels of heaven are going to come back and interrogate this.
Yay, that's interesting, Richard. Daniel Hakikachu defends his position by saying that opposing his position is fascist. Do you believe that fascism is good when it conks to making society a better place, and bad when it hurts people? Or is it just wrong?
That question is kind of nonsensical because fascist regimes, by definition, are harmful. They take away human rights. They're violent regimes, and they're also very racist and bigoted. So there's not really any way of having a fascist regime that is productive towards some sort of goal of improving humanity. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley Jones.
Deceased in the grave, they're going to bring his soul back, they're going to torture him, and if he does not answer the right question, it's going to be an open hell. I went back to the graveyard and I investigated. I was only 10 years old. And since that point of my life, I did not find death intimidating as much as actually became my drive to seek a higher truth.
So why, in your estimation, weren't two states established at that time? A state for the Palestinian Arabs and a state for the Jews?
From Muslim point of view, and this is where it gets tricky, this is where nobody wants to talk about. The ideological religious...
Oh wait, we already saw that.
What's the definition of Intifada?
Chaos. People call it uprising, but the very definition, not only of Intifada, of Palestine, very similar definitions. It's chaos, it's disorder, it's anti-establishment.
How does it arise?
Well, simply Yasser Arafat sitting in Tunisia. This is supposed to be the father of the Palestinian revolution.
The same Yasser Arafat who died with like $4 billion. That
a lot
Yasser
more.
Arafat?
A lot more. Yasser Arafat was an Egyptian con artist. He was born in Egypt with an Egyptian accent. It was so obvious to know that he's Egyptian, but everybody was in denial that he's Palestinian, and he's the father of the Palestinian revolution. After they were kicked out of Jordan, of Lebanon, and they ended up in Tunisia, some 2,000 miles away, they came up with the idea to engineer the Intifada. They wanted trouble, but from within. They knew that this could be a lot more effective than trying to destroy Israel from outside. And they sent children to die. This has been their mechanism, their strategy.
And who's they?
When I say they, all those who are complicit in this continuous crime. All those who sacrifice children for power and for money. It's a fundamental part of that culture. We have to understand this. First was the ideological dimension that I told you about. Then sacrificing children is not something that make them feel guilty. It's acceptable in that culture. So now, as a student, masked men used to come, and we were just 5th and 6th grade. We were very young. And they would force all students to evacuate the school. They paralyzed the educational system. They paralyzed economy, transportation, and they wanted complete chaos. And until today, I ask myself, if you were fighting against Israel, why would you stop the education and the economy and all other aspects of the Arab life in the West Bank? This is what intifada means. So instead of going to school, we stayed at home for the first 2 or 3 years of the first Palestinian intifada. We did not go to school. Now, instead, many of the children got engaged in stone throwing, and this became our game. I was part of that game. And many of my friends got shot in the process, throwing stones at the IDF or what we used to call them settlers, just clashing. Of course, many civilians got hurt in the process. So they did not want us to go to schools, and I did not understand why. What about the economy? What about the people who were forced to shut down their stores? And if they did not obey, they became traitors. And in the morning, they came back to their stores, and they were burnt down to ashes. So by the means of intimidation, Yasser Arafat sitting in luxury, like Haniya today sitting in luxury in Qatar. And what's in common between all these con artists? That they were outsiders, living outside, while they wanted the children to die on their behalf. Because what really globalized the Intifada or the Palestinian cause is the children. During the first Palestinian Intifada, when the world saw a...
Oh, sorry, Richard. I thought fascism is when a government tries to force you to do something, and that sometimes racism was just a byproduct of having a sib-trolling leader, but didn't have to be. As in banning murder or forcing veganism is fascist.
That is not what fascism is. Just look up the definition of fascism. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
A child in the face of a modern army. And that was outrageous, and everybody sympathized with the cause.
So how did the leaders of the Intifada benefit personally from putting children on the front line? What's the money pipeline precisely? I mean, Arafat ended up with an absolute bloody fortune, like an insane fortune, and I know the same thing is happening, but how exactly is that monetized? It's the suffering of children produces an influx of foreign aid that's then pocketed, essentially?
Yes, because on one hand, they delegitimize Israel. Israel become a child killer.
Right.
Then there is no one in the world that does not sympathize with children dying.
Right.
So there is no more destructive or powerful weapon in the hands of a corrupt revolution that don't want to fight. They don't have the courage to actually fight in combat, but they prefer that their children would die on their behalf. In the meantime, delegitimize Israel and globalize their cause. The international community don't know the reality 100% on the ground. They don't understand this game. Even up to now, they see Hamas using children as human shields, which is very obvious. This is what Hamas wanted from this war. The international community is still in denial. So when children die, this will lead to more chaos. It would lead to war. It would lead to, today, a global chaos. But how do you deflate the tension? You deflate the tension by going to the middleman pay him off, and he's going to stop the madness. And this is how they paid off Yasser Arafat, paid off Hamas. This is the Gaza war today. This is not the first one. This is the fifth one. And every time Hamas started the war, they used human shields. Children died. Hamas exaggerated the numbers, the statistics. They weren't accurate. The international community bent over and submitted to a ceasefire, which basically guaranteed Hamas staying in power. But now how do you silence Hamas for a while? By giving them lots of money. But this time Hamas thought they could double down on human shields by putting booby traps all over the place. Schools, hospitals, mosques. They did not leave any secret location in Gaza without using it as a shooting pad. Digging hundreds of miles of tunnels beneath one of the most populated areas on Earth.
And how come that wasn't widely known? How come that wasn't widely known in the West?
Well, this is obvious. This is obvious, but the world is in denial because it's much easier to condemn Israel. You know, when we have close to 2 billion Muslims repeating a certain narrative, a false narrative that is baseless, that say Palestine, and we say the very foundation of this narrative, there is no such a thing as Palestine. It never existed. But everybody suddenly became a pro-Palestine. All the
well, it fits into the oppressor-oppressed narrative, right?
It's the victim
absolutely
narrative. It's the victim mentality.
Yeah,
so now, even in the United States, the anti-bankers, those who are in debt or anti-establishment, communists, feminists, socialists, Islamists are coming in the same room protesting or opposing as pro-Palestine. Well, what is Palestine? Well, you are extreme opposites that you should not be in the same avenue at all. Without Israel, you would be conspiring to destroy each other, Islamists and communists.
Clearly.
But suddenly now you are pairing. So this phenomenon of Palestine, it shows you falsehood versus truth. And
well, there's something really fundamental to that victim-victimizer narrative, right? That's underlying all of this. And if you can tap into that, then you get you certainly get all the left-wing radicals on your side instantly, because they're, of course, 100% bought into the victim-victimizer narrative. And it enables them to explain the world and also to be moral, because all you have to do is identify with the hypothetical victim. The thing I see happening in Palestine, and you can clear up any misconceptions on my part, is like, I've thought for decades that the Palestinians are sacrificial victims for any outside powers that want to delegitimize Israel. And it doesn't matter how many Palestinians die, because they're essentially...
Do lefties realize they're supporting aggressive racist regime? No. Otherwise they wouldn't support him, but they're stupid. So they have no critical thinking skills. The only thing they see is, oh my god, children died under rubble, Israel bad. Those are brown people. Brown people can't do bad things. So that's really why they support Palestine. If they realized how bad Palestinians are, how bad Hamas is, they wouldn't be in support of the regime.
Expendable. And that seems to me particularly true in relationship to Iran. So it's completely in Iran's fundamental interest to foment this chaos that you described. It's not in the best interest of the Palestinians in anything like the medium to long run, but it doesn't matter as long as the trouble keeps occurring. It's hard on Israel. It's hard on the United States. It helps Iran maintain its iron grip. It obviously seems to me obvious that many people in the Arab world are waking up to that, have woken up to that. I think that's why the Abraham Accords have more or less held through this, because there are powerful forces allied against Iran, most fundamentally, but it's in their best interest to keep the misery in Palestine going as long as it possibly can. And my suspicions are that what happened on October 7th was command directly, please, feel free to disagree with me, but this is how it looks to me, is that the Iranians decided that it was time to stir the pot, and they produced this massacre, and they hoped they'd provoke Israel into exactly the sort of reaction that Israel is having, and that Israel would take the threat extraordinarily seriously and move in. And as their military victory mounted, public opinion would turn against them and it would fragment the Abraham Accords. I suspect that was their plan. What do you think about that? Is that in accordance with your understanding of the situation?
Absolutely. You know, this is Iran's attempt to actually rearrange the region.
Right.
But I don't want to go too far. That also China and Russia have ambition of reshaping the world.
Yes,
changing the world order.
Yes.
But we don't want to go too.
It's basically impossible to establish a fascist state without committing crimes like murder, oppression, treason, etc. So, no.
Yes. Fascism is it's a political system of government that can't be overall beneficial to humanity or the populace. So, thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
Too far.
No, because God only knows how that's going to turn out.
But it's basically Iran, Russia, China. They made it very clear that they don't want the United States monopoly over power. They want to change the world order.
Yeah.
Putin understands. He understands completely what it really meant for Hamas to go and ethnically cleanse 20 Jewish communities. And it was not coincidental right after the Ukraine-Russian war, where all the attention was at Europe. And we saw after what happened in Gaza, nobody talked about Ukraine.
Right.
When you bring...
Is a 60-pound cable overhead press extension good under your standard? I don't know. Every cable machine's different, so I'm not sure. And are you talking about single arm or double arm? It's harder to have sort of objective strength standards when you're talking about machines, because machines always have different leverages. If you're talking about free weights, it would be easier for me to kind of give an opinion if you're talking about free weights.
The three major religions and make them clash somehow. Hamas was the trigger. Probably, I doubt that Hamas understand the KGB and Putin's play, but they are part of it. And Putin is complicit in this situation. So Iran does not act on its own.
The cost of living has already increased 17% this year and
Oh my God. I don't know why all these conservatives are promoting these gold scams. I don't know about this company in particular, but there's a lot of these gold brokers that are scamming people, and they're paying like several 100% markup for gold. So you might buy $100,000 into some sort of gold purchase, but you're only getting like $20,000 worth of gold. That's how most of these gold brokers work. I don't know why the fuck they're promoting these sorts of scams.
Process. They're here to ensure that you feel heard and informed. Text Jordan to 989898 to talk to one of Birch Gold's experts and claim your free info.
Use a pulley system and its double arm. Yeah, I don't know how much weight that actually is. I think before I broke my elbow, I got up to doing 155 pounds for overhead extensions with a barbell. I don't know how that compares to a pulley system.
Info kit on gold. You'll learn how to convert an existing IRA or 401k.
That is fucked up.
Yes, it is. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. The best part is it doesn't cost a penny out of pocket. Just text Jordan to 989898. That's Jordan to 989898 today.
Oh, yeah. Notice how they say text. So these are all boomers, old people who don't know how to use the internet, and they know their market. It's all old people who don't know any better, and they're trying to scam old people into buying, investing into gold at a massive fucking markup.
In this situation, So Iran does not act on its own. When they launched, for example, hundreds of ballistic missiles in the 21st century, this is a major attack. I haven't witnessed this in our lifetime, maybe during the Iraqi war, but it was not on this scale. So anyway, yes, these people don't care for the global security. They are irresponsible. And worse than this, that we have experience with the communists, or let's say communist Islamic ideologies, that they reached a dead end. They failed. The communist Islamic model did not bear fruit. It did not emancipate humanity. It did not solve the human problem. And they still insist on replacing capitalism.
Yeah.
I don't think capitalism is the perfect solution, but it's the better option for sure. So anyway, they're insisting and they want this to keep going. And when we have a weak leadership, with due respect, the Biden administration is not showing leadership. And in the Muslim culture, the Arab culture, they don't understand tolerance. There is no such a thing. Not in the Muslim consciousness. Maybe forgiveness, but not tolerance. And tolerance is mostly perceived as weakness. And I speak as someone who grew up in that culture. So every time, when Trump was there, for example, everybody was terrified of him. Unpredictable. And you don't know what he's going to do next. So he moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. Nobody dared even to challenge.
Yeah, right. Yes.
Not even riots or any of that.
Right, yeah.
But now, the Obama administration, then now the Biden administration, the Americans and the American power is not respected.
They've enabled Iran.
Yes.
I don't know how he can say America has enabled Iran. Who's the one who fucking chose to allow Iran to leave their anti-nuclear treaty? That was Trump. Like, what is he talking about?
Yeah, one of the things that appalled me when Biden took office is that I've been following the Abraham Accords quite closely because I thought they were, well, really quite the miracle. Yeah. And I knew from talking to people who were involved firsthand that the Saudis were very interested in having that process continue and very inclined to sign on. And my sense with the Biden administration was that that got scuttled because the Democrats were completely unwilling to give Trump any credit for anything he did during his administration.
Can Jordan Peterson show any example of the Biden administration undermining the Abraham Accords? Like, is he fucking retarded?
And I thought that was absolutely unforgivable because it would have been, and the Democrats could have pulled this off. They could have brought Saudi Arabia into the Abraham Accords, and they squandered the opportunity. And that's a complete catastrophe as far as I'm concerned, an unforgivable catastrophe. And, here we are now as a consequence of it, at least in part. Let's go back to when you were 13. I want to pick up the thread of that story. Okay, so you're seeing all this catastrophe, this chaos that you described that redounds to the benefit of the con men who are running the show, for example, and that is there to delegitimize Israel and the United States and to redound to the credit, let's say, of the Iranians operating in the background. You're seeing all the consequences of this firsthand. You decide that for a variety of complicated reasons, you decide that you're going to face your fear of death. You have this graveyard next. You're going there to invest.
At least what we can do now, we can push them back. They have to back off. And we probably can apply political pressure where, they will have to hold extremists accountable. Okay? But after October 7, what I saw, and this is why I went outrageous, and I really told the Arab world, listen, if it comes down to choose between the entire Muslim population and a cow, I choose a cow. Like, at least the cow is very peaceful. It gives us milk. It gives us leather. It gives us meat. It's very peaceful. It's harmless. But you, what's your contribution? And now we have this global crisis where a minority, religious minority, being persecuted, suffering ethnic cleansing on October 7, and instead of siding with truth to say that this does not represent us as a Muslim world, instead they have been weaponizing their religious identity against this religious minority that is most creative with the greatest contribution to life. And I don't see, like, this is the blueprint of our society. I mean, I cannot imagine the Western civilization or our civilization
So
without
how
the Jews.
do you account for the fact that the Abraham Accords haven't collapsed? I mean, they haven't, right? They've held. And that's, again, that seems to me to be a very positive thing. I mean, I think you could make a case that perhaps the people who are on the Abraham Accord side of the world could have been more forthright in their defense of Israel after October 7th, but at least the whole bloody process hasn't collapsed. I mean, that's what Iran was hoping
It's not
for.
collapsed. It's not collapsed. And I think it is going to be rejuvenated after this war because it's in the interest of everybody.
Yes.
And now the thing is, Israel is showing everyone that violence is dead end. So what I am hoping for, that I don't know if we have to go to the point where we have to deal with Iran and Hezbollah, and this war could be a lot longer than people expecting. But eventually, the Middle East is going to reach the point, especially Muslims and Arabs, that violence is a dead end. We are not going to tolerate violence. You want to worship the stone, worship it as much as you want, but don't throw it at me. Don't dare to throw it at me, because I will retaliate. And this was the final result, the use of force. After exhausting every possibility with Islamists, with the Muslim Brotherhood especially, which is Hamas, there is no difference. Now,
Yeah, Hamas is a offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood. That's their origination.
that they learn the lesson, they can stay in their delusion. It's not my responsibility to go and try to pull them out of their cave. But if they choose to act on it and manifest their delusion in the form of violence, in the form of terrorism, then we have very tough warriors, and we are going to fight. I personally am fighting for my very existence. I'm not an expert on the topic. They want me to cease to exist. Hence my relationship and my understanding of Israel, because Israel didn't do anything wrong to the Arabs and to the Jews, except, just being who they are. And they want them to cease to exist. This is how I feel, why I feel with Israel. There's no difference. We are in the same situation where I didn't commit a crime against my people. I didn't commit a crime against anyone. Even later on, when I collaborated with Israel in the intelligence service, my main goal was to just...
Let's see, Dodo donated $2. Oh my god. What the hell's going on here? Oh my god. Wow. That looks like a happy dog. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. Wow, that's a happy dog. Let me see this other link.
So as a Muslim, can I beat my wife? You can as a Muslim, only when she gives disobedient action. And is there limits to how the beating can take place? In the Quran, there's no limits given. Right. So in Islam, so here's where you've... Yeah. This brings us back to our point now. We all started this point because he was trying to quote verses of the Quran saying they're clear. All right? They are clear to me. Right. They're clear to him. Yeah. Okay. So now we brought up the verse of beating the wife. And he thinks it means you can beat your wife without limits.
You can beat your wife without limit. It just says you can't leave marks on her face, and it also says, I think there's also mention of bruising, but you can hurt somebody very, very badly without hitting their face or leaving bruises. The Quran also lets you rape your wife as well. That's a very, very brutal and emotionally damaging form of violence that doesn't necessarily leave a mark. Alan Wiltsius donated $2. Consider a video on Colonel Brian Johnson company that scans the brain to help with mental health and your recent mushroom trip. That might get his attention. He had suicidal depression and you do, something you have in common. Maybe. I don't know. I have a feeling he knows of me, but he wouldn't want to do any sort of video collaboration with me because, you know, I am who I am. I'll consider it. Thanks for the donation, Alan. Thoughts on $2 thoughts. Let me see.
How attractive is Hamza? Hamza has equal facial thirds, thick and dark eyebrows with a slight positive tilt.
He's not a particularly attractive guy.
A good jawline visibility, and his lower third is wide. Hamza has an excellent smile and straight white teeth. His skin smoothness and texture is great, and he has ideal facial hair development. Hamza also has a great hairline with decent hair texture.
Who's the fucking weirdo who made this video? Some weird gay... Yeah, red pill channel. Imagine, dude, like, imagine getting into this male self-improvement red pill bullshit, and then your entire channel is dedicated to talking about how attractive different men are. Like, how fucking gay is that? It's fucking pathetic. I think somebody is a little closeted.
Richard I, I'm curious, what do you say to someone who says Palestine deserves the land back, but they want to get it back by non-violent means and don't support Hamas?
Palestinians, like, did not have their land taken from them. There was going to be a land partition plan that didn't involve expelling any Arabs. So these Palestinian people made their choice. They went to war with Jews because they just hate Jews and they're anti-Semites. They lost the war, and the only way they're going to get their land back at some point is if they commit to peaceful agreements with Israel. And really, realistically, the only way I see them being able to get their land back is if they agree to a single state solution where Israel is in control of everything. That sounds like the most ideal scenario, because then you get all the tax revenue that Israel has, more money is going to come in, and everybody is going to be granted human rights. Israelis are clearly better at managing government, managing the economy than any Palestinians are. So, yeah, that's the only way I see that happening. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley Jones.
His mid-face is compact. Hamza's main flaw relies on the eye area. His eyes are not deep set within the skull. His eyebrows are not low set. He's got upper eyelid exposure, and his eye orbitals are on the rounder side. His nose is slightly hooked and slight asymmetrical, and his ear is also asymmetrical. Hamza is a 6 out of 10 facially, an above average face certainly with good strength. He stands at around 6'1". His frame is good and his physique is lean muscular. Hamza is a self-improvement YouTuber who has done a great transformation. Overall, his SMV is around the 7.5.
Well, that's good for Hamza.
How attractive is Austin Dunham? Austin has equal facial thirds, almond hunter eyes with low set, thick and positively tilted eyebrows.
I hate how you can't skip through these videos.
And his lower third is wide. He's got high set cheekbones, perfect mid-face ratio, full lips, and he has an excellent hairline. He also has the ability to grow good facial hair. Austin has good jaw forward growth, although his chin is slightly recessed. He also has a little bit of nostril show from the front, and his skin texture could be better since he has a few acne scars. Austin is an 8.25 out of 10 facially. It is a highly attractive percentile face. He stands at around 5'11". His frame is average, and his physique is very aesthetic, lean muscular. Austin is easily one of the best-looking self-improvement content creators, and he himself has done quite the transformation over the years. Overall, his SMV is around the 9.5.
I'm assuming the same.
I'm embarrassed, okay? You can have him, okay? It ain't no bitter baby mama because of the shit
that he's doing, I'll tell you that, okay? I'm just no longer going to drink my energy on someone that is not responsible.
Okay, whatever. Thanks for the donation thoughts.
Now look what you're doing now. You're quoting verses of the Quran like you understand them.
Allah says,
can you not see what you're doing? Can you not see what you're doing?
I'm trusting
You're
the
quoting
Quran.
verses of.
Yeah, so whenever anybody quotes verses from the Quran that are damning, that make Islam look bad, what Hamza will do is he'll just scream and steamroll over you and not let you talk.
I'm trusting the Quran.
Yeah, but no,
I'm trusting the Quran.
Okay.
Allah says they're clear verses.
Listen.
Are they clear or not?
Look. You didn't answer me.
Mike donated $2. If gyms were gender segregated, do you think less women would go to the gym? Also, do you think women would dress less skanky at gyms as well? No. Women dress the way they do because they think they look good in the way they dress, not necessarily to get attention from men. Fashion is dictated by a lot of different things, and right now we just have a female fashion trend that just accentuates body features a lot, so like yoga pants, crop tops, things like that. And if a woman looks good or thinks they look good wearing that, they're going to wear that. It's not necessarily to get male attention. And would less women go to the gym if all gyms were segregated? I have no idea how that would affect people going to the gym. I have no idea. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
This is what you said to me. How do you understand the verses? I understand the verses because of what the verses say.
Times.
How do you understand the verses?
Several times.
How do you understand them?
Because try listening. I bet you won't listen. I'll answer you interrupt. The Quran was sent down by Allah clearly. I read it, it's clear. I don't need a Muslim to say, how do you understand it? It's clear enough.
How do you understand it?
I use my brain.
Okay.
Ali uses his words. I use my brain. You put it
does the Quran say you could beat your wife?
Yes, he does.
What is it? How do you beat your wife? How do you beat your wife? According to the Quran.
It does not say.
So what's the limits?
It does not say in the Quran.
So what's the limits?
In the Quran, there are no limits.
So you can beat her as much as you like.
According to the Quran, yes.
Right. So the Quran says you can beat your wife as much as you like. Now this is evidence.
The Quran does not say that. The Quran just says you can beat your wife.
So is there any limits to it?
I have answered that twice, but I know you hear it 10 times before you'll understand it. It does not give any limits in the Quran.
Okay.
So you have to use your judgment.
Right.
Use your
so, according to you, the teachings of Islam allow you to beat your wife, yes?
I have said that several times.
It would answer definitively.
Quran wife beating verse. Quran 434, as to those women on whose part ye fear disloyalty and ill conduct, admonish them first. Next, refuse to share their beds, and last, beat them lightly, but if they choose, they return to obedience.
Sorry for sending you lots of Streamlabs, just interesting conversation. I had the impression that Jews just came into Palestine in 1940s with guns and took everything from them. Could you explain how I am wrong? Thanks.
No. So Jews used to live in Palestine for a very, very long time. You're talking about thousands of years. They ended up getting displaced, and they returned around the early 20th century. They were first buying up land. What ended up happening was after World War I and World War II, there was a political push to give Jews their own country, essentially. And Jews moved back to where they had ancestry from, and they moved to an area that was literally the only area on the planet that would take them in. They didn't have anywhere else to go. Most of the world's very anti-Semitic. So what happened was, after the Ottoman Empire fell, the British were in control of Palestine, and there was a partition plan to give Israel their own state. They were going to give Palestinians their own state, but there was no plan to expel any Palestinians. In the original partition plan, there was going to be a huge Arab minority. What ended up happening was, because Arabs in the area were extremely anti-Semitic and they can't handle any other cultures, they went to war with Israel, and that was, if you ask them, the Arabs in the area, they call it the Intifada. If you ask Jews in the area, they call it the War of Israeli Independence, and it was the Arabs who started the war. Thanks for that donation, Riley. Appreciate it. That's basically what happened. So, beat them lightly, but if they return to obedience, seek not against them means of annoyance, for Allah is most high, great above all. So, it says beat them lightly. I think there's some other verses that talk about not leaving any marks, but again, there's a lot of ways to hurt somebody that, you know, could be, like, what is a light beating, right? It's all up in the air.
Yes. Chapter 4, verse 34.
All right.
I'm telling. Hang on. Right. You tell me how many times I've got to say it before you believe when I say it.
No, I'm happy. So
tell me.
I'm just listen.
Oh, you're happy now? Yeah. I've said it enough times.
So just for everybody here, he said it, I think, 10 times now. He believes the Quran says you can beat your wife without limits.
No.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. What's the limit then? What's the limit?
The Quran does not give a limit.
So what's the limit then? It's limitless then. Right. So again, I'll say
you have to use your brain.
Alhamdulillah.
Gave you and
Alhamdulillah. So for the 11th time now, he's ring fenced it now. So everybody here is aware of what he's just said. He believes that the Quran says you can beat your wife limitless.
No. He's twisting it. I've said the Quran says you can beat your wife. He's putting words in my mouth in the Quran. I never said limitless.
Sir,
I just said. How. So God gave you a brain.
Is there any limit?
I'll say it again.
Is there any limit?
I'll say it again.
Is there any limit?
The Quran does not give a limit. Did you hear it that time? The Quran does not give a limit. Did you hear it?
So it's limitless.
The Quran.
So it's limitless.
In your words.
No, in your words. Okay.
I give my words. You give your words.
I'll use your words.
I won't put.
I'll use your words.
Does not give limit.
Alhamdulillah.
Quran gave you a brain and a heart.
I'll give you.
If you connect with it, you won't be stupid.
I'll give you your words. Okay. So for the 14th time now, man's ring fence this. He believes.
If I went to Speaker's Corner and debated Hamza, he'd refuse. I know for a fact he would. He refuses to debate a number of debaters. People have come to him in person on Speaker's Corner, and he says, "Oh, I'll debate anybody. Anybody who's a competent debater, he'll just refuse to debate them." Just look at like Soko's channel. He does that all the time.
The Quran says there's no limit to how you can beat your wife.
Now, you're putting words.
I just used your words. You said no limit.
No limit,
You just said no limit.
I did not say that.
Everybody listen to what he says, and then I'm going to repeat what he says, all right?
Yes. I will say the Quran says you can beat your life.
How?
Beat your life. Beat your wife.
Hang on. That's all it says. It does not give you any limits one way or the other.
So as a Muslim, can I beat my wife?
You can as a Muslim only.
They're clear. All right.
They are clear to me.
Right. They're clear to him. Yeah. Okay. So now we brought up the verse of beating the wife, and he thinks it means you can beat your wife without limits.
Now
we Muslims.
I've time and time again. You use your
with the neighbour. Am I allowed to beat her?
Yes.
In what way?
You have to use your own judgment.
Now remember.
You have to use your own judgment.
Remember one thing.
You have to use your own judgment.
One thing. Crime of passion is a defense in a court of law.
Yes, it is.
All right? Means if you do something out of character due to your nature, your emotions, you're not held responsible in a court of law if it goes against your natural character. So therefore, a man who comes home and finds his wife in bed with the neighbor, not a Muslim, any man, is going to flip. Yeah? Now, according to you, in this occasion, I can beat her, yeah?
According to the Quran, not according to me. No,
right. According to your understanding,
I am against wife beating, but the Quran permits it. But I'm against it.
Right.
This is such a bizarre case.
No, it's good.
You haven't heard the punchline.
Yeah, you don't. Wait.
This guy's going to...
Oh, that's a great punchline.
Well, no pun intended, but I'll take the credit. No pun intended. All right.
Carry on then.
So I'll explain. I will explain it. Okay. So here's my point, what I'm trying to prove to you. We know as Muslims, Muslims here, yeah, can we beat our wives?
No. Depends if you live in Saudi
Chapter
Arabia,
4, verse 34.
No. Right.
Chapter 4, verse 34.
Muslims here.
I can show you in the Quran
Can you be
here.
quiet a second? You've talked a lot.
One minute.
Muslims here, how do we understand the Quran?
United Arab
A lot of
Emirates
you
has
have not even read it.
Huh?
A lot of you haven't even read it.
Okay, thank you for that. Any Muslim here? Okay, we understand the Quran how?
No, I don't like Mr. Beast. He's cloud whore.
The Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is the walking Quran. He interprets the Quran. He shows us how to understand the Quran and its nature. So what did Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam say about beating the wife? What did he say? Don't hit the face. Right? Listen. I'm telling you what the Messenger of God said. Okay? Because the Quran says pray, but doesn't show us how to pray either.
So you don't need to know.
We don't need to know how to pray.
Don't need to know, just pray.
The Quran tells us how to fast. How long do we fast for?
You don't need to know. Think of
All right. So here's the beautiful thing about Islam. You see. Islam is not Christianity. It's not abstract.
I know.
Right. We have a working example.
I prefer Christianity to Islam.
Is what we're doing. So the messenger shows us how to understand the Quran.
Yeah.
So you've read a verse of the Quran using your own logic and understanding, thinking it permits beating of a woman. Whereas I've shown you Muslims how we understand the verses of the Quran is through.
By the way, what's funny is if you look at every Muslim nation, women are horrifically fucking beaten, oftentimes to death, and women are killed for honor killings. And then he's like, oh, but you have to interpret the Quran in a certain way. Well, okay. Every Muslim nation that does this, proper interpretation of the Quran, women have no rights. They're beaten. Acid is thrown on their face. They're set on fire. They're fucking killed. So, yeah, so much for that.
The messenger of God. And he shows us, no, you can't beat women.
It doesn't say you can't. So
The Prophet Muhammad has beaten his wives.
Do you believe Allah or Muhammad? Shall I read out what the Quran says? Chapter 7.
Okay.
Chapter 3.
No, this is where I think you've gone a little bit mental. Relax. Okay, there's no need to read the Quran for me.
I didn't write
No need to read the Quran for me. What we're discussing here? What we're discussing here? No, your understanding of it is wrong. Your understanding is wrong.
No.
The Prophet Muhammad says you can't beat your wife, but the Quran says you can beat your wife. Who do you listen to? Gee, I wonder.
The Quran is correct. The Quran is bang on. Your understanding of it is wrong.
You can beat your
wife. Understanding is wrong.
Your Quran.
Your understanding of what you do now.
Trust in the Quran.
Okay.
Allah says they're clear verses.
Listen.
Are they clear or not?
Look, it's very, very simple.
Jewish brain.
Read the whole verse. Yeah, read the whole verse. Wait on. You read the verse. Okay, the book. In it, there are verses that are entirely clear.
There are verses, yeah?
They are the foundations of the book. I'm avoiding the bits in brackets because people put bits in brackets.
And
others?
Ambiguous.
So why are you shouting those bits there? I don't understand.
Well, it's...
He's not a standard debater here.
There are bits in brackets.
One second.
Okay.
Wait. Okay, read that. That's not in brackets.
That is what I'm trying to read.
That's not in brackets.
That's what I'm trying to read.
And others that are not so clear. That's not in brackets.
And others are not so clear.
Right. So not all clear then, is it? You shout that bit out again.
In whose hearts there is a deviation.
Exactly.
Then it goes into brackets. Where do the brackets end?
No, what about that?
They follow that which is not entirely clear.
Right.
And seeking its hidden meanings, but none knows its hidden meanings except Allah.
Right.
Exactly.
All I can say that is it contradicts itself. One verse is clear.
Some verses.
Whoa.
There are many contradictions in the Quran. There's contradictions between what the Prophet Muhammad said in hadiths and the Quran, so he's not wrong.
Let me wrap up the wife beating. I'll say it again to you. Islam prohibits wife beating.
Can I ask a question on
It does not. It explicitly says it's okay, and if you look at every Muslim nation, it's okay to beat your wife.
Chapter 7.
United Arab...
Okay, whatever. This debate's stupid.
Stop the madness. Stop suicide bombers from targeting civilians indiscriminately.
Yes, I obviously believe in fucking evolution. I don't know why you're asking me such a stupid fucking question.
This was my goal. This was my moral compass. I didn't do it because of a national motivation.
Sleep is the foundation for our mental and physical health. In other words, you've got to have a consistent nighttime routine to function at your best. But if you're struggling with sleep, then you've got to check out Beam. Beam isn't your run-of-the-mill sleep aid next day, but at times.
But I still became a traitor. I say, why you label me as a traitor? Why you condemn me to death? I did not only save Jewish life, I saved also Palestinian lives. I saved my father's life and other Hamas leaders' lives. Believe it or not, for 10 years, I don't have blood on my hands. I did not take part of killing any human being. Throughout 10 years of war and chaos and bloodshed, working around the clock to save people from their madness, trying to just juggle with the whole situation. I was very young, and I almost got killed so many times in the process. Sitting in a room full of explosives with potential suicide bombers, 19 years old, discussing who's going to die first. That kind of situation. And I am trying, how can I stop this kid from killing so many other people? This is not about treason. It's about pro-life. This is what we were doing. Yet, a society that praised suicide bombing attacks, praised death, because blinded with hatred towards the Jewish people. That, by the way, they don't know nothing about the Jewish history. They don't know nothing about the Jewish suffering. They are not willing to study about the Holocaust. Instead, they're teaching people the wrong and the false narrative, and this is how they guarantee to stay in this victimhood for eternity. So basically, it's so complicated, you know, in my matrix that I learned a lot about myself, and I fought the good fight. But right now, I reached a point that I don't need to explain to anybody anything. There is a volcano inside me that is about to erupt, and I don't care what people are going to say. Whether they're going to say mad, crazy, out of control, they can say whatever they want. We have to eradicate Hamas. We have to finish Islamists. There is no room for savages in our civilization. And anyone who pose a threat against innocent civilians don't have equal rights. It's as simple as that. And all the voices coming from the United States say, hey, Palestinians, give the Palestinians equal rights. I say, no. First, I want to see equal responsibility. Show me equal responsibility, then we can discuss equal rights. But you don't compare savages to decent civilians or to decent civilized people who know their responsibility towards themselves. I ended up going to prison for 16 months. This was my first imprisonment. In prison, I told Hamas about this encounter with the Israeli intelligence.
In prison?
In prison.
Okay.
I told them the truth, and this is my plan. But they said, is this everything? I said, this is everything. They said, no, you write more. So there is nothing else. So who's your handler? What's your mission? So they did not give me any mission. Hamas became suspicious of me. Instead of helping me, I became a suspect. But my father is one of the founders of the movement. So they could not torture me, but in the meantime, they were torturing hundreds of other prisoners for suspicion of collaborating with Israel. Dozens were killed during that time, and hundreds were tortured. They destroyed their lives completely, and they were brutal.
Some of this was taking place in the prison you were in?
In prison, all of it.
All of
prison.
it, I see. Okay.
So I'm talking about the 16 months of a nightmare beyond anyone's imagination, where I am a suspect, but they are not touching me. While everyone else, everyone around me is being tortured and killed for 16 months. And I was wondering, is my turn going to come? But because of my father's status and their hypocrisy, and of course their shame, they did not do anything to me. But the thing is, up to that point, I did not betray. I just told them the truth, not under pressure. I thought, they could help me, that this is my plan. And this is how things went wrong between me and Hamas to the core.
You can't trust them when they say things like no brother. You don't know how to interpret the scripture. It is simply taqiyya. Muslims are allowed to lie in order to deceive infidels.
Yep. There is that principle called taqiyya, and Muslims are instructed to lie in order to protect and spread Islam. So they're all dishonest as fuck. They'll all find ways to lie to people who don't know any better, to say, oh, Islam's a religion of peace. Oh, no, we don't beat women. Oh, women have the same rights under Islam. And then when you get into the culture, you find that it's all bullshit. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade.
When I was released from prison after 16 months, Hamas followed up outside prison. My father was still in prison, but different Israeli prison at that time. So he wasn't there to protect me. And I was outraged.
Was he in prison with you?
No. My father was in a high security prison. I was in like more of a jail.
Okay.
So he wasn't inside prison to protect me. And when I was released, he was still in Israeli prison. My father spent some 30 years of his life in Israeli prisons. So now, outside the prison, Hamas is coming after me to say, it's like, just keep us posted what's going on. And now they're, I don't want to say blackmailing me, but in the human nature, the handler of Hamas found opportunity actually to take a total advantage. He wanted me to become somehow like his bitch.
Mm-hmm.
And I was in a situation I preferred to die. You know, I did not betray my people. I don't have any intention to betray anybody. I was thought that, okay, you know, we're fighting against occupation and this is the way to just become a shaheed and exit all this tragedy for good. So I was going suicidal. I did not mean, you know, to sell my people for money. So the only refuge was left on the table is to actually go to the Israeli intelligence and ask them for help. From Hamas this time. Because Hamas...
What were they requiring of you, the Hamas handler? What was being required of you?
The moment they put you at defense and you are in a society like this, where everything is ruled based on shame and honor, it's the most shameful thing. They can ask you to do whatever they want you to do. And it's up to the individual. It's not even to the Hamas movement. So, and they're going to hold it against you for eternity. What kind of life is this?
Mm-hmm.
It's like someone is holding something against you, and nothing will clean that shame, no matter what you do, except if you die. Even if I became a suicide bomber, the shame will hunt me to my grave. This was the reality of it. So this is where...
You find it depressing that we're all going to die before finding out what's in the universe? No. I don't even think we all want to know. If we had all the answers and knew everything, I think that would be probably more depressing.
I think everything just went out of control. I was like, since childhood, I had no mercy from these people. And right now, trying to actually just escape my misery by dying for Allah, by dying for the nation against the Zionist occupation. They're coming after me. So this is my psychic. And I was, no matter what I do, even if I die, I will never be able to please them. And why would I die? So in the first encounter with the Israeli intelligence, I told them the whole truth.
How did you make contact with them?
They made a contact with me. After I was released from prison, this was the original plan, wasn't it?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So after I was released from prison, they contacted me. And in the first meeting, I asked them, why didn't you come to help the people who were tortured in prison? If you now want me really to work for you, you abandoned money. You abandoned me. They said, none of these people who were tortured and killed had any relationship with the Israeli intelligence. It's all in Hamas' head. The handler said, I have been working with the agency for 18 years. One asset in our district was cut in the action. And this man still alive in the United States, and he gave me the name of that person. He said, this is the only one, this is the only true story. The hundreds of others who have been killed had no relation. They are all innocent people. Well, if he was telling me the truth, this is even more disastrous. And I decided to go to the second, to go back to the second meeting and the third meeting, and every meeting they were just building me up. I was so broken.
Building you up in what way?
Building me up in education, conversation, open conversation about who they are, what they do. And
so this is when your political attitude started to switch, your attitude towards history.
Not yet. This was just the early beginning.
Okay.
It was the early beginning. Because simply, they said, here is money. You go back to school. And they gave me enough money, exact amount that pays for my school.
Mm-hmm.
And when I needed to do anything financial, they said, not possible. We cannot give you any amount of money, because if we give you money and you cannot prove where you got this money from, they will kill you. So I said, you only go to school. Oh, what's my mission? There is no mission. There was no gun. There is no go spy.
What school did you go? So did you go back to high school?
So I went back to the high school. I graduated from high school, but also they wanted me to go to college, and I graduated 4 years college. And during that entire time, they funded my education only.
And there was no other deal than that?
There was no other deal.
Why did they do that?
Because this is how they work. And this is how the Israeli intelligence work. They say, from the beginning, they said, listen, we don't work with losers. It doesn't matter. Like, the fact that you are son of a Hamas leader does not qualify you. You must be like us. You need to think like us, and you need to be a part of your society, and you need to be productive. You cannot be a loser. If you are a loser, you will not gain the respect of your own society. And they did a long process of fooling Hamas, that we don't have a relationship. That included, some attack on our house, some arrests in the future, all type of illusion orchestrated by the Israeli intelligence to just convince the society that I was a wanted person at some point, that there was no way in the world that I had a relationship with the Israeli intelligence, especially when Hamas started building their trust with me again, and I had top secrets of the movement, but the Israelis did not act upon my intelligence or my information to just keep Hamas feeling safe for as long as possible. So part of the building me up, it was, we had hundreds of meetings, and they showed me many of the values. For example, when we got into operation later on, civilians were involved. We avoid civilians every time. The civilian involvement was a big concern for the agency. And I was really surprised, because I thought that the wisdom on the Palestinian street, that the Israelis will give you poison to put in the town's water. They will give you a gun to shoot your own people. They will make you rape women and take footage of them so you can blackmail them. They will, all type of crazy stories that it had nothing in reality. And I was on my own. They never connect me with anyone else. And after my college, this is, I think, was the period where I was ready to do something good for myself.
What did you take in college?
I studied history.
In what aspect of history?
It was history and social studies. But I studied world history, Middle East history, the history of religion. Of course, you cannot cover everything in 4 years, but I did as much as I could, and I was very interested in the topic.
If you're always on the lookout for products to boost your...
Oh, Jesus.
As chaotic as it is in the Middle East, and my life also is chaotic, and I don't have way around it. To see the Muslim population weaponizing their religious identity against the Jewish as a religious minority. And I have known the Jewish people for about 27 years now. Actually, my relationship with the Jewish nation is a lot deeper than my relation with the Muslim nation. It's a lot longer, a lot deeper. Many of the Jewish mothers throughout this journey, they took me in. You know, a country, a nation that really gave me so much.
Marshmallow donated $2. Is there any way for a person to lower their ghrelin and increase leptin? Yeah, by eating. These are just hunger hormones. The only other way to like control your appetite on a hormonal level is to take drugs. Thanks for that donation, Marshmallow.
So your education was paid for by the Israeli intelligence agency, and you started to question your concept of their work, and then you broadened your education formally. How is it that you worked for the Israeli intelligence organization? How did that come about, and what sort of work did you do?
So,
because you said to begin with, they were just paying for your education, and you were talking to them,
right,
and you were learning that they were different than you thought.
Yes, and I was also very young at that point. Things became serious at the beginning of the Second Palestinian Intifada. And that was, so the beginning of this journey with the Israeli intelligence started in 1996. The Second Palestinian Intifada started in 2000, right before 9/11. So I was already towards the end of my school, and I knew enough about Hamas, about the Palestinian Authority. And it happened that I was part of Yasser Arafat meetings. And I was part of other Palestinian factions meetings, Islamic Jihad, Fatah. And my relation, based on my father's public status, I was able to go pretty much anywhere I wanted to go. And people knew me from my childhood, even though I was a troublemaker, you know, at that time I was a lot more stable. And
what position exactly did your father play or hold?
So basically, my father's position, of course, is changing, but because of internal elections, and his status would never be revealed to the public, not even to Hamas members, because the voting for his status would be only limited to the Hamas leadership. At that time, I think he was from he maintained throughout his career with Hamas, top leadership in the Hamas Shura Council, plus a huge chance that he's one of the founders of Hamas, but he never revealed that. I knew this from other Hamas leaders, but he would never reveal that information to me.
Okay.
They usually reveal this information after his death. So we're talking about he's not only a leader of the movement, he's also the spiritual leader of the movement. Today he could be the spiritual father of the movement. This is his significance. So not just logistical. Of course, after my story came out, his status in the movement was shaken.
Right.
But somehow they wanted to give him as much support as they could.
Okay, so now we're at the second Intifada. This is about, you said this is just before 9/11. This is around the year 2000.
Right.
Okay, so what's happening? And you have access to all these meetings.
Right.
But you've already established relationship with the Israeli intelligence.
Yes, so basically, trust between me and the Israeli intelligence was already established, and I was highly motivated to capture a suicide bomber before they reached their target. Israel was really struggling with this issue.
So that became your mission? It was suicide bomber prevention oriented?
Yes, the thing is, everything was happening in front of my eyes. The only thing I just needed to set my intention. That do I want to do this job? Do I want to do this very difficult job or not? Because even though I established the relationship with the Israeli intelligence, but did not mean that I was forced to do anything. So I was in the mosque, I was in the meetings, I was in the safe houses, I was pretty much everywhere. And any strange encounter between two Hamas members, I was able to just detect that this is unusual. We have to look into it. Now, what was more important, that the Israeli intelligence had lots of information, but it would take an expert hours and hours to go through thousands of pages to come to a conclusion. For me, if I hear the story, I would come to the conclusion immediately. So I was able to piece the puzzle. And many people think that I was informant, like going and bringing information, but what they didn't realize, actually, the Israeli intelligence had the information already, and all I was just in a meeting, piecing the puzzle. And then when I go back to the society, I act based on what I know now from the meetings. So the information, the intelligence that I received from the Shin Bet helped me navigate 1,000 times stronger than if I was only a son of Hamas leader. So I end up knowing about Hamas a lot more than what my father knew about Hamas operation. So being part of that culture and having whatever information, it made my position very, very strong, that I was able to reach a suicide bomber before they reached their target.
Donate $2, let me see. Yeah, you already sent me that one. That was a good parrot.
Random, but I think it's funny when people name empathy in response to the name the trait argument. So, you were given the gift of empathy and still willfully choose to torture, kill, and eat a sentient being. Great use of moral agency.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's fundamentally hypocritical. They'll mention these qualities that humans have that grant you moral agency, empathy, that let you treat other beings with respect, and then they say that's a reason why they choose to just ignore those values and torture and kill animals. It's fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade. Well, that's interesting.
This is the only time a pilot used a sonic boom to save ground troops. Let me explain. In March 2003, an F-16 pilot was searching for Scud missiles in Iraq when he got a dire call. 52 British Special Forces operators were pinned down by 500 Iraqi soldiers and desperately needed air support. But when he arrived on the scene, it was too dark to distinguish between friend and enemy, even with night vision. And with the Iraqis on the verge of overrunning the Brits, time was running out. Thinking fast, the pilot took his F-16 into a climb and dove at the Iraqi position. As he hurtled toward the ground, shockwaves formed around his F-16 until he broke the sound barrier, sending a single shockwave straight at the enemy. The loud clap made the Iraqis think that they were being attacked, which caused them to scatter. But just then, a missile locked onto the F-16 and the pilot had to take evasive action. It wasn't until back at base that he learned his supersonic weapon had worked. This is the only time—
That's pretty cool. Well, that's cool.
NASA has some of the greatest power there ever was to stimulate human curiosity, just by laying out a vision. And the budget that NASA occupies in the full accounting of the federal budget is minuscule. Most people complain that NASA's spending too much money, don't actually know how much money NASA is spending. On your tax dollar that you pay the government, NASA spends 0.7 cents of that dollar. That's the entire space station, space shuttle, all the space missions, all the Hubble pictures, all of that is 0.7 cents. And like I said earlier, we're a wealthy country, that's cheap. For the universe, you're buying the universe here, thank you. So, if one of my goals is to make sure that there are big, grand vision statements that the nation can lay down so that we can stimulate a whole next generation of curiosity about the frontiers of space exploration. NASA has some...
Yes, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
How many times did you do that?
Okay, and I hate to talk about this.
Okay.
Okay, I hate to talk about it because this is where I start playing the hero, and even in the book I avoid to talk about it, but I think right now it's inevitable. Because many people are trying to discredit my journey. And it's a vow, it's also that I'm supposed not to talk about operation and reveal the secrets of our work to the enemy. But you can say the least dozens of suicide bombing attacks, dozens on a regular basis. From capturing 5 suicide bombers at the time to 7 suicide bombers at the time to capturing the masterminds that includes the bomb maker, and that was our biggest concern. In fact, somebody like Abdullah al-Barghouthi, which was very, very dangerous Hamas asset, the most dangerous Hamas bomb maker. He's in Israeli prison today. I was the first to reach his location, his lab, and recognize him. Responsible for the death of at least 100 people at that time before he was arrested. Ibrahim Hamid and the entire Hamas military wing of the West Bank, which they were using a research center as their cover. They never come to the mosque. They never participate in Hamas activities. They're all shaved, they don't have beards. They're in the intellectuals, etc., historians. And I had my suspicion, but the agency did not have any information about this guy, because, guys, there were 5 of them. And I kept arguing for about 3 years, arguing with the agency that these people are doing something wrong, and nobody would listen to me. Until finally, we realized that these people have been the core group behind 95% of the suicide bombing attacks during the second Palestinian Intifada. Just, they were there and we could not make the connection. Then finally the agency is like, how did you come to this conclusion? So many times there was just like a gut feeling. Or like literally I would just be taking my little sister to the school in the morning, and all of a sudden I see this most wanted enter in a building. And this was his apartment, his safe house. Then I called the agency and I say, I found him. But how did you find him? I was just driving and he just entered in the building. They could not believe it. Ibrahim Hamid, the agency did not see him in 8 years. They did not see his face in 8 years. And I finally locate him. So it was, at some point, I remember Avi Dichter was the head of the agency at that time. He said, get him out. Get him out, he's gonna get killed. Because the amount of operation, whether in Fatah, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Public Front for Liberation of Palestine. In fact, Yasser Arafat, after winning the Nobel Peace Prize, I was the source that brought the information of his relation to suicide bombing attacks, because I was in that meeting. And the information that was given to Ariel Sharon, the Israeli prime minister at that time, my identity was never revealed. The same information that was used in the UN Security Council. So why am I telling you this? Not to brag about it. The amount of intelligence, my life was on the line every day, every single day during the second Palestinian Intifada, all the way up to Hamas coup in Gaza.
Well, hello there.
And I told the Israeli intelligence that Hamas is up to something. They said, but this is too much, it's too hard to believe. The Palestinian Authority has 35,000 police officers. Hamas has only 5,000. It's not possible for them to overthrow the Palestinian Authority. I told them this is Hamas' plan, and this is what's going to happen. And that was 3 months before Hamas took over Gaza Strip. Okay, now where it's gonna get tricky, this is stuff that I don't like to talk about. Nobody gave a damn. And 3 months later, Hamas was in power. And instead of destroying Hamas and not allowing them to grow, the world pressure against Israel, that this is an elections and Hamas won the elections and we have to accept them as a legitimate political party. And they just kept playing this game, and Israel agreed to go into their rabbit hole until Hamas became the power it became. And even from the first war with Hamas, Israel was determined to destroy Hamas completely. But the world came, ceasefire now. And we ceasefire, the first war, the second war, the third war, the fourth war. And every time they use children as human shields. And this time there is no way around it. You'll have to eradicate them. Otherwise they will do a lot worse in the next war.
How do you
Yeah, this guy is pretty damn base.
understand the relationship between Hamas and Iran?
It's a very weird and awkward relationship because Shia and Sunni, they hate each other. And so there's a bloody history between both sects. But it's in Iran's interest to destabilize the region. They find in Hamas a device. They give Hamas billions of dollars, but they...
Why do you think the Americans, especially the Democrats, why do you think they can't see this?
Because everybody's after their interest. Like, for example, right now, we have Iran's full attack on Israel. Ballistic missiles, etc. Okay, we downed many of those, and the United States helped the UK, other NATO countries. This is
Other
amazing.
Arab states?
Arab states. Okay, this is great. But are we...
Richard the First, am new to veganism, only about 3 weeks, and I want to start activism on you. Do you have any advice?
Not particularly, dude. Debates are great. Doing reaction style content is great. But maybe follow success. So, or imitate success. So if there's some vegan activists that you like what they're doing on YouTube, just try to imitate that style of video. That's really it, though. Thanks for the donation, Riley Jones.
It's supposed to be a defense? Is this the best we could do? That we just stand at defense, the superpower? I would destroy the Iranian nuclear program immediately. This is what I called from day one. I said the most adequate response to October 7 is the destruction of Iran's nuclear program. You cannot give a Muslim country a nuclear power. It was a big mistake to let Pakistan to become a nuclear power. This could lead to a global situation, a very ugly situation. They are not responsible. They are dictatorship. They are not accountable to anybody but Allah. How can you give them
their interpretation of Allah?
Of course, yeah. And how Allah itself, I don't want to say even interpretation, because Allah as is in the Quran is a very dangerous entity. So it's not a matter of misinterpretation that, the guy is a very good guy in the Quran and the Islamists or extremists see him as a bad guy. No, he is a bad guy. So sooner or later, the world is going to wake up on a disaster and realize what we are saying is the truth. So the United States is not doing their job. We have advanced weaponry, like, for example, the electromagnetic bomb. We'll drop one of these, paralyze their entire system. No civilians will die in this process.
Just send them back to the Stone Age, and in the meantime, destroy their nuclear program. Show them, who's the boss.
Fucking based. Yeah, I'm totally in agreement. Like, with the issues with China and Russia right now, I understand how it can be a little tricky, but like, I think the US has made a big mistake not just going to war with Iran over its nuclear program, its support for terrorism in the region. Like, you should just kill dictators right when they get power, or ideally before. Don't let them just get worse.
I guess I'd like to ask you, there's many things obviously that we've left undiscussed, but that's going to be how it is. I would like you to tell me what you think about what's happening on the streets in Western cities, but most specifically on university campuses with regards to the pro-Hamas movements that seem to be everywhere. And if you were speaking with a group of students who are acolytes of the victim-victimizer narrative and portraying their moral superiority by adopting the identity of allies of Hamas, it's like, what do you have to say about that?
Again, it's not one phenomena. It's many with different motives are coming to claim to be a pro-Palestine. It's not only a pro-Hamas. Hamas is actually igniting the bloodlust in many of the demonstrators. So when Hamas scores and shed blood, this gives them the pleasure of inflicting pain on their opponent. They say, oh, they deserved it. Because they are the Zionists, they're the colonizers, they're the occupiers, they are the bankers, they are the ones who control the economy. Those are the ones we are in debt to. So so many people come with a different motive, and this is just the hatred against the successful minority. This is the curse when you are a successful minority, that many people are going to come after you, especially if you are down or if you are wounded, that they will come and try to kick you while you're down. So many forces that they are, as we discussed at the beginning, that they are opposing forces, but somehow they got united in a very disgusting way. That shows you the moral decay of such groups. And I'm not talking only about students. There are historians, there are intellectuals, there are lawyers who bought into the BDS, or the pro-Palestine propaganda, which is basically that Israel is an apartheid state, that Israel has been, or the Zionists been ethnically cleansing the Palestinian people. If the Palestinians had a Palestinian state, we would have not been in this situation. Hamas is a resistant group. So, and everybody project their hatred based on their intelligence and based on their ability to express that. So some intellectuals, they can represent their hatred, but in a deceptive way that does not show hatred.
Yeah, I totally agree with him. A lot of this shit about how Israel's evil and they're bombing innocent Palestinians, it's not motivated by people's disagreement with how Israel's dealing with the Hamas conflict. It's motivated by their anti-Semitism, and they're using it as an excuse. Or they're weaponizing their anti-Semitism in a way, in that way where they're using the conflict as an excuse for anti-Semitism.
Just like,
and they're hiding their anti-Semitism
it's
by
always allyship
criticizing
for the
Israel.
victim,
Yes.
Yeah, that's the best possible mask for like a sadistic hatred. That's for sure.
Yeah. So,
like, are you speaking anywhere? Like, do you have the opportunity to speak publicly?
Well, I have been.
Yeah, I still hate Breaking Bad. I don't think I can finish the series. It is so dumb. It's so bad, dude. It sucks. Breaking Bad is shit.
Been cancelled from many universities because you probably now understand why. But
I'd say so.
But I'm okay with that. You know, I'm not afraid of being cancelled. I've been cancelled by my own family, by my own people. So when I have American campuses or American universities canceling me, I'm not affected. Like, I don't feel ashamed.
Yeah.
That oh my God, you know, this is a threat to my career.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I never intend to make a career, you know, and I don't care about my public image as much as I care about where do I stand morally, and am I at peace with myself or not. But anyway, I find my way to speak to the students, and I challenge them. Yesterday we had a debate. I thought, I've been trying to get the pro-Palestine advocates, any one of them, to an...
It's not just because of Skylar. The story just doesn't make any fucking sense. Everything that happens in the story is fucking stupid, retarded. Like, oh my God, from the ground up, Breaking Bad is so fucking dumb, dude. For one thing, it makes no sense that Walter wouldn't have taken money from the people that were offering him money. Because one... He had to lie to his wife about it, which is a loose end, so that would unravel his fucking meth dealing. So if he still wanted to sell meth and make a ton of money, like, it would have made sense for him to take that money, use it for his healthcare, and then still do the meth business. I don't know why he'd leave that loose end open. And the excuse for it was retarded, like, oh, he thinks it's beneath him to accept money from somebody. Well, bullshit. It's not beneath him to work a second job that he hates where he has to get down on his hands and knees and debase himself. So that made no fucking sense, that whole plot thread. The drug dealer he ended up working with wanted to kill him, and he was left to stay alive for no fucking reason. After Walter gave away the formula, there was no reason to keep Walter alive. Instead of killing Jesse, he kills his own fucking henchman for no fucking reason. Like, everything was so fucking stupid, dude.
Open debate. Let's go. Let's talk about the thing. This is the way of the West. Dialogue.
Bro, yes, it's fiction, okay? I understand it's a fictional story. That doesn't mean that makes it permissible for the story to make no sense, okay? In order for you to enjoy fiction, characters have to act realistically. And there was no fucking reason why any of the characters acted the way they did other than just cynical fucking direction from the production studio that, oh, everybody likes Jesse. Jesse has to stay alive. Walter's the main character, so he has to stay alive. Oh, he has to do this, so you have to write this even though it makes no sense. Like, it's stupid.
We cannot be clashing like this, inciting for violence, harassing Jewish people, harassing successful people, bringing the Hamas nightmare into the American soil. Globalizing the intifada, globalizing the chaos. Well, these are very dangerous terms that we don't know what we're talking about. From the river to the sea. They don't understand that back in 1987, when people start chanting from the river to the sea, violence followed just shortly after that. And this is my childhood trauma. And when I saw the people chanting from the river to the sea, I knew we were in trouble. So this is why I tried to counter this force, but nobody wants to listen. So I thought to myself,
yeah, well, that narrative, that underlying narrative of victimizer, that's very intractable. It's a very difficult thing to move. It's so morally attractive.
Dude, he wasn't the only one who could make the recipe 99% pure. Fucking Jesse, the fucking high school dropout retard, was able to copy the formula. He gave it to the fucking chemists in Mexico, and then they replicated the formula. There was no reason to keep either Walter or Jesse alive. Anybody could have made it. There's no fucking excuse for why that guy Gustavo kept fucking Walter or Jesse alive. It's just stupid.
Well, and try to get them out of their comfort, out of their convenient truth, and they will crucify you. This is the price you pay. So practically, just 2 days ago, we had a debate. I had to pay somebody $20,000 from my pocket to debate me on the topic because no one else agreed to.
Where was that?
Debate. Berkeley University. And that's one of the most respectful educational institutions that they cannot even host a debate on their own. A debater had to pay from his own pocket to bring his opponent to have a discussion. And the funny thing that this guy acts like a giant outside of the debate, like when you see him at Jazeera.
Oh yeah, I hate that fucking cuck. He's such a lying turd.
Jazeera host and was a CNN anchor. Delivered a speech to the United Nations and called from a United Nations podium from the river to the sea.
Hey, dog.
But when he came to the debate, he agreed with 90% of the things that I was saying. I was like, then who are you? That you're outside, you know, just this outrageous anti-Zionist, anti-Israel, pro-Palestine, and all of a sudden here, you're just chickened out. And I cannot find a debate, like a decent debate. I've been calling them out, you know, come.
Oh my God, look at this dog. Yeah, that's a good dog. Yeah, that's a good dog. Yeah, you're good. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, you're a sweetie. You're a sweetie and I love you.
Come debate me, let's talk about this. This is not a joke. Children are dying. This is not a political stand. This is not a career. I'm not your typical expert coming on the topic. You get in the way where I'm trying to stop the death of innocent children, protect them from predators that have been killing them for 70 years by the name of Palestine. You get in my way, I destroy you if necessary. So I'm not politically correct. I cannot be, and I don't care if you cancel me or not. And I'm not in a position even to reason with you. We are at war right now. It's finished. We can talk about it later. But it breaks my heart that America is my country now. And I have responsibility towards the people. That we don't want to bring the intifada here. We don't want to globalize the intifada. In fact, we want to deglobalize it. We want to localize it. We want to cut all the foreign entities that have been trying to take advantage of this conflict. And we have to give the power to the people, to the Arabs. They are Arabs. They are not Palestinians. So please help me with this. This is what I've been trying to spread, that there is no such a thing as Palestine.
Yeah, Masab's based. I'm gonna go get a drink and we'll start playing some games. I'm gonna try out Counter-Strike 2. I'll be right back. Oh. Ugh. Counter-Strike 2 is the same as CSGO. Yeah, I know. Probably gonna hate it. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Let me see. Thinking of doing a mushroom stream where I take mushrooms and just do a stream, and then you can all see me lose my mind. What do you think? I'm gonna start having to pay people to debate me, yeah. That's how things are going.